Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku was adopted by 𝐻𝐸𝐴 to amplify his quirk with blood story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Izuku Midoriya was 6 when his quirk first manifested. The rest of his life after that day was hell, and it was all thanks to the current #1 hero, 𝐻𝐸𝐴. Izuku had been walking home from the park with his mother, Midoriya 𝐼nko. It was a relatively peaceful day. The sky was blue and Izuku was smiling despite the excessive taunts for being quirkless that had been directed at him from Kacchan and his gang of bullies while at the park. Izuku wasn't quirkless, not really, he just had yet to develop his quirk. The doctor had said it would happen, he just needed the right circumstances for it to appear. Izuku had told as much to the bullies, but all they ever did was sneer and laugh at him for making up shitty excuses. Izuku and his mom had just started walking down an empty side street when the sound of yelling and was that a gunshot pulled him out of his thoughts. It steadily grew louder until a lanky man running frantically turned the corner, coming into view. Izuku barely caught a glimpse of the gun in his hand, aimed behind him, before he was being yanked and dragged away from his mother's grip. His world spun for a second, but quickly focused when he heard his mother's panicked shout. "Izuku! Mom!" He cried in confusion. "Nobody moves or this kid gets it." The sound coming from behind Izuku finally registered, and he slowly tilted his head to get a better view of the man. His hair was disheveled and his eyes portrayed a desperation that Izuku just knew could turn deadly. But what really got his attention was the shining gun pointed directly at his head. "Izuku, baby. Please don't hurt him," his mom pleaded. A sudden roar caught everyone's attention and around the corner came none other than the #2 hero, 𝐻𝐸𝐴. Izuku's eyes wide, the man behind him grabbing his neck roughly and pulling him back a few paces. "Don't make a move or I'll shoot." The man yells at 𝐻𝐸𝐴. 𝐻𝐸𝐴 doesn't even react before pulling his hand back as his flames grow bigger. To Izuku, it looked as if he was about to shoot his fire right at the criminal, child hostage or no, but a loud cry of anguish from his mother had the #2 hero hesitating. Later, Izuku would look back at this moment and realize the only reason 𝐻𝐸𝐴 hadn't shot at the criminal and incinerated them both had been because his mother would have been witness to the act and would most likely have told the press about his blatant disregard for her child's safety. And the backlash from that could have cost him his #2 spot. But to a 6-year-old Izuku, who wanted to believe that all heroes were good, he thought that the hero just hadn't noticed him until then. "Step away from the child and drop your weapon," 𝐻𝐸𝐴 grit out, frustration clear in his voice. He had yet to extinguish the flames in his hand, like he was ready to burn them both at a moment's notice. "Mom!" Izuku yelled again. He was now freely crying, his tears dripping onto the villain's hand, still firmly latched around his neck. "Please. Izuku baby, it's all right, a hero is here. He'll save you, I know he will." With his mother's words, Izuku turned his pleading green eyes to the #2 hero. 𝐻𝐸𝐴 didn't move, didn't acknowledge his existence, his fiery eyes still trained on the man behind Izuku. "Child, move out of the way so I can deal with this hooligan." 𝐻𝐸𝐴 yelled loudly. "I can't." Izuku squeaked out, feeling the hand tighten its grip on Izuku's neck. "It hurts. Child, move." He yelled more forcefully. Izuku did nothing, he was petrified, but not because of the villain behind him. No, he was scared of the flaming hero in front of him. "Move!" 𝐻𝐸𝐴 roared so loudly even the man holding Izuku flinched. It was as if that one word was yelled so forcefully that it became a hammer to Izuku's soul. Izuku felt something inside him shatter. All of a sudden, all of his fear and emotion was a well. An endless well of light and power aimed directly at the #2 hero. 𝐻𝐸𝐴 froze, hand going up to his chest, eyes suddenly trained on Izuku before suddenly erupting into flames. The hero burned so hot that his flames turned white. His flames grew so tall that Izuku had to shield his eyes, his very self, from the intensity of the heat and life wafting off the man. And Izuku had to turn his attention away from the blinding, burning man. It was as if a switch had been flipped. For as fast as it had started, it had ended even faster. One moment Endeavor was burning as powerfully as any star, the next he was rendered to his usual self. Izuku bolted to his mother, the villain behind him completely forgotten in favor of the fear and confusion he felt towards the hero and the situation. Mom. Mommy. What happened? I'm so scared, Mommy. Izuku wept into his mother's shirt while she whispered comforting words into his ear. After a few moments of tense silence, Izuku finally calmed down enough to turn back around and try to get his bearings on what had just happened. The villain was nowhere in sight. But Endeavor was staring at Izuku intensely, a glint in his eyes that had him clinging tightly to his mother. Boy! Endeavor addressed him sharply, was that your quirk? I'm not sure, what do you mean you're not sure? Endeavor growled at him. Izuku doesn't have his quirk yet, his mother jumped in with a false confidence. Endeavor turned his glinting eyes to her. Then what was that? He spoke dangerously low. Well, the doctor said it had to activate under specific circumstances. I suppose that whatever just happened could have been Izuku's quirk manifesting boy. Endeavor demanded, interrupting 𝐒𝐭𝐸's musings. Do what you just did again. Izuku trembled against his mother as once again Endeavor's fiery attention was on him. He just wanted the scary man to go away. He willed the hero with all his might to walk away and leave him and his mother alone. As if his body was listening, his hand began to glow a soft green. Endeavor's flames pitched higher and turned blue. It was nothing near what had happened with the villain, but it was still a change. His mother gasped. Quietly. The large man did not go away as he had hoped. Endeavor had a smile on his face, one that screamed of power and greed. He took a step towards Izuku. That is quite a power there, boy. Izuku whimpered quietly and pressed himself as close as he could to his mother. 𝐒𝐭 took notice of her child-scared demeanor. Thank you, sir, for helping my son and I, but I think it's best we go home. 𝐒𝐭 grabbed her son's hand and started to quickly walk around the hero, who had yet to drop his smile. Wait. The word was said with such command that it had 𝐒𝐭 freezing on the spot, back rigid. Izuku tugged at his mother's hand, a desperation in his eyes. That boy's quirk. I want it, 𝐒𝐭 stilled further. There was such possessiveness in those words, such greed and longing. Let me train him. Endeavor said it with such a demand that 𝐒𝐭 nearly nodded her head without thinking. But she didn't. Instead, in its place was fiery determination and hatred that only a mother could have. 𝐒𝐭 turned around slowly, pushing her son behind her. What? She snarled at him. Before Endeavor could open his mouth to reply, she took a step toward the man. My son is not just some quirk that you can own. He is a child. A 6-year-old child who has been traumatized to the point of manifesting a quirk. You leave him and our family alone. Neither of us want anything to do with you or your training. Endeavor stared at the near-feral mother. He felt fear at the sight of her, but was not deterred enough to stop. Have you even asked the boy what he wants? Endeavor questioned, matching 𝐒𝐭's tone. She turned around to face Izuku, a small reassuring smile on her lips. Izuku baby, do you want to be anywhere near this man? She questioned softly, her tone and demeanor doing a complete. Izuku shook his head, frantically tugging at his mother's sleeve. His eyes welled with tears. No. He spoke softly, desperately. With that, 𝐒𝐭 grabbed her son's hand and briskly walked the rest of the way home. She made sure to take the long way home and make a few extra turns, just in case. Unbeknownst to the family of two, later that same day, Endeavor went home and ordered the sidekicks at his agency to track down a 6-year-old child with green hair, green eyes, and freckles with the name Izuku. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Age, 6. Quirk, amplification. Description. When a user is feeling intense emotions or concentrates hard enough, they can amplify another person's quirk 10-fold. The user can consciously decide how much or how little to amplify. Can be used on more than one person at a time. Specialist notes, Izuku has difficulty controlling the intensity of his quirk. Sometimes a quirk is amplified over 100%, other times barely even 10%. I recommend sending him to a quirk doctor to help him with this. Izuku reread the small slip of paper in his hands for the 20th time that day, a smile of his face so bright it could rival the sun. It had been 1 month since his quirk had manifested, and it had been the best month of his life. Everybody at school wanted to be his friend. They all said he had an amazing quirk that could be used to help heroes be strong. Even Kat-chan wanted to be his friend again. All the kids at the daycare asked him to use his quirk on them. Izuku always did so with a smile. How could he say no? Izuku was proud of his quirk. He had just gotten the letter in the mail that told him that his quirk had been registered. His mom said that meant that now everybody knew what it was. Izuku had been practicing amplification with the doctor and at home. When he used it on his mom, she was able to pull the couch across the living room. He was overjoyed. Izuku's quirk was perfect for helping people. He was confident that he'd be able to be a hero now. Izuku went to bed that night with a smile still on his face. Izuku bolted upright in bed. Something was wrong. He didn't know what, but there was a clenching in his gut that was screaming, "Run, run, run." Then he smelt it. The unmistakable scent of smoke, just like his daddy made before he shot out fire from his mouth. Izuku was confused. His dad wasn't here right now. Daddy was in jail for hurting mommy. She was okay now, though. He silently crept out of bed and cautiously opened his bedroom door. Bright was the first thing he thought. When his eyes adjusted, all he could see was smoke and fire and light. It reminded him of the scary hero that had tried to take him from mommy. Izuku couldn't move. Then suddenly he remembered, "Mommy." He practically screamed. He ran across the hall to his mother's room, trying his best to dodge around the fire. Grabbing the door handle, and ignoring how his hands seemed to sizzle at the heat of it, he ripped open the door. There, laying in a pool of her own blood, was his mother. The fire was the worst in this room. Izuku let out a choked sob, running over to her. Inko was lying face down, her back a mess of burnt flesh. Izuku latched onto his mother's body, burying his face in her charred hair. He sobbed for what felt like hours, ignoring the sound of police sirens and yelling, before he felt a hand jolt him out of his grief. He turned his tear-streaked face towards the mysterious person. There, standing in the light of the flames, was a man with long black hair and black eyes. He had what looked like a ring of bandages around his neck, and yellow goggles were worn on his head. Izuku did the only thing he could think of. He reached towards the man and buried himself in his shirt. Aizawa Shouter had just been on his nightly patrol when he had gotten the mass alert of an apartment complex on fire. He usually didn't help with fires, they weren't something he was good at handling, but when everyone else had reported on being too far away to help, Shouter knew he had to go, seeing as he was nearby. It was protocol to have at least one hero on the site of a mass fire. And an apartment complex counted as such. Now he stood in front of a weeping child who had just found his mother's dead body. He grumbled in his head about having to deal with an emotionally unstable child. "Kid, I'm going to pick you up, okay? We need to get out of here." When the child made no move to dissuade him, Shouter gently bent down and picked up the child, activating his quirk just in case they lost control of their own power. Quickly sprinting to the open window he had used to get in, he jumped out and landed near the ambulance that must have arrived at some point while he was in the burning building. Shouter deactivated his quirk, and was just about to hand the child over to one of the paramedics when said child started glowing a blinding green. The paramedic gasped as her quirk, the ability to heal small wounds, suddenly repaired the entire burn on the patient she had been treating in under a second. A nearby firefighter stood stock still as the small jet of water he had been using to quell the flames suddenly burst into a huge wave, dousing the entire building in seconds. The police officer who had been directing residents of the burning building to the proper places using their quirk that subtly caused calm emotions suddenly had a much easier time stopping a woman from breaking down into hysterics. Aizawa Shouter felt his eyes burn immensely as soon as the child had started glowing, and the paramedic he had been about to hand the child over to gasped as his mutation quirk inverted on itself and disappeared just as if it had been erased. He barely had time to question what had happened, before the kid promptly passed out, glow fading away. 2 seconds later the paramedic had dog ears and tail again and was working on treating the sleeping greenet. From an alleyway 2 blocks south of a burning building stood a man on fire. He had just gotten the confirmation from one of the police officers he had paid off that the child had been rescued, and the mother was dead. The man smiled to himself. Now everything was in place. He'd be able to take custody of the boy as his appointed legal godfather. He had the forger he'd found on the black market make sure of it. Everything was sent. Soon, with the help of a little boy's quirk, he'd be the #1 hero, and the most powerful man alive. Izuku Midoriya woke up with a start. He quickly surveyed where he was, soon realizing he was back in his bedroom, which was really only 4 white walls, a little green bed that he barely fit in, and a currently locked cabinet that contained all of Izuku's school materials. It had been 8 long years since Endeavor had somehow managed to gain custody over Izuku, claiming to be his godfather. Izuku had tried to tell the police officer through his stuttering nerves that his mother would never have given any legal guardianship over to that man, but the police paid him no mind. After all, who could be a better guardian than the #2 hero? Why only All Might himself? Every day after that was hell. It had started as soon as Izuku had gotten in the car with the flaming hero. "Listen well, boy," Endeavor had spat at him, "you belong to me now. That quirk of yours is mine to use. And I will be using it. I have worked too hard to surpass All Might to stop. Not now that I have the key to doing just that sitting right next to me." If Izuku had been scared during that trip to his new home, it paled nothing in comparison to when they finally did reach it. Endeavor had wasted no time. As soon as the car had pulled up to the back of the house, he roughly grabbed Izuku's arm and pulled him out of the car. He dragged him through the side entrance and past the many twists and turns of the house, and then down a staircase. Izuku quickly realized he was standing in what looked to be a training room. It had an open space with mats, a rack of weights, multiple different exercise tools, and even a punching bag that looked like it had seen better days. Endeavor effortlessly tossed Izuku onto the mat floors. "Now, let's see that quirk." For 2 weeks after that, every day Endeavor would train with Izuku. Apparently, he had taken 2 months off of hero work in order to figure out how to use his quirk, which had unexpectedly mutated. At least that's what he had told the media. What that really meant was that Endeavor would order Izuku to use his quirk on himself, and the hero would then spend the rest of the day working on controlling his newfound enhanced power. It was during those 2 weeks that Izuku mastered control of his quirk out of necessity. Endeavor knew how much power Izuku could truly enhance based on that first day with the villain. If Izuku didn't repeat that much every time, he was encouraged to try harder. What that really meant is Endeavor would beat up Izuku if he didn't use his quirk to the satisfaction of the flaming hero. He still had a scar from the day Izuku wasn't able to use his powers at all due to quirk exhaustion and the severe punishment he'd gotten the day before. But it was greatly overshadowed by the multitude of scars that came with the discovery Endeavor's doctor made. Dr. Mori had been hired by Endeavor to try and figure out a way to use Izuku's quirk without him having to follow Endeavor everywhere when he went back to hero work. It was after those initial 2 weeks of training that he had been introduced to Izuku. Dr. Mori was sadistic and cruel. He took joy in experimenting on Izuku to figure out how he ticked, all the while talking like a giddy schoolboy about what he was doing. With the doctor came the introduction of the collar. It was something he was forced to wear at all times. It monitored his vitals, and would alert the guards if Izuku ever tried to leave his designated area, which he had tried to do on multiple occasions. It was also an additional way to punish Izuku during training with a built-in shocking mechanism. For Izuku, his day was filled with 2 kinds of torture. One in the mornings from the flaming villain he had stopped being a hero to Izuku during that 2nd week, and one in the afternoon from the psychotic doctor. With Dr. Mori, they learned that Izuku's quirk was held in his BLD, which affected how much power he could give someone else. If he had lost a lot of BLD that day, he would be unable to amplify other people's quirks as much. This led to the revelation that Izuku's BLD was power. If someone ingested his BLD, their quirk would be enhanced. The more you had, the more your quirk would be amplified. Although the cutoff of that power was 1 cup. The effects lasted 3 hours. Endeavor had been ecstatic when Dr. Mori had made the discovery. He'd started taking 2 pints of Izuku's BLD every morning to be used that day for Endeavor's hero work. They'd found that his BLD's power only worked the day of extraction from Izuku. Endeavor had a special support device made that injected a cup of Izuku's BLD directly into the flaming man's own BLD stream at the push of a button. An easy way to power up without ever having to tip off anyone. Thus became 𝐒𝐬𝐽 life. Wake up at 3 a.m. in his bedroom and be forced to give 2 pints of BLD. Have his cabinet unlocked and spend the rest of the morning and afternoon working on schoolwork. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was doing college-level work by the time he turned 10. If there was time before Endeavor got home, work on his hero analysis notebook, which he kept hidden at all costs. Endeavor had made it very clear that 𝐒𝐬𝐽 wasn't a hero, or really a person, and he shouldn't even consider the thought. He was an asset to be used by those who were deserving. Despite this, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 yearned to be a hero. He knew that society wasn't as kind as he had once thought it to be, but he wished to be able to save those who had been ridiculed and used like he had been and was. Then when Endeavor got home, training with him where they tried different ways to use 𝐒𝐬𝐽's quirk. After that, it was right back to his white room where he spent the rest of his day. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 rarely got to go outside anymore. Once a week, Endeavor would take him to the outdoor training area, but never for more than an hour. And so was 𝐒𝐬𝐽's life for 8 years. A routine of pain and isolation. The only reason 𝐒𝐬𝐽 didn't go crazy was the few online friends he had made when he was finally permitted a computer, one that was initially monitored by Endeavor, but 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had hacked his way through that along with the security cameras in his room and all the research 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had done on how to survive situations like these. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had never lost his hope to be a hero. And he had secretly taught himself combat via the internet, although he wasn't sure how well he'd hold up against an actual opponent. He'd also greatly improved his analytical mind. At first it had been so he could more adept analyze the heroes he saw in an occasional hero video, but then he'd noticed how Endeavor rubbed his arms lightly on the way out after a more intense training day, and 𝐒𝐽 had delved into ways to spot and exploit weaknesses. To top it all off, his analytic notebooks were written in code, so if one was ever discovered, it would take a lot of time to know what it said. 𝐒𝐽 had developed a deep hatred for Endeavor. Who wouldn't? He constantly put him through pain in order to fan the flames of his greed to be the all-powerful #1 hero. The unfortunate thing was, it was succeeding. The year Endeavor had started using 𝐒𝐽's BLD for hero work was the year he made it to the #1 spot. It hurt 𝐒𝐽 to know that it was partially his fault for that villain to be able to overtake his favorite hero All Might. And oh, how 𝐒𝐽 longed to tell someone of what Endeavor was doing to him and how he was #1 through illegal activity. He tried once. When 𝐒𝐽 was 12, he'd managed to hack into the collar that rested around his neck and get it to unlock. He'd left it on the floor and escaped out the nearby window. 𝐒𝐽 had made it all the way to the police station. He tried to tell one of the officers that his guardian was abusive and using him for his quirk, but as soon as they'd looked up who it was, they'd laughed at him and called the emergency contact listed on his file. He'd been dragged home that day by the burning flesh of his arm. That night 𝐒𝐽 had the worst beating of his short life and a chain was added to 𝐒𝐽's room. The chain connected to the collar that was reattached around his neck and allowed him to walk the expanse of his room, but put him just out of reach of the door. Through a slide of luck they hadn't figured out that it had been 𝐒𝐽 who had disabled the collar and that it wasn't just a glitch that needed to be fixed. 𝐒𝐽 imagined the punishment would have been much worse if they had. 𝐒𝐽 hadn't tried to escape after that. If the police didn't believe him, who would? The chain rattled slightly, bringing 𝐒𝐽 out of his reminiscing. It was late. Endeavor should have been back by now to start training with 𝐒𝐽. As if 𝐒𝐽's thoughts had summoned him, the door was harshly pulled open. The flaming villain made quick work on the chain, attaching him to the wall, and grabbing 𝐒𝐽's bruised arm that never seemed to fully heal, dragged him up the stairs. This was a surprise. In all of the 8 years 𝐒𝐽 had been here, he'd only been up the stairs a few times. The doctor's lab and training room were all in the basement. 𝐒𝐽 kept his face neutral. He'd learned not to show such weaknesses as emotion in front of one who would punish him for it. Not that 𝐒𝐽 really thought emotions were weak, but that is what Endeavor insisted. Endeavor dragged him down a hallway 𝐒𝐽 did not recognize and was unceremoniously pushed inside a room. He heard the door slam shut behind him. 𝐒𝐽 looked around frantically. He was in what seemed to be a different training room, but much larger than the one he was used to. The rattling of chains halted his thoughts. 𝐒𝐽 cautiously turned towards the sound, paling automatically. Endeavor was carefully pulling out what looked to be a long chain and muzzle from a box. 𝐒𝐽 was familiar with the muzzle. It prevented him from being able to scream. 𝐻𝐸vor used it once in a while for a particularly severe training session or punishment. Dr. Mori also liked to use it on occasion when he didn't want to hear Izuku's screams, but that wasn't often. That psychopath laughed in joy when Izuku screamed. As 𝐻𝐸vor stepped closer to him, Izuku's mind started racing while his body was frozen in his spot. Had he done something wrong? He was pretty sure hadn't screamed at all this week. Was he being punished? What for? Had they found out he'd been hacking the video feed in his room? 𝐻𝐸vor made quick work of the muzzle, quickly attaching it around Izuku's face, and the chain followed right after, clicking into place around the collar Izuku wore, the other end being dragged by 𝐻𝐸vor to attach on the far wall. Izuku did nothing to fight him. He'd learned his lesson after the first few hundred times. Stay. Don't move. I'll be back, 𝐻𝐸vor ordered him, and walked out the room. Izuku sank to his knees, hugging them to his chest. He didn't know what was happening or why he was in this new palace. He refused to cry. After what felt like hours, but could really have only been a few minutes, the door slammed open once again. In walked a young teenager who looked to be around Izuku's age. He had red and white hair and a blank expression on his face. When he noticed Izuku, he stopped short, eyes flashing in surprise. 𝐻𝐸vor walked in behind the other boy, placing his hand on the teen's shoulder. 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿, it's time to start increasing your training. 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿 Todoroki hated his father. He hated him for the hours of training he was forced to endure every day to prepare him to take over his place as #1 hero someday. He hated the burned scar over his left eye his old man had driven his mother to give him. Now, after entering the room to find a chained and frightened boy about his age, hatred wasn't a strong enough word. 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿 had walked into the training room that evening expecting another beating. His father had steadily been getting more severe during these training sessions, but it had really picked up recently now that 𝐻𝐸vor's #1 ranking had become a normal. And how that had been a surprise to an 8-year-old 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿. To see his father's quirk miraculously upgrade and help him take the #1 spot out from All Might. Japan had been at a standstill when 𝐻𝐻𝐸vor had been announced as #1, which was quickly followed by a riot from citizens and a field day for the media. All Might had been quick to make a speech about how it isn't the ranking of the hero that matters, but that there are an abundance of strong heroes who can protect Japan. 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿 silently disagreed with All Might. After all, his father had beat into him that nothing is worth it if you aren't #1. Following that day, 𝐻𝐸vor had held the #1 spot for 6 long and peaceful years for Japan. And 6 long and painful years for 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿. But also 6 years of suspicions. Because 𝐻𝐻𝐸vor had been acting weirdly, and the youngest Todoroki had noticed. It had started with the support item the flaming hero had added to his costume. 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿 had been lectured on how support items were a weakness, and how those who used them weren't worth being #1. Those lectures had quickly stopped the minute the arm braces, which were said to help 𝐻𝐸vor maintain a larger firepower for longer, were added. Next came the shorter yet harsher training sessions. Followed by the disappearances. When 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿 had just manifested his quirk, 𝐻𝐻𝐸vor used to train him for 3 hours at a time, but now that the hero was #1, he would only train 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿 for an hour a day and then disappear down the stairs and not be back up for 3 hours. 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿 had never dared follow the man, but it hadn't stopped him from watching and noticing the signs that could give him a clues as to what 𝐻𝐻𝐸vor was doing. There was the faint fragrance of BLD and smoke 𝐻𝐻𝐸vor always smelled like when he came back from wherever those stairs led. There was the excited gleam in his eye which spoke of satisfied greed, or the angry gleam which spoke pain and the need for more. So yes, 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿 had been suspicious of his father for a while now. He just hadn't realized how big of a secret his father had been keeping. That was, until 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿 had walked into the training room. The last thing he'd expected was the green-haired teen looking up at him with fear and confusion. 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿 did a once-over of the boy. He was skinny and pale with green eyes that shined of intelligence and freckles that covered every inch of skin that wasn't scared. And the scars. There seemed to be more of those than there were freckles. The scars littered his skin. 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿 noticed how some looked medical and others looked similar to the one over his left eye. 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿, it's time to start increasing your training. Those words sent a shiver up his spine. 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿 knew he shouldn't speak, but his common sense was all but forgotten while staring into frightened green eyes. What? The word came out more sharply than he'd intended, causing the green-haired boy to flinch and shirk further into the corner. It is time for you to learn the secret to being number one. This will help you crush everyone at UA and then, when you're completed, take my spot as number one. What was happening? Secret. Was 𝐤𝐿 right? Had his father been hiding something? Did this have to do with the mysterious disappearances? Endeavor turned to lock the door they had entered from, unaware of 𝐤𝐿's roaring mind hiding behind a blank face. The green-haired boy noticed it, 𝐤𝐿's fear and uncertainty. He could see the same fear and understanding reflected back at him from where he stood. Now 𝐤𝐿, here before you sits the key to my success. It is a secret I know you will keep. The threat in those words was missed by no one. Endeavor's hand dropped from his shoulder as he walked over to the boy in the corner. 𝐤𝐿 could not, move. Endeavor spoke as he pulled the boy up to a standing position by the chain attached to his neck. This is mine, which I am permitting you to use. Today I will show you what to do and I expect you to do it. Now, boy, Endeavor addressed the teen he still held in a tight grasp, use your quirk on me. The boy winced in the tight grip, but nodded minutely. The boy began to glow a faint green. 𝐤𝐿 watched, transfixed, as the pale light radiated around Endeavor and almost seemed to soak into the man's skin. Endeavor's flames burst into a brilliant blue and the room grew stiflingly hot. 𝐤𝐿 felt his fear spike with the flame's heat. What the hell was happening? Endeavor laughed a vicious boom that would frighten even the bravest of heroes. A hiss of pain brought 𝐤𝐿's attention back to the boy. Said teen was still being held by Endeavor as his flames burned away the oxygen in the room as well as the boy's arm. 𝐤𝐿 did not think, his feet just moved. One moment he was watching his father's flames be amplified to frightening levels, and the next he was separating the boy from the burning man using his ice to douse the heat of his father. Steam filled the room covering 𝐤𝐿 and the boy from the view of Endeavor for a few precious seconds. Take this, 𝐤𝐿 whispered quickly using his right side to create a chuck of ice and handing it to the boy. The boy stared up at him in shock and something kin to gratitude. Though the boy could not speak through the muzzle he was wearing, he thought he heard something along the lines of thank you. 𝐤𝐿. The dual-hired boy flinched at the tone. 𝐤𝐿 turned to his father to see the man seething. On the plus, Endeavor's flames were his standard orage once again. Sorry, father, 𝐤𝐿 stated firmly. Endeavor narrowed his eyes at the teen, daring him to speak further. 𝐤𝐿 did not. After a moment of tense silence in which neither Todoroki broke eye contact, Endeavor finally began to speak. As you can see, this boy here has the power to amplify another person's quirk. I have been working with a specialist to use this power to easily boost another hero's quirk while on the field. 𝐤𝐿 couldn't breathe. What had his father done to be able to use this boy's quirk without him being present? We have been using this method for years now, and I want you to use it during your time at UA. What method? 𝐤𝐿 voiced aloud, his tone as cold as the ice he could create. He regretted the question as soon as he had asked it as Endeavor moved toward the teen who had been sitting stock still in the corner, the chain curled around him. 𝐤𝐿 watched in growing horror as Endeavor pulled out a small knife, which he hadn't even known the flaming man owned, and sliced it across the already burned forearm of the trembling teen. The green-eat didn't even flinch, but his eyes did grow duller, as if this was a normal for him. 𝐤𝐿 feared the implications of that thought process. Endeavor then swiped his finger over the wound with the growing crimson of the boy's BLD, and quickly stuck it in his mouth. Suddenly, the room burst into light as his flames were once again amplified. The light quickly faded out. Everything came to a screeching halt as 𝐤𝐿 put two and two together. It all made sense now. The way Endeavor always smelled of smoke and BLD. The way he had been able to become number one seemingly overnight with a quirk that miraculously mutated. The reason why 𝐤𝐿 didn't have to train for as long anymore. It was all this boy. This boy whose quirk Endeavor used for his own gain. This boy who 𝐤𝐿 had never even seen or heard of before because his father could be arrested for so many illegal things if he was found out. This boy who Endeavor expected 𝐤𝐿 to use for himself. This boy whose BLD was being taken and used to amplify a quirk. Xiaoto's heart was racing. He shouldn't be doing this, but he couldn't find it in himself to care. Not when his mind was racing with questions. After a brutal training session in which Xiaoto had met a young teen and learned a very dark secret, he had watched his father lead the boy down that set of stairs Xiaoto had seen his father go down every day. He had decided right then that he needed answers. There were only two people who could give them, and Xiaoto would not ask the man who had been abusing a child for years. Now, in the dead of night, Xiaoto crept down those stairs to try and locate the boy whose BLD could cause such power. It took him the better part of an hour to find the right door. It was a large metal thing with 3 locks. He opened it slowly. The lights came on automatically as Xiaoto walked in and quickly shut the door behind. He located the teen bolting up from bed to stand in a fighting stance. Xiaoto noted the collar was still around the boy's neck, and the chain was now thoroughly attached to the wall. The teen's eyes reflected fear and uncertainty. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," Xiaoto said evenly. The green-haired boy tilted his head slightly in question. "I just wanted to talk to you. But if you'd rather I leave, I can do that too." Xiaoto took a step towards the door. "No, wait." It was the first time Xiaoto had heard the teen speak. His voice came out soft and gravely. He guessed the boy had had very little reason to speak recently. You have questions?" Yes." He found it very confusing that this boy could tell he had things he wished to know. "I have some as well." Xiaoto relaxed slightly in the knowledge that this boy was just as confused as he was. "You first." The teen nodded and slowly relaxed back into a seated position on the bed. He seemed to hesitate a moment before deciding to speak. "What's your name?" Oh. That was not what he'd expected, but not unwanted. "Xiaoto Todoroki." "And you?" "Izuku." "Just Izuku." The teen's eyes flashed with panic and slight anger. "Yes. And?" "Then call me Xiaoto." Izuku looked up at him in surprise. "I don't like being connected to that BS anyways." Izuku's mouth twitched up in a slight smile. "You can ask me." Xiaoto blinked at Izuku in surprise. "I know you want to know." "It's okay, I don't mind. My father uses my BLD to amplify his quirk." "Yes. And he is keeping me chained to a wall and running experiments on me to do it." Izuku spits, tugging at the collar around his neck. "Yes. Did he take you or?" Xiaoto wasn't sure what he was asking with that. "Did my father kidnap you or are you somehow here with the government's knowledge?" "Legally, he's my godfather and has custody of me." Xiaoto tried to digest that information. Who in their right mind would make Enji Todoroki a godparent? The answer, no one. Xiaoto had a sneaking suspicion that Endeavor had pulled some string to get a hold of Izuku. "How long have you been here?" "How long have I been oblivious of you?" 9 years. "Oh." It came out strangled. "It's not your fault, you know. Me being here. I could have done something." Xiaoto was whirling. If he had just been brave enough to go down the stairs sooner. If he had acted on his suspicions. If he had done something. "Maybe, but I don't think there is much to do." "Yes there is, I can get you out. I can still stop him from hurting you more." Izuku just looked at him sadly. "Stand up, I can freeze the chain and shatter it." Izuku crossed his legs. "Please get up. I can help you get out. I can help you leave. What my father is doing to you is wrong. I can still make this right. I can still save you." "I know," Izuku stated quietly. He made no move to stand up. "He's abusing you, and you aren't even going to try to leave?" Xiaoto asked indignantly. "He abusing you too?" The teen said it so quietly Xiaoto barely heard him. "What?" he asked weakly. "He's hurting you too, isn't he?" "Yes, but that doesn't really count." "Yes it does." Izuku exploded. "If he's hurting you it counts as abuse." "I thought that once too, but whenever I said anything, everyone told me that I was overreacting and that Endeavor was just showing DSP. Xiaoto had spoken up a total of 5 times before he had finally given up. He hadn't tried again. For, he had no reason to try and get help if no one cared. Besides, he's the #1 hero. He can't do anything wrong. I believe you. 𝐿𝐿 let out a bitter laugh. Yes, well, you're the only one. I know, Izuku stated. He sounded so resentful. What? I know no one else will believe us because I've tried too. But I believe you. I saw the way he treated you during that training. I see the way you avoid emotions around him. I see the fear in your eyes, fear that is so much like mine. You're scared, Izuku stated quietly. And there it was again. The understanding. The way Izuku could read 𝐿𝐿 and see right through the mask he tried so hard to maintain. How can you tell? Because the way you hide it is the same way I hide mine. You're like me. And in that moment Izuku's eyes locked onto 𝐿𝐿's, and he knew. Izuku and himself were the same. Not exactly, but they had both seen the evil of a man who should only be kind. They had both been hurt to the point that the evidence will be forever burned on their bodies. They both believed a truth that no one else would even consider. How can I leave when someone else is hurting here? How can I leave when doing that changes nothing except for myself? Endeavor won't stop hurting you and others just because I'm gone. Izuku was near to tears now. 𝐿𝐿 found he was holding back his own sense of tears as well. How can I leave when someone who is like me would be left behind? And because 𝐿𝐿 could find no argument against what Izuku had just laid bare, he said the only thing he could think of. Thank you. 𝐿𝐿 was freely crying now. No one had ever spoken so kindly to the dual-haired teen. No one had ever tried to help him before. Izuku slowly rose from where he had been sitting, and cautiously folded him into a hug. 𝐿𝐿 had never had a reason to try and get help again, but now crying with another who had suffered as he had, he found a new reason. Izuku had never had a real friend before. Not between the years he'd spent as the quirkless outcast and the ones spent locked in Endeavor's house. But 𝐿𝐿 and Izuku had become fast friends, bonded by trauma and understanding. 𝐿𝐿 had been visiting Izuku every day late at night for about 2 months now. After the initial one-sided escape attempt, the two had taken to talking. They'd shared many things. 𝐿𝐿 had told Izuku about his entire life, from the countless brutal training sessions to the story behind the burn scar that covered the side of his face. In return, Izuku had told 𝐿𝐿 everything. About him thinking he was quirkless, to how he met Endeavor, to how Izuku still wished to be a hero. 𝐿𝐿 had offered to teach Izuku how to fight after Izuku had whispered to him his dream one night. Izuku had burst into tears and hugged a bewildered 𝐿𝐿. He'd explained to him how he was the first person to ever believe in Izuku's dream. From that night on, 𝐿𝐿 would, as quietly as possible, spar with Izuku. It turned out, Izuku's practice on his own had helped, but actual training, not Endeavor's definition with 𝐿𝐿, was much more beneficial. Why don't you use your fire? Izuku had asked one night. I won't use his power. I'm going to prove to him that I reject the idea of being his perfect creation. For a moment neither of them say nothing. Is it my power when I use my quirk? Yes. Is it my power when it's Endeavor's quirk being enhanced? Yes, so it's my power even if someone else is influenced by it. What 𝐿𝐿? Izuku looks at him, his heterochronic eyes widening. Even if Endeavor tells you when or when not to use it, it's still yours to use. Your fire may look similar to his, but you get to decide how to control it. Endeavor can't control your fire. I'm not asking you to use it just because, but I am asking you to not let Endeavor influence any actions you take. The best way to reject him is to show him that nothing he does matters to you. Because at least you have that choice. At least you still have the ability to deny using your quirk. Izuku was crying again. So, why don't you use your fire? 𝐿𝐿 was sitting there staring at nothing. Izuku would not take back his words, he'd meant them. But maybe he'd been too harsh. Maybe he shouldn't have used himself as the example. Maybe, I don't know, was the only thing 𝐿𝐿 said before walking out of the room that night, but not before Izuku caught the barest hint of a smile tracing his features. Life went on for Izuku, but with the addition of a friend. Training continued, but now it included 𝐿𝐿. Endeavor had yet to make 𝐿𝐿 do anything with Izuku's BLD, but Izuku had been forced to amplify 𝐿𝐿's quirk a few times. Izuku knew if he could, 𝐿𝐿 would never use 𝐒𝐿𝐽 the way Endeavor was making him do, but 𝐒𝐿𝐽 had told him multiple times that he didn't mind using it on his friend. After all, 𝐿𝐽 hated Endeavor as much as 𝐒𝐿𝐽 did. What if we collect evidence against my father? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 blinked to 𝐿𝐽's sudden outburst. Oh, I probably already have some, he supplied, but there isn't really anyone to give it to. How? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 gave 𝐿𝐽 a funny look, but he really saw nothing funny in having incriminating evidence. I hacked into the security camera feed a long time ago, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 shrugged nonchalantly. But we've talked about this. Nobody will even hear me out, so I'm not sure what good it would do us. Oh. Yeah, oh. Why? Did you have any idea of how we could use it? Well, I thought maybe there was a way to tell someone who wasn't the police. Maybe a civilian who would hear our calls. I'm not sure. Well, I guess we could always save it somewhere, and if there is ever a chance to use it, we can. 𝐿𝐽 had an idea. It was a stupid and not likely to succeed idea, and it involved taking to the flaming villain 𝐿𝐽 had taken to calling Endeavor a villain in his head and to 𝐒𝐿𝐽 after he'd heard the boy call him that. He hadn't told 𝐒𝐿𝐽 of this idea because he didn't want to get the teen's hopes up. 𝐿𝐽 now stood in Endeavor's personal office. Father, 𝐿𝐽 greeted formally. He had to tread carefully if he wanted this idea to work. Make it quick, was the villain's response. I think 𝐒𝐿𝐽 should come to UA with me. What? The question came out more as a growl. I think 𝐒𝐿𝐽 should go to UA with me, he stated again. And why do you think that, 𝐿𝐽? This was good. Endeavor was actually asking about it instead of an outright no. I think it could be beneficial to your goal to have him attend with me. You just keep him locked in a room all day anyways, so I don't see why not. 𝐿𝐽 had tried to keep that last bit to himself, but it had slipped out. He prayed that mistake didn't result in failure. How could having the boy there help you become #1 hero? I'd think UA is vigilant enough, with a staff of pro heroes, to know if I was using BLD to enhance my quirk. Especially because first years don't usually use support items. And even if the staff didn't figure it out, I'd like to think my classmates would question any support items I'd have, or at the very least, notice the smell of BLD. So, having 𝐒𝐽. Having the boy at UA would benefit me because he could amplify my quirk during the most important things like the sports festival. I also think sending him to school would be a good opportunity to have him strengthen his quirk because he'd be in a healthier environment. There, he'd said it. Now 𝐿𝐽 would just have to pray for a miracle. For a moment, Endeavor just looked at 𝐿𝐽 with scrutinizing eyes. Get out, it was said in a neutral voice, and 𝐿𝐽 wasn't sure if that was a good thing. Bowing, he quickly exited the stifling room. I did something stupid. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 looked into the pale face of his only friend. What did you do? He questioned softly. I asked my old man if you could come to UA with me. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 blinked at 𝐿𝐽 in shock. He'd done what? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 said as much. I asked Endeavor to let you come to UA. 𝐿𝐽 had faced Endeavor to help 𝐒𝐿𝐽. He didn't know what to say. Why? Was what he finally settled on. Because you want to be a hero, he said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 was stunned. 𝐿𝐽 had tried to help him become a hero. He had braved a villain Endeavor to try and help him. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 started crying. Thank you, he choked out. Don't thank me, 𝐿𝐽 murmured softly. He didn't actually say yes, he just kicked me out. It doesn't matter. Thank you for even trying. Thank you. 𝐿𝐽 said nothing as he wrapped him in a hug. 𝐿𝐽, do you think I could be a hero? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 whispered it so quietly he'd barely heard it himself. But he wanted to know the answer, even if it was laughing, he wanted to know what his only friend thought. I think you'd be an amazing hero, was the reply. That just caused 𝐒𝐽 to cry harder and mutter more half-choked thanks. You'll be an amazing one too. 𝐒𝐽 said nothing as he felt a slight dampness from where 𝐿𝐽's head was buried in his shoulder. 𝐒𝐽 woke up the next morning, face still wet from the amount of tears both boys had shed last night. 𝐿𝐽 was long gone by now, but the lightness in his heart still remained. The door slammed open suddenly to reveal Endeavor. Boy! He practically shouted, You will be going to UA with my 𝐿𝐼. Izuku tried his best not to burst in tears yet again. Izuku was a bundle of nerves. 𝐿𝐼, the miracle he is, somehow managed to convince Endeavor to let Izuku go to school at UA. It had been one of the happiest days of Izuku's reserved life. But of course, going to UA came with a multitude of strict rules. Rules that came with the threat of harsh punishment if broken. Endeavor had made it perfectly clear that while at UA, Izuku is to be 𝐿𝐼's cousin. He is not to talk about anything Endeavor was doing to anyone. That was a given though. Izuku was to help 𝐿𝐼 whenever possible, but especially during the sports festival. Izuku was only allowed to be in general education, not anything else. That meant no hero course. Izuku was disappointed but not surprised. He knew his luck wasn't that good. But the real kicker, Izuku was to say he was quirkless. Endeavor wanted no one to know about his amplifying quirk. And hadn't that just been a cold bucket of ice? Quirkless again. It had been a shock to himself that Izuku almost preferred it that way. He had suffered so much because of his quirk, he was almost excited to not have to tell anyone. Almost being the key word. In an ideal world, Izuku would have made up some subtle mental quirk, but he supposed anything was better than the nothing he had been living. Izuku was outside. Everywhere he looked there were buildings and signs and people. He'd nearly cried when Endeavor had dragged him to the car waiting patiently outside of the house and thrown him into the back seat. Izuku managed to hold back in the presence of the man who had tortured Izuku for 8 years, but from the knowing look 𝐿𝐼 gave him when he opened the door adjacent to the one Izuku had been tossed through, he only just barely succeeded. 𝐿𝐼 had silently reached over and grasped Izuku's hand, as much a comfort for him as it was for Izuku. Endeavor had driven them to his hero agency where a man with greasy slicked back hair and a dark-colored jacket had been waiting in a private area. Endeavor made quick use of Yuku's fingerprints, photo and drop of BLD. Suddenly, he was registered as Todoroki Izuku, cousin to Todoroki 𝐿𝐼 on his father's side. A new ID was printed and placed in the large pocket of Endeavor before he was turning around and eyeing up both boys with a fierce integrity. "We'll need to make you look more presentable," was what the man said. Izuku cast his eyes to 𝐿𝐼 who seemed just as confused as Izuku was. 𝐿𝐼, Endeavor barked, handing 𝐿𝐼 a folded piece of paper. "Do exactly this with the boy and be back here in precisely 3 hours. Do not disappoint me." "Yes, father." And now Izuku was outside in the city, 𝐿𝐼 walking next to him. Izuku couldn't believe his luck. Endeavor must have thought 𝐿𝐼 hated Izuku as much as he did if he was trusting him to essay Izuku to different places. People rushed past the teens, and Izuku could only stare. There were so many. "I can't believe he did that." Izuku practically screamed. 𝐿𝐼 frowned softly. "Neither can I. I understand him not wanting to SERT us himself, but why would he allow just me to do this? Is it a test of some sort? Who cares? We have 3 hours to get that list done. I think we could do it in 2 and then spend the other looking around. It's my first time out of that house, 𝐿𝐼. Let me enjoy it." At that 𝐿𝐼's eyes crinkled. "I'd forgotten what it's like to not constantly be watched. I'm glad to get to show it to you, Izuku. I'll make sure we have time to explore. I have something in mind that I'd like to show you." "Well then let's go," Izuku said, then hesitating slightly. "What is it he wants me to do?" 𝐿𝐼 unfolded the piece of paper. "It's a list," Izuku blinked. "What does it say?" "Haircut and dye. Contacts. School supplies that are cheap, no sharp objects. 2 sets of clothes. Quirk suppressants." 𝐿𝐼 did a double take. Quirk suppressants. Izuku understood perfectly. Endeavor would take no chances with Izuku's identity and quirk. 𝐿𝐼 looked up from the paper. "I'm sorry," he said, voice cracking slightly. "It's okay, really. It's really no surprise. He's a BSc, and this whole situation, me, all of it is terrible." 𝐿𝐼 was ranting now, steps increasing in speed with his anger. "I know," Izuku cried, "but it's better than it was. I'll get to go to UA and I'll see you every day, won't I?" "Absolutely," the Ice and Fire user said with perfect conviction, anger still evident in his posture. "I'll make sure of it." "Good," 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 smiled, then let's start on that list. I want to see what you have to show me. 𝐿𝐴𝐷's returning smile set 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐷's chest on fire. The good kind that felt nothing like Endeavor's. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐷 spent the next 2 hours following Endeavor's list. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐷's hair, which was previously down to his shoulder blades because no one had ever cut it during his time in the Todoroki household, was cut short, similar in length to 𝐿𝐴𝐷's though because it was so curly, it looked longer. It was then dyed a bright red to match the Todoroki bloodline, but 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐷's green hair couldn't be entirely quelled. The tips of his hair remained a stubborn, but faded, green. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 said it looked nice on him. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐷 secretly hated it. His hair was one of the few reminders left of his mother. Next were the contacts. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 gave the choice between a few colors to 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐷, and he settled on brown. Then came the school supplies. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 pointedly walked past the cheapest options and to some of the better quality items. When 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐷 looked at him questioningly, the response was a shrug and, "It's not like he actually knows anything about this." 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 laughed quietly at that. Then came the Quirk suppressants. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐷 hated what Quirk suppressants did to him. He'd had them on a few times when Dr. Mori had been curious about how they affected 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷. It felt like the warmth that flowed all throughout his body was being doused in cold nothingness. It made his fingers and toes feel numb. It also made him cold. But it did what it was supposed to do, which was make him unable to access his quirk. The list from Endeavor clearly stated that the suppressants were to be hidden and easy to remove. So that meant any liquid injections were out. It also meant that collars and HNDCFFS were not viable either. That was something that made both of the boys sigh in relief. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 settled on an armband. It wrapped around 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷's wrist securely. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 got to pick the pattern and he chose a blue cloth with stars speckled over it. The band fit tightly and looked like a basic cloth bracelet, albeit a very heavy one. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 made sure that after the initial test, the band was hidden away in a plastic bag far out of sight and 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 was stood on 𝐿𝐴𝐷's left side to help bring the warmth back to his body. That earned him a thankful nod from 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷. Finally came the clothing, which 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 actually quite enjoyed. He hadn't ever picked out what he got to wear. He'd been too young when he'd had that kind of freedom with his mother. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 picked out a long-sleeved shirt that read "Breathes," a t-shirt that had an iceberg with little penguins on it. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 thought it reminded him of 𝐿𝐴𝐷, which the ice teen blushed at, a pair of shorts, and jeans. Then 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 were done with the list with an hour to spare and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 was excitedly leading 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 to what turned out to be a gorgeous park. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 wondered at all the greenery and flowers. There was a small pond that glittered in the afternoon sun and a patch of rock that the both of them could comfortably sit on. "This is my favorite place to come when I need the quiet," 𝐿𝐴𝐷 murmured. "I love it," 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 replied in awe, turning his attention to 𝐿𝐴𝐷 who was staring at the lake with the most relaxed expression he had ever seen on the teen's face. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 smiled and gently reached over and took 𝐿𝐴𝐷's hand, following his gaze. They both sat there enjoying the quiet nature and the company of each other until it was time to head back. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 loathed to willingly go back to that cage of a room and the chains and the paint. But he couldn't leave 𝐿𝐴𝐷 to face that villain alone, and he knew it was pointless to run. So 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 let 𝐿𝐴𝐷 slowly lead him back, reassured in the thought that neither wished to return but that at least they would have each other. As the two boys began the trek back, they passed through a small neighborhood of houses and apartments and then under a bridge. As they made their way through the bridge, the ground began to shake, stopping both teens in their tracks. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 heard a weird noise that sounded somewhere between rain and mud, and then there was a smell. A terrible smell that rank of garbage and rotten things. Suddenly, there was a whooshing noise and the clanking of metal. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 saw from the corner of his eye a giant green goopy thing emerge from the ground. "Look at these two perfect skin suits," the thing gleefully said. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 recognized that this was a villain. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 briefly panicked, worried about 𝐿𝐴𝐷. But why wasn't he that afraid? By all means, this was someone who meant them both of them harm. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 would have time to worry about that later. Right now the green slime was lunging towards 𝐿𝐴𝐷. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 didn't think, he just moved. One moment 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 was watching the slime leap towards his best friend, and the next, 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 was shoving him out of the way. Izuku barely had enough time to register the panic in his friend's eyes before his breath was being taken away from him and something was shoving its way down his throat. He heard a distant cry from far away, but his breath was already gone. "I don't want to die." "Not in front of 𝐿𝐿," was his last thought before the world went dark. 𝐿𝐿's heart nearly stopped when the slime villain leapt at him and Izuku pushed him out of the way. He'd been so immersed in Izuku's string of mutterings that he'd let his guard down. "Izuku!" He'd screamed as he was shoved to the ground. 𝐿𝐿 was sure everything inside him had frozen. Izuku was drowning in the laughing body of the slime villain. His friend, who was one of the few lights in 𝐿𝐿's darkness, was fighting and ripping at his own throat, and 𝐿𝐿 was just standing there. He couldn't use his ice or risk freezing his friend along with the villain. And 𝐿𝐿 couldn't use his fire, he wasn't ready. But now Izuku wasn't moving and 𝐿𝐿 was doing nothing, and he's pretty sure his breathing was picking up, and when had he gotten back to his feet? And 𝐿𝐿 made his choice. He couldn't stand and watch. He wouldn't be the reason that light went out. So 𝐿𝐿 raised his left hand, the mantra, "It's your power," repeating in his head, and let his arm burst into flames. Then came the booming laugh that echoed throughout the bridge, bouncing the sound around the small space. Both villain and teen froze. 𝐿𝐿 knew that laugh. He knew it because its source was the one man his father had worked half his life to overcome. Through the pothole the slime villain had come from, climbed out the number 2 hero. "All Might." 𝐿𝐿 heard himself say. "Ha ha ha. Fear not, for I am here." 𝐿𝐿 watched, hand still burning, as All Might made quick work of the villain, punching him with a powerful air blast that sent the slime flying in all directions. The villain stood no chance. All Might boomed, turning towards 𝐿𝐿. "Are you all right, Sight Eyes?" 𝐿𝐿 chose to ignore All Might and ran over to his friend. "Come on, Izuku," he muttered, checking the now redhead's pulse and breathing. He let out a sigh when he felt the steady beat of a heart in rhythm with the in and out of constant air. "You're okay. You'll be okay. Step aside, young man, and let a hero handle this." 𝐿𝐿 was hesitant to let the large man anywhere near his friend, but he didn't know what else to do. 𝐿𝐿 chose to scoot around to the side of Izuku. All Might took the opportunity to move and examine Izuku. A light slapping noise echoed throughout the tunnel. All Might was lightly slapping Izuku's cheek repeatedly. 𝐿𝐿 blinked in shock. What the hell kind of help was that? Which quickly swayed to anger. "What are you doing?" 𝐿𝐿 hissed at the number 2 hero. "I thought heroes were supposed to be trained to handle these kinds of situations." Maybe 𝐿𝐿 was just being naive. After all, Endeavor most certainly would not know or care really how to handle anything like this. A gasp followed by a fit of cough stopped All Might from responding. "Izuku!" 𝐿𝐿 cried out, anger quickly forgotten. 𝐿𝐿. Izuku replied hoarsely. The teen turned his head toward his friend, and his face split into a smile. "You're on fire." 𝐿� reared back in shock as he realized, yes, he still was very much on fire. He made quick work of drawing the flames back inside himself, effectively dousing them. A slightly awkward cough drew the two boys' attention back to the hero, who was now standing tall with hands on his hips. 𝐿� noticed the minute filch from Izuku when the teen recognized who was standing in front of them. That was slightly worrying. "Yes, well, I'm out of time. Have a nice day, citizens." And then the hero was out the tunnel and blasting off into the sky. 𝐿� turned his attention back to Izuku, who was slowing standing. "Are you all right?" he asked gently. "Yeah, I'm fine, I think. Are you all right?" 𝐿� looked at the teen in shock. "I'm fine, you were the one who was drowning." Izuku winced slightly at the mention of that, 𝐿� noted. I know. I just meant. Well, Izuku looked up at him shyly, "You were using your fire." Oh, I guess I was." Izuku let out a laugh. "You guess?" "Well, I made the decision to try, but I didn't get that far before All Might showed up." 𝐿� noticed that Izuku flinched, yet again, at the mention of the hero. "Izuku, you keep flinching, why?" Izuku startled at 𝐿�'s rather blunt question. But he'd never really been one to beat around the bush. "It's just. He's the first hero I've met since that day with Endeavor," and 𝐿� placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. because now he understood. 𝐒𝐿 had told 𝐿𝐿 about how 𝐸𝐸 had taken an interest in him and how he'd ended up in the house. He could imagine that meeting All Might, who was the #2 hero just like 𝐸𝐸 had been when 𝐒𝐿 had first met him, was something of a traumatic experience. "I get it," is how 𝐿𝐿 reassured his friend. Suddenly 𝐒𝐿 froze. 𝐿𝐿 was on his guard instantly. "𝐿𝐿, what time is it?" "SHT. You're late," the #1 hero, 𝐸𝐸, growled when the two boys entered through the doors of the agency. They'd sprinted the whole way back in a last-ditch effort to get there on time. Of course, they'd ended up 20 minutes behind the time they were supposed to arrive. "I'm sorry, father, we got caught up in a villain attack. It's my fault." "I don't want excuses, boy. You failed to meet my instructions." 𝐿𝐿 winced at the man's words, but still tried to angle his body in front of 𝐒𝐿's. He needed 𝐸𝐸's attention on him, not his friend. "We're leaving. Now." The rest of that day, 𝐸𝐸 forced both boys through excruciating training. Ranging from 𝐒𝐿 using his quirk on both of the Todorokis, to both of the teens being beaten black and blue because they failed to meet 𝐸𝐸's ever-growing expectations. That night, when 𝐿𝐿 snuck into 𝐒𝐿's cell, the first words out of his friend's mouth were, "You used your fire today." "Yes, you said that before." "I'm glad you did," 𝐒𝐿 began, a smile gracing his bruised face. "Can I see?" 𝐿𝐿 didn't even consider the idea of saying no. He could never deny 𝐒𝐿 anything. He simply raised his left hand and let a small white flame dance in his palm. "It's appealing," 𝐿�'s mystified friend told him, the light of his fire dancing in the teen's wide green eyes. 𝐒𝐿 drew as close to 𝐿� as the chain attaching him to the wall would allow. "I hope you use it during UA. But don't let anybody except you influence that decision," were 𝐒𝐿's final words of the night. Unbeknownst to the redhead, 𝐿𝐿 had already made his decision when his friend had been suffocating in the body of a villain. He was going to use his fire. He never wanted to be that helpless again. But first, he needed to visit someone he hadn't seen in a very long time. 𝐿𝐿 stood inside the large testing room, silently observing his competition. 𝐸𝐸 burned silently behind him. Today was the day of the recommended exams for the hero course, and 𝐿𝐿 was not excited. He wasn't nervous, but he couldn't find it in him to be excited when 𝐒𝐿 and his abuser would be watching. But he'd promised both 𝐒𝐿 and his mother that he would try his hardest. 𝐿𝐿 felt like he could do anything with both of them on his side. And wasn't that a confusing feeling, having his mother's support? 𝐿𝐿 had gone to visit her after the slime villain incident and she had been so happy to see him. They talked about 𝐿𝐿 and his fire. 𝐿𝐿 had told her about 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐸𝐸 and his mother had been furious. He'd promised to visit again. 𝐿𝐿's chest had felt a little lighter as he'd walked out of the doors of his mother's hospital room read, "Prison." When the test was finally ready to begin, all the participants were told to line up. The exam would be an obstacle course race. 𝐿� prepped for the bell and when it sounded, he burst forth, sliding on a path of ice. He quickly overtook most opponents, but one teen with a wind quirk was neck and neck with 𝐿�. That's when 𝐿� used his fire. With the extra boat of fire, he passed the wind kid and won the race. 𝐸𝐸 was ecstatic. His 𝐿� had just won the race for the entrance exam at UA. He would be the best, just like he was. With the help of the boy with the amplification quirk he owned. Nothing could stand in the way. The Todoroki bloodline would forever be #1 in all hero society. And how 𝐸𝐸 loved being the best. 𝐒𝐿 was nervous, but so very excited as he was let out of the car, hiding a wince as the burn on his upper arm rubbed against his sleeve. 𝐸𝐸 had made a point of giving 𝐒𝐿 one last heated and painful warning before he'd left for the day. But that was okay, because 𝐿� had given him a hug and wishes of good luck. Because today was the day of the entrance exams. For once, 𝐒𝐿 hadn't fought against the doctor who came to take 𝐒𝐿's daily BLD donation. 𝐒𝐿 rubbed gently against the quirk suppressant secured firmly around his wrist as he walked up the path and entered the great building that was UA. 𝐒𝐿 marveled at the sheer amount of teenagers trying out for UA's various courses. There were so many. Distracted by the many new things, he missed the brick that was sticking up slightly in the ground, and quickly felt himself falling. Honed by the many years of falls from Endeavor's anger, Izuku prepared to tuck and roll. His plan was foiled by the sensation of a light touch and the halting of his body mid-air. "I'm sorry." A happy voice chirped, causing Izuku to tense up. "I just thought it might be bad luck to fall before an exam." The girl muttered something, putting her fingertips together, and Izuku landed back on the ground, his body instinctively landing in a crouch. He turned around, taking a slightly defensive stance towards the person who had snuck up behind him. Izuku hated that his first instincts were to analyze the seemingly nice girl who stood with a slightly confused expression, hand held in a half-wave. Izuku could see no hostility in her body language and relaxed slightly. Thank you." Izuku muttered quietly, head tilting slightly. "You're welcome." "Gosh, I'm so nervous. Are you nervous?" He nodded mutely. "Well, anyway, good luck with the exam," she called as she started walking towards the building's entrance. Izuku stood frozen to his spot. He'd just talked to another person who wasn't 𝐿𝐴𝐷 for the first time. Izuku had a silent freakout, before quickly hurrying inside the building. He was handed a large packet by an adult was that midnight. Before finding a seat next to a kid with spiky purple hair. And thus started the exam. An exam that Izuku found rather boring. He'd covered most of this material on his own while locked in his room. There really wasn't much else to do. After 3 hours, the test was concluded and an announcement was made that those trying for the special courses such as the hero, support, and business courses were to stay and everyone else was free to go. Izuku packed up his stuff and made to leave. He nervously tapped the purple-haired teen on the shoulder. "See, can I get through?" he stuttered out. DMN his anxiety for getting in the way of clear speech. The purple teen raised an eyebrow but stood up to let him pass. "What, just trying for the general course?" the boy inquired in a slightly sarcastic voice. Izuku jolted slightly at being addressed yet again, but nodded his head. "Why, I can't do much else," he replied, steeping past and into the larger ally. "Oh!" Izuku cursed silently. Why'd he have to say that? He should have just left it at a simple yes. Yeah. I am." Izuku struggled for something to say, "don't have the skills for support or business, and the hero course isn't a viable option." It sounded more like a question, but he hoped the teen would accept the answer. The purple-haired boy shrugged. "Okay. Good luck," he said, giving the boy a watery smile before rushing off. Izuku hummed to himself inside his head, never out loud as he walked through the halls of UA. He may or may not have purposely gotten lost. Izuku was trying his best to avoid going back to the car which would drive him back to that place. He stopped at an intersection where the hallway branched off into 2 paths. Izuku was pretty sure the exit was to the left. He took a right and kept walking. Just a few more minutes. He promised himself. Then he'd go back. "What are you doing here?" A sharp voice broke him out of his thoughts. Izuku incoherently muttered while turning around, "I'm lost." Yep. That sounded very convincing. The man in front of Izuku looked dead on his feet. He wore all black except for a white scarf wrapped around his neck. His black hair fell raggedly down his back. Izuku noticed the man's eye twitch. Had he seen this person somewhere before? He couldn't place it, but something felt very familiar about him. The man sighed. "Go back the way you came and take a left. At the big double doors there should be a sign pointing the way out." "Hey?" Izuku asked intelligently. "Oh. Why, yes, alright. Thank you." He got a shrug in return. Izuku briskly followed the directions and walked out the exit, brushing the familiar man to the back of his mind as he entered the foreboding car. Aizawa 𝐿𝐴𝐷 was not one to dwell on things. But that boy who he had just run into may break that rule. There was something eerily familiar about the teen with faded green and red hair. Something that reminded 𝐿𝐴𝐷 of fires and out-of-control quirks. And why had the boy seemed so comfortable before the hero had approached him? It was like he really wasn't lost at all. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 wasn't sure why his instincts were flaring, but they had saved him more than once. If anything, this teen would be someone to watch if they got into UA. Izuku's new outfit. Izuku walked into classroom 1C with a nervous smile on his face. It had been a month since the entrance exams that both 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and Izuku had passed with flying colors. Endeavor had even paused training for the day after the news came in. Izuku wasn't sure what to expect, but he was bubbling with excitement. That morning he had taken care to make sure all his scars were covered per the flaming villain's request. That included the burn lash on his cheek which he had covered with concealer, and the white line from the collar Endeavor had taken off Izuku for the first that morning, which was covered by the school's uniform collar. Izuku felt 3 times lighter without the bulkiness of the chains he had grown so accustomed to. Though, the quirk suppressants were an ever-present reminder that Izuku was still ensnared in Endeavor's web of power. The one thing he wasn't sure about was saying he was quirkless. Izuku had decided long ago that if he ever got the chance, he wouldn't stand for the bullying of having no quirk. Not after everything he'd experienced at the hand of Endeavor. So while he was afraid that the kids in UA school would be the same as the kids he remembered so little from in elementary, Izuku knew that they wouldn't really compare. Izuku walked quickly inside the classroom of 1C, claiming a desk in the back left corner near the window. He and 𝐲𝐸 had been dropped off half an hour early, so Izuku had a while. He stared at his desk while fidgeting with the quirk suppressant bracelet as students slowly trickled in. Izuku tried his best not to stare at the variety of people who entered the room, but he was still trying to get used to seeing new people, and to see so many teens walk in with a confidence Izuku could only dream of was fascinating. It was also the perfect opportunity to analyze them all for weaknesses, which was a bad habit Izuku had gained while with Endeavor. Izuku watched as the class around him slowly grouped up into small parties of kids. It seemed like almost all of the people who were in the classroom knew someone or were social enough to introduce themselves to another. Well, except that purple-haired kid who took the desk in front of Izuku, he wasn't talking to anyone. A loud yell interrupted the noise in the room. "Hello, listeners," came the loud voice as the door to the classroom banged open. Izuku winced slightly. "I'm your homeroom teacher Yamada Hisashi. Can I get a YH?" There were a few half-hearted yeah. Izuku stared blankly at the eccentric teacher. The loudness of this man was baffling to the teen's sensitive ears. "We'll work on that." Izuku surveyed his homeroom teacher for the seeable future. He had long blonde hair that was gelled up, it looked like a banana. He wore speakers around his neck and a black pantsuit. Oh. He was present MIC, the voice hero. "Welcome to your first day of class, little listeners. Today is going to be the start of a fun-filled year. I think we should start with introductions. When I call you name, stand up and introduce yourself. Include your pronouns and an interesting fact about yourself." Okay. Izuku could do this. It was just talking to 19 other teenagers, no big deal. With that, the blonde teacher and pro-hero started calling off names. The first person to stand up was a tall teen with black hair. He introduced himself as Nekono-ki. His fun fact was that his quirk was the ability to summon a spotlight on any one person. The list of names continued, in which Izuku paid rapt attention, filing all the information away for later. He noticed that most kids included their quirk in their introduction. The next name called had the purple-haired kid in front of Izuku's desk standing up. He introduced himself as Shinsu Hitoshi, he a him, and then promptly sat down. Well, that was concise. After a few more names, Izuku was called. He stood up shakily, noticing the 20 pairs of eyes on him. "My name is Todoroki Izuku, he, him," and Izuku hesitated slightly. He hadn't really thought about what to say, so he blurted the first thing that came to mind, "I'm quirkless." Well, Izuku hadn't meant to tell everyone like that, but at least he was over with it now. Izuku sat down, slowly observing the different emotions on his classmates' faces. There was mostly disdain and pity, but he noted the 3 with indifferent looks and the 2 with openly hostile and disgusted ones. With a slight cough from present MIC, the introductions continued with the last couple of students. Izuku let out a sigh when the students' eyes moved on. By the time introductions were over, present MIC announced that it was time to go to the welcome ceremony. They were, frankly, quite boring. While Nezu talked about UA's curriculum and rules, Izuku was searching out a familiar head of red and white hair, which he noted was oddly absent. Izuku would have to ask 𝐲𝐸 about that later. When the ceremony finally ended a painful 3.5 hours later, it was finally lunchtime. Izuku walked to the cafeteria, eager to find his best friend. He found 𝐿𝐼 sitting at a table with another girl in silence. Izuku made his way over to them quickly, dodging around the multitude of bodies. He slid into the seat next to the jewel-haired boy easily, leaning against his left side. 𝐿𝐼 smiled down slightly at Izuku, making his heart flutter. "Hello," came a polite voice from across the two boys. Izuku looked up at the girl who had black hair that spiraled into a ponytail and a very pristine posture. Izuku's nerves came back in full force. Someone was addressing him. Hello. Izuku questioned softly. Yoirozu Momo. If I may inquire, how do you know Todoroki? Izuku opened his mouth to answer, but was cut off by his friend. He's my cousin who is currently living with me. Izuku nodded his head in agreement. I'm Todoroki Izuku, but just call me Izuku so it doesn't get confusing, Izuku introduced. Well, a pleasure to meet you then, Yorozu said, though I don't recall you ever mentioning a cousin Todoroki. Todoroki shrugged in response. Izuku ventured, how do you know Todoroki? His family and mine are close, so we see each other at gatherings and such. Izuku, Todoroki's monotone voice cut through their conversation, where is your lunch? Oh right, lunch. Izuku started, cutting a glance over to the black-haired teen. I forgot to pack a lunch. He wasn't allowed to pack a lunch. He hadn't even thought of it. Even if he had no idea where the kitchen was, and I don't have any money with me right now. Izuku didn't have any money period, but he wasn't about to say that. From the dark expression on 𝐿𝐼's, Izuku knew he had read between the lines. 𝐿𝐼 stood up and both Yorozu and Izuku watched as he went and purchased lunch from the cafeteria and brought it over to Izuku. Thank you, Izuku said, giving his friend a watery smile. The rest of the lunch period was spent in relative silence as Izuku ate some of the most delicious food he'd had in a long time. Shinsu Hitoshi wasn't going to be making friends in Class 1C. Hitoshi had been devastated when he hadn't made it into the hero course, but not surprised. He had resolved himself to work harder and try to get in through the sports festival, but that meant he couldn't have any attachments when he left the general education class. Hitoshi felt he had a pretty good chance of making it out with his quirk. The first day of general education had been enlightening. It had started off relatively normal, with everyone mingling and getting to know one another, but then Hitoshi had noticed the red-haired teen who he vaguely remembered from the entrance exams. The boy had seemed nervous then, but now he seemed even more on edge. Then came introductions. Everyone was talking about quirks, but Hitoshi was not going to do that. He didn't need a repeat of his previous school where everyone mocked him for having a villain's quirk. Hitoshi made his introduction short and down to the point, making sure everyone knew he didn't need friends. But then that boy came up again. His name was Todoroki, which was surprising in itself that he had the same last name as the #1 hero, but the thing that made everyone gasp was that the boy was quirkless. And all of a sudden Todoroki's nerves while in class made sense. Hitoshi had known a quirkless kid in elementary very briefly before they had transferred schools, and he knew that they had been even more targeted than Hideyoshi was. Hitoshi had considered breaking his rule for the teen without a quirk who looked just as lonely as Hitoshi felt, but by lunchtime the teen was leaning into a kid with red and white hair while smiling and Hitoshi let the idea lie. The boy clearly had friends. So yes, Hitoshi's day had been eventful. As he made his way out of the building, classes having been let out a while ago, Hitoshi noticed the Todoroki teen walk around the corner of the building. Hitoshi was about to ignore his curiosity and head home when he noticed another teen follow after. All of a sudden he had a very bad feeling. Hitoshi moved, following his gut. When he rounded the corner he watched as the taller teen groped Todoroki's wrist, stopping him in his tracks. I hear you're the quirkless runt. How'd a thing like you ever get into this school? The black-haired male jeered. Todoroki's face twisted into anger. So did Hitoshi's. Hitoshi had seen enough. He made his way over to the pair, about to step in, but then Todoroki was twisting and the bully was face first on the ground and Todoroki was standing over them. For a moment the teen stared down at the other, a foot holding them in place, then finally he let go. Walk away, before you get hurt, came the shorter teen's voice, his tone low and threatening. Hitoshi had no doubt that Todoroki couldn't uphold his word with the way he was standing in a defensive position. Hitoshi watched as the bully slowly got up, a furious expression on his face, and Hitoshi decided to step in before things could escalate, and before the bully got his butt handed to him. "Hey, JRK." The tall kid turned his head. What? The bully's body stiffened and his eyes turned glassy white. "Leave and don't come back," Hitoshi ordered, activating his quirk. When the brainwashed boy was out of sight, Hitoshi turned to see Todoroki's widened eyes. Hitoshi cringed internally. Well, there went all hopes of friendly interactions with the teen. Whoa, that was really cool. He just stepped in and then that dude was just walking away. Was that his quirk? It must be. Is it some sort of body manipulation? Suggestion-based? Mind control? Brainwashing? It'd definitely an amplif-what? Hitoshi asked meekly, interrupting the teen's quiet mumbling inquiries to himself. What the hell? Why was this person not afraid of his quirk? Todoroki flushed. "Oh, sorry. Thanks for that. I really didn't want to get into a fight. Was that your quirk?" "Yeah," Hitoshi said faintly, mind too busy whirling to really register the question. "You were right, it's brainwashing." "Cool," came the nonchalant reply. "Thanks again for your help, cool." The redhead thought Hitoshi's quirk was cool. "You're not nervous at all about my quirk?" "Not at all." Todoroki tilted his head. "Should I be?" Was Hitoshi's intelligent reply. Todoroki chuckled. "I'm Izuku," the teen said, smiling slightly while holding out his hand. Hitoshi really wasn't here to make friends, but... F it. "Shinsu," he said, gripping the hand tightly. Izuku and Shinsu became fast friends. Xiaoto met Shinsu the next day of classes. Izuku had invited the lanky teen over to eat lunch with the two of them. Shinsu had been quick to join the two boys. Yorozu had decided to eat with another girl in class with an earphone jack quirk, with Izuku asking questions and talking at high speeds, Xiaoto inputting the occasional comment or answer, and Shinsu being Izuku's newest target. It worked surprisingly well. Especially after Xiaoto had assured him that he preferred his first name. Although, the purple-haired teen seemed a little overwhelmed. Xiaoto found that much too funny. Lunch had ended with a short goodbye between them all and a promise to meet again next lunchtime. Xiaoto made his way back to the classroom quickly, watching the fellow 1A students file in after him. He had decided day one that all of his classmates were crazy. From the obnoxiously loud and over-enthusiastic ones to the dark bird-headed one who said the weirdest things to the explosive blonde boy who reminded Xiaoto too much of Endeavor. He had been so thankful when that student who could shoot projectiles out of his hands that Xiaoto didn't know the name of was expelled for doing just that without permission. After that, Xiaoto had decided to avoid them all except Yorozu, who was much too quiet to be anything. He was jolted out of his thoughts by the large bang of the classroom door being thrown open and a voice shouting, "I am here." Coming through the door like a normal person. Yes, that's right. All Might was a teacher here now. Great. Xiaoto had decided he wasn't partial to All Might after the whole incident with the slime villain. He was grateful for the help, sure, but also angered at his handling of the situation after the fact. So Xiaoto didn't exactly have confidence in the number 2 hero's teaching skills. Like at all. "Young heroes," the man said, pushing a button that opened a wall panel with numbered briefcases. "Grab the case that is assigned to you, get changed, and meet me in ground beta." The following heroics lesson was a mess. All Might decided to start off with a battle simulation instead of training. He relied on Yorozu for all the analyzing and teachable moments. He did not manage to stop Bakugo, the explosive blonde with an explosive quirk, from blowing up half a building and trying to blow up a girl with pink skin, who thankfully dodged. But maybe Xiaoto was just being petty and was purposely looking for faults in All Might. The rest of the day went by relatively peacefully. That is to say, no All Might and no one trying to talk to him. As Xiaoto was packing up, he noticed the tense murmur in the classroom. He looked around to notice many of the teens trying and failing to take sneaking glances at him. Xiaoto looked to Yorozu for a clue. She gestured for him to follow her out into the hall. He grabbed his bag and quickly trailed her. Yorozu whirled around on her heel the minute the classroom was out of hearing range. "You haven't heard?" she asked bluntly. He shook his head, dread slowly starting to pool in his stomach. "Here," she said, handing him her cell phone. On the screen was a large article, the title reading, Endeavor fails to capture deadly criminal who robbed 2 banks in 1 hour, his first failure in years. 𝐿𝐼𝐼's heart plummeted. This was bad. Really bad. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 remembered from a very long time ago how Endeavor increased training whenever he lost a fight. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 could only imagine what was about to happen now that he had failed for the first time in years. And the fact that it was on the news made it 10 times worse. His head was pounding, and he was sure his face was white. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 was pretty sure that Yorozu was saying something to him, but 𝐿𝐼𝐼 wasn't paying attention. I have to go, he breathed out, before he was stiffly walking toward where he knew Izuku would be waiting. Hitoshi was worried about his friends. Yes, friend, damn it. He'd stopped to wait for 𝐿𝐼𝐼 with Izuku to see if they couldn't walk home together. He never got the chance to ask because the minute the redhead read the notifications on his phone, his face drained of all color and he started hyperventilating. Hitoshi used his quirk on the boy to calm him down. The teen became even more worried when 𝐿𝐼𝐼 exited the building looking just as pale, and the first thing he did was wrap his cousin up in a hug. What was going on? Shishinsu, came Izuku's creaky voice. He could tell Izuku was having a hard time keeping it together. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 looked a bit better, but if the hand he had firmly placed in Izuku's hand was anything to go by, he was feeling similar. Could we please walk you home? Sure. But I don't want to inconvenience you. What way do you live? Near you, 𝐿𝐼𝐼's jerky reply. Hitoshi was pretty sure that neither of them knew where he lived, but he wasn't about to question the clearly distraught boys. Sure, okay, he supplied, as he started leading the way back to his house. Thanks, Shinsu. After a few minutes of tense, silent walking, Hitoshi's mind began to flare up. He really wanted to know what was going on with the 2 boys, but he also really didn't want to ask. But he also really wanted to know. What's going on? Hitoshi asked as delicately as he could. Both Todoroki looked away. Here, Izuku said, handing Hitoshi his phone. Hitoshi took a quick look at the article displayed on the small phone screen, which talked about Endeavor's first failed capture in over 7 years. Are you worried Endeavor is going to be upset? Hitoshi questioned cautiously. He did not fail to notice the flinch from both of them. A nod from the redhead. Are you going to be okay? Neither of them answered, but the gaze 𝐿𝐼𝐼 was giving them and the way his hand tightened over Izuku's was clear enough. Drop it. Shinsu knew when not to pry. Here, he said, handing the phone back to Izuku, but not before putting in his phone number. When Izuku gave him a questioning look, his only reply was, just in case. Call me or text me whenever you need. I don't sleep, so don't worry about it. You too, 𝐿𝐼𝐼. The grateful look he got from the dual-haired teen and the suspiciously wet hug he got from the shorter teen was thanks enough. When Izuku went to steal 𝐿𝐼𝐼's phone to input Hitoshi's number, he did a double take at the contact name. You put in Hitoshi? He questioned, looking up at said boy. Hitoshi shrugged, trying desperately not to let his face turn red and failing. It's my first name, you should both call me that. Okay, came the enthusiastic response. By the time the trio had finished with this all, they had reached Hitoshi's apartment complex. They all stopped outside the entrance. Would you want to come inside? 𝐿𝐼𝐼 checked the time on his phone while placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. We really have to go home now. Thanks for allowing us to accompany you, the boy replied. Bye Shin Hitoshi, came Izuku's forced enthusiastic reply. Hitoshi knew both Todoroki didn't walk to go home. With the previous conversation, he was starting to get an idea as to why, but he wasn't about to push them away. All right, be safe, he said as he opened the building's door and made his way to his apartment on the 4th floor. I'm home. Hitoshi shouted into the apartment. You're late. Who were you walking with? Came his dad's voice from the floor of the living room. Hitoshi looked down to see his dad, 𝐿𝐼𝐼 Aizawa, on the carpet in his yellow sleeping bag surrounded by their 3 cats. Hitoshi shrugged. It was just the Todoroki. Oh, I didn't know they lived around here. His dad sounded suspiciously curious. They don't, Hitoshi replied, effectively stopping the conversation when he shut the door to his room. Hitoshi moved to start his homework, but before he could, a chime went off on his phone. He looked down to see one new text message. Unknown, it's Izuku. Thanks again for today, Hitoshi's heart definitely didn't beat faster. Not at all. 𝐂𝐸 sees the Endeavor article to say that Endeavor was angry would be a drastic understatement. When the two boys got home, Endeavor was at the front door waiting. Nothing was said as Endeavor trapped both boys with a bruising grip around their necks and dragged them away from the freedom of outside. Izuku was chained to the wall of the training room again. This in itself was a normal occurrence, but what wasn't normal was Endeavor's current attitude. The flaming villain had been releasing his anger on Izuku for the better part of 2 hours, and Izuku could do nothing but curl into a ball and take it due to the restricting collar around his neck and the muzzle keeping his screams muffled. He was pretty sure that when the flaming man had first drawn BLD nearly an hour ago, he had liked it clean off his own fist to power up his already blistering hot flames. Izuku was sure to have many new burn scars and at least one broken rib. Izuku's only happy thought was that at least 𝐂𝐸 was here. Where Endeavor had dragged 𝐂𝐸 off to was anyone's guess. Izuku could only hope he was somewhere unharmed. He would gladly take Endeavor's anger for 𝐂𝐸 any day. Another burn to his arm and Izuku couldn't feel anything anymore. His vision was graying and his ears were rigging, and the man who Izuku hated most in the world continued his relentless onslaught. Fuyumi Todoroki knew what was going on. She wasn't a stupid woman. Of course she knew when her father had started hurting her youngest brother, she'd see the aftermath. And of course she noticed when someone else was brought in on that hurting. She knew it because the sound of two screams could be heard often in the lower levels of the Todoroki household, and Endeavor never screamed. She knew these things, just like she knew to come home late from work after reading an article on her phone that made her heart stop. Of course, coming home late only meant avoiding having to see the face of her brother before the screams. She couldn't bear with the already crushing guilt when she had to look in her brother's eyes and could do nothing but hold him tight to her chest and pray for a forgiving training session that day. And God, the guilt. The guilt that ate at her and lost her countless hours of sleep. Fuyumi couldn't bring herself to investigate that second voice because she feared the guilt would finally kill her. So Fuyumi tried her best to cook 𝐂𝐸 his favorite meals on the especially hard days, and tell him when it was safe to sneak away to the basement to visit the second voice. Natsuo was the lucky one. He had moved into a college dorm outside the city. He didn't know the half of what was going on inside his old house. Sure, he knew what was happening to 𝐂𝐸, but he knew nothing of the other boy. When Fuyumi did finally get back from work the day of the article, the first thing she noticed was the sound of screams. 3 of them. 2 distinctively younger and of fear and 1 of unfiltered rage. Endeavor never screamed, but he was screaming now. The second thing she noticed is 1 voice wasn't coming from where they normally did, and where the others were. 1 was coming from 𝐂𝐸's room behind the locked from the outside door. Fuyumi knew she wasn't a good sister when it came to the wrath of her father, but right now she could be a little brave if only for her brother's sake. She carefully made her way past the closed door of the first 2 screams, and quickly went to unlock 𝐂𝐸's door, closing it shut tightly behind her. She took in the form of her brother curled in a ball on his bed screaming into the covers while tears streamed down his face. It was the first time Fuyumi had ever seen her brother show more than a flicker of emotion on his face. She'd seen it in his eyes before, but never like this. 𝐂𝐸, she ventured softly. He's hurting him. He's never done it like this. He's never been this upset. And I'm not even there. Why is that bstrd leaving me out? It's all my fault. 𝐂𝐸 was in hysterics. Fuyumi could tell he wasn't really seeing her, too focused on the screams down the hall. Fuyumi was at a loss for words. Because just like the youngest Todoroki, she didn't know. Instead of an answer, Fuyumi pulled the child. 𝐂𝐸 was still a child, even if everyone seemed to forget that, into her arms and let him cry far into the night while Fuyumi whispered over and over, "It's not your fault." Her words were barely heard over the sounds of pain. Holding her brother was all she could ever seem to do right. 𝐂𝐸 went to school alone the next day. Izuku had been taken back to his cage and left to recover. 𝐂𝐸 hadn't gotten a chance to see him. Endeavor had announced, "The boy will be fine for tomorrow." He could only hope that was true. 𝐂𝐸 went through the day in a haze, too worried about his friend, although friend was starting to feel like too weak of a word to describe how 𝐂𝐸 felt to truly focus, and too racked with guilt to even try. At least no one seemed to notice his mood, and if 𝐿𝐼𝐺 winced in pain from the ring of bruises around his neck, he wasn't near anyone to see. Lunchtime came around. As did the only one who noticed anything off. 𝐿𝐼𝐺 had been staring at his food blankly, his mind focused on replaying last night's events and what he could have done differently, when the slam of an angry tray hitting the table jostled him from his self-depreciation. "Where is he?" Shinsu, no Hitoshi, asked in a tone of voice that sounded much too threatening. "Home," 𝐿𝐼𝐺 replied, like a liar. He loathed calling that place home, but sacrifices must be made. "Why?" Hitoshi asked in a venomous voice, eyes shadowed. It looked like the purple-haired teen had gotten less sleep than usual. 𝐿𝐼𝐺 hesitated. "He's sick." "Ah, yes. That was very believable. He's sick." Hitoshi repeated, deadpan. Yes, 𝐿𝐼𝐺 was nailing this. "I don't believe you." Hitoshi drawled lowly. "Darn. You'd be the first," 𝐿𝐼𝐺 replied evenly. And Hitoshi was the first to even consider an alternative. Nobody questioned endeavor. Except, apparently, this kid. And also Aizawa 𝐿𝐼𝐺, who at the moment was wondering how his student had gotten a ring of bruises around his neck suspiciously placed like the fingerprints of a large hand, and why he'd seemed so unresponsive during classes today. "So where is he?" Hitoshi repeated again, a little desperately. "Home," 𝐿𝐼𝐺 stated again. Hitoshi's eye twitched, before the teen let out a defeated sigh. "Will he be okay?" he asked. And as an afterthought, "Are you okay?" There was genuine concern laced in his voice. If 𝐿𝐼𝐺 ever doubted Hitoshi's friendship, this was proof that the teen cared. "I'm okay," 𝐿𝐼𝐺 supplied, "and Izuku has to be." The implications of that sentence were lost on the purple-haired teen, but the rest was not. Izuku ached everywhere. From the 3 partially healed cracked ribs to the new burn scars marring his upper arms to the newly opened wounds the collar and muzzle repeatedly gave him. All of which were covered up by clothing and makeup. Yesterday had been rough for Izuku. Endeavor had called him in sick, so he couldn't go to school. That meant he was stuck in that house while Dr. Mori treated Izuku's multitude of wounds, while also simultaneously experimenting with Izuku's BLD because, "You're here and I'm here, and your health is really overall not that bad." It wasn't until late that night that Izuku got to see 𝐿𝐼𝐺 again. 𝐿𝐼𝐺 had provided Izuku with as much ice to place against wounds and fire to relax his sore muscles as he needed. 𝐿𝐼𝐺 had stuck by Izuku's side that whole morning on the drive over to school, only letting go of the firm grip he'd kept on Izuku's hand as they exited the vehicle. The two boys were greeted by the sight of a massive group of people clustered around the UA gate entrance. With closer inspection, Izuku could see that all of them were reporters. At the sight of the, admittedly, very fancy and extremely expensive car, the reporters began to swarm. It wasn't long before 𝐿𝐼𝐺 and him were surrounded by cameras flashing and microphones being shoved in their faces, all of the reporters shouting questions about Endeavor and how it was being his son and who was this kid riding with him. And questions and flashes and people. And he was starting to hyperventilate. There were too many people too soon for Izuku, who was not yet used to others. 𝐿𝐼𝐺, noticing Izuku's incoming panic, gently nudged Izuku and nodded at a slight part in the crowd. Izuku, really needing to get away and have his own space, took the opening. He quickly worked his way through the reporters, who were much too focused on the son of the #1 hero to pay the random kid any mind. Izuku burst out of the crowd, walked a few paces away from the crazy, and sighed a huge breath of relief, only to turn around and realize he had just gone the wrong way. He was now standing on the sidewalk on the outside of UA, farther away from the gates than he'd started. He could see where 𝐿𝐼𝐺 was standing by the massive cluster in the dead center of the swarm. "DMN it." Izuku spoke to himself. "I know, right," came a scratchy voice from next to him, causing Izuku to jolt. Izuku turned to see a rough-looking young adult with a hoodie on, red eyes, and light blue hair. "Ah," was his questioning response. "RF," the stranger muttered under his breath, which Izuku probably wasn't supposed to hear. "Yeah, all those NPCs, reporters. All those reporters are blocking the entrance." "Oh, did you need to get inside UA?" Izuku asked, as he watched a few students attempt to make it to the UA gates. "No. I'm a reporter. Yeah. A junior reporter. And I want an interview for my work. The man said. Oh, cool. What's it like being a junior reporter? Izuku was stalling. He really didn't want to deal with the crowd again. Talking to a random stranger even if they were a little odd was much preferred, and good practice. For Izuku's terrible social skills, Izuku hadn't stuttered this whole conversation. It's fine. Very junior reportery. Izuku said. He wasn't really paying much attention, too busy watching 𝐻𝐿 enter the gates of UA and the other teens attempting to do the same. Well, I better go, he decided, but how do I get around the crowd? He quickly dissolved into finished a mutter, I guess I could go around, but then I'd still have to pass by some of them near the entrance. I could take my chances going through. No, that's a terrible idea. Could I ask them politely? No, some other kids already tried that. I could call Hitoshi to use his quirk. No, he wouldn't want to, and besides it wouldn't work with that reporter's nullification quirk anyway. Nullification quirk. The stranger's voice interrupted Izuku's stream of muttering. Oh, yeah, that reporter for HWI News has a nullification quirk. You can tell because when she questioned those last few kids, she placed a hand specifically on their shoulder, and that recipient stiffens up. That reaction is probably a result of a quirk factor shutting off. Also, that guy's water wings splashed to the ground as soon as her hand was on his shoulder. Izuku said offhandedly, mind still more focused on trying to get through the crowd than answering the junior reporter's inquiries. With Izuku distracted as he was, he failed to notice the excited gleam in the reporter's eye as he asked his next question. Do you know that one's quirk? He asked, gesturing to a random reporter. Deafen or quieting or something similar. Their cameraman isn't talking at all, even to get a better angle. And everyone around that reporter is shouting much louder than needed, even with the noise of the crowd. You're pretty smart for an NPC. What's your name? Izuku Todoroki. Izuku said, Oh, I got it. He announced in excitement as he finally figured out how to get through the swarm. Bye, Mr. Junior Reporter. Izuku called back as he ran up to a student who was just arriving. The kid was really short with purple ball on his head. You're a hero student, right? Izuku asked, intentionally raising his voice. He recognized the uniform of a hero student which varied slightly from the other courses. Yeah. The kid replied, also quite loudly, to be heard over the shouting, What's it to you? Perfect. Izuku cheered. The reporters, who as Izuku had anticipated, caught the conversation, swarmed the kid to ask about all might and heroics. Izuku slipped through the gaps of the people, but this time making sure he was headed in the direction of the school. With that, Izuku was inside the gates of UA, thoughts of a certain junior reporter much too forgotten to consider the suspicious way he had been acting. As Izuku walked down the nearby corridor towards his classroom, he started to feel the effects the crowd of people and all the talking had had on his injured body. His ribs ached with every inhale of breath, and his bruises pulsed with every step forward. The surge of adrenaline he had experienced at the sight of the press had faded. Quite suddenly, he was yanked into a hug. Izuku failed to conceal a cry of pain as the fierce hug squeezed painfully against his ribs. The action was quickly ended at his cry. You're here. Came the relieved voice of Hitoshi, you weren't answering any of my texts, and I didn't know what to think. I talked to 𝐻𝐿, but he didn't know either. And then he wouldn't answer my texts either and Hitoshi, Izuku interrupted, not unkindly, I'm here. I'm sorry I didn't answer your texts. My phone, Izuku hesitated on what to say, but eventually decided on, my phone got taken away. That was partially true. Izuku's phone wasn't really his. It was an old model of 𝐻𝐿's before he'd changed his number. Endeavor didn't know about it, and the boys planned to keep it that way. Izuku would give the phone back to 𝐻𝐿 at night so as not to have it discovered. Oh, Hitoshi quietly muttered. I'm glad you're okay. Izuku gave Hitoshi a watery smile. Let's just get to class, yeah. Hitoshi was filled with worry for his friend. Not only had he been absent the day prior, but today his friend was oddly quiet. Usually Izuku would mutter during class, which Hitoshi actually found quite soothing, and chatter to him during the break periods. But today, the Todoroki was stiff during the lessons and wouldn't talk without rasping during the break times. To say Hitoshi was suspicious would be an understatement, but he couldn't do much on speculation alone. It was lunch PRD for the first years. Izuku had dragged Hitoshi over to their normal table with 𝐿𝐿. All of them were pointedly ignoring the topic of Izuku's absence. It was Hitoshi who broke the silence first. "So how are classes in the hero course going?" 𝐿𝐿 shrugged. "Fine, we had regular lessons today. But we are going on a field trip tomorrow. I'm not sure where." "Oh, that's cool." Hitoshi was trying, he really was. But it's hard to talk about something that Hitoshi yearned for with all of his heart. He tried out for the hero course through the regular exam, even with his dads who were both pro heroes, training him, he still couldn't do much against 20-ton robots. Like, seriously. The test was so biased towards people with flashy offensive quirks. Hitoshi was still kinda obsessed about the whole thing, but he'd work hard to get into the hero course when the sports festival came around. Hitoshi was saved from the awkward conversation topic that was the hero course when a loud blaring alarm began to sound. All three boys were out of their seats in surprise. What's that?" Izuku rasped. It sounded like he was struggling to breathe properly. "That's the intruder alarm, it means someone broke into UA." An older student shouted to them as he ran by. Everyone was running, frantic to get out of the building. They were all pushing and shoving each other around. One kid got knocked back and crashed into Izuku. 𝐿𝐿 was on the floor in an instant to help his cousin up. Hitoshi wasn't far behind. As Izuku managed to stand on shaky legs, lungs gasping for air, Hitoshi saw a hint of bright red. "You're bleeding!" Hitoshi shouted at the redhead, trying to be heard over the noise. "Where?" 𝐿𝐿 asked in alarm, scanning the shortest boy with his eyes. "His neck, I think under his shirt collar." 𝐿𝐿's back went rigid as soon as the second word was out of Hitoshi's mouth. Izuku, in turn, stiffened. "I don't see anything," 𝐿𝐿 said sharply, even as his hands moved to cover Izuku's neck gently, effectively blocking the wound from sight. "Shouldn't we be exiting like the rest of the students?" And that was true, they really shouldn't just be standing there in the middle of the cafeteria. Hitoshi nodded, conceding the argument for the time being, but he would not forget. Hitoshi looked around, and that's when he realized that the cafeteria was silent, the alarms were no longer ringing, and no one else was anywhere to be seen. Where did they all go? Hitoshi wondered aloud. 𝐿𝐿 shrugged. Hitoshi sighed. "Alright, I'm gonna go take a look." "I don't think it's a good idea to move Izuku yet," he said with a worried glance at said teen who was sitting on a bench with his eyes closed. "I'll be right back." A nod from 𝐿𝐿, and Hitoshi was speed walking towards the hallway where everyone had run to. What he found was a crowd of kids all listening as Midnight, the art and wellness teacher, and Hitoshi's aunt directed them all back to their classrooms or the infirmary if they were hurt. Also, a tall, blue-haired teen was on top of an exit sign which was very high up, and Hitoshi really wanted to know the story behind that, but now wasn't the time. Shaking his head, Hitoshi headed back to his two friends to let them know the directions. Conversation echoed through the large empty space as he walked back towards the exit. The two boys had yet to spot him. "It's bleeding again," that was 𝐿𝐿. "I know, and the makeup are rubbed off," Izuku's voice rang out. "Are these from the dash yet?" "It's my fault." 𝐿𝐿's voice broke on the last word. Hitoshi knew he really shouldn't be eavesdropping, but he was worried about his friend, and they weren't telling him anything. At this point he was suspicious enough to risk it. "No," Izuku's voice said strongly, then softer. "It is never your fault, just like it is never my fault. It's that BSDRD's fault. Don't you forget that. Ever." Conversation grew quiet then, and Hitoshi rounded the corner to see the two drawn together in a hug. 𝐿𝐿's shoulders shook. He could just make out the barest hints of BLD around Izuku's neck in a suspiciously ring-shaped wound. As Hitoshi walked closer, the wound became more clear, and his face steadily became paler. Hitoshi cleared his throat. We have to get back to class." Hitoshi had seen the wound. One that reminded him so much of a collar. He'd also been able to make out the way the skin surrounding the wound looked charred and agitated, as if the collar had been heated up and had burned the skin. But that had to be wrong. It was probably just all Hitoshi's head. The wound was probably from a Quirk accident or a silly mistake, or something was really wrong, and Hitoshi couldn't bear it with himself if he didn't help these people who were his only friends. These people who didn't care about his quirk. These people who Hitoshi needed. He had to help them, even if they didn't ask for it. Because Hitoshi wanted to be a hero, and heroes help people even if they aren't wanted. Hitoshi had been 8 when his parents had passed away in a villain attack. Most of the neighbors had blamed Hitoshi and his quirk for their unfortunate luck. After that, he was taken to a foster home where he spent 4 years being mistreated for his villainous quirk. Eraserhead had found him one night crying in an alleyway after a particularly rough time with his foster father. Hitoshi had been sporting new bruises on his arms and ribs where a foot had his met skin, and a tight plastic muzzle plastic because his foster parents were cheapskates was firmly on his face, which muffled his crying. The underground hero had taken one look at the sobbing boy and had taken him home for the night. One thing led to another, and 3 months later, Hitoshi was officially the adopted son of pro heroes present MIC and Eraserhead, along with being a furless sibling of 2 very devious cats. Hitoshi had always dreamed of being a hero, but it had never been in the cards with a barely funded foster home and the segregation he felt with a quirk that would only be good for villainous activities. But all that changed when he was adopted. Now Hitoshi was going to UA with the goal to get into the hero course through the sports festival. His parents were training him. They believed in his dream and told him every day that he'd be a great hero. So that's what he'd resolved to be, a hero. When Hitoshi got home the night of the alarm incident at school, the thoughts of the day were keeping his mind occupied. Question after question continued to present itself and assumption after assumption was made. Hitoshi had been in an abusive household. He knew the signs that he himself had once shown. The Todoroki teens had shown all the signs, and many more, which suggested things Hitoshi really didn't want to think about. The first thing Hitoshi did the moment his school bag was set down was sit at the table with a pencil and paper in hand. He had at least an hour until his dads got back from their teacher meeting at UA. That gave him enough time to try and write down the best way to inform his dads about his suspicions and collect his thoughts. Now if only Hitoshi could think of what to write. When Shouter Aizawa got home, the tense atmosphere of the apartment instantly had him stiffening up. His husband, who was a step behind him, was also quick to notice. Shouter quickly surveyed the open space, his eyes coming to a stop at an uncharacteristically grim-looking Hitoshi. The next words out of his son's mouth had his stomach dropping in worry. "We need to talk. It's about the Todorokis." So, Shouter began after a 30-minute speech from Hitoshi in which there had been a breakdown and many tears. "What you're telling me is that you believe Endeavor, the #1 hero of Japan, is abusing Shouto and Izuku Todoroki." Hitoshi wilted slightly under Shouter's questioning gaze and stern tone, but kept his eyes locked on his father. "Yes," the teen's voice came out much sturdier than he looked, "I do." Hisashi, Shouter's husband and Hitoshi's other father, had been silent the entire time, his eyes wide in shock. "I agree with you," Shouter started. "Wait, what?" Hitoshi interrupted, but was quickly silenced by the sharp glare that was sent his way. "As I was saying, I agree with you that something is definitely not right with those 2 kids' home life. I myself have been debating that notion for a while now. But we can't do much of anything at the moment. Especially because there is no proof. But we have to do something." Hitoshi practically screamed, his voice caught between a yell and a sob. You didn't see how scared Izuku was to go home and how hard it was for Shouto to leave. "We can't just not do anything. We're supposed to be heroes." "No. You're not a hero," Shouto said sternly. Hitoshi looked up sharply, eyes flashing in hurt. Shouto regretted his phrasing instantly, but continued on in a gentler tone. "Not yet, at least. When you are, I have no doubt in my mind that you won't be an amazing one. But right now, you're still a kid. A kid, in a terribly delicate situation with no proof and no easy solution." Shouto looked his son directly in the eyes. "You've done everything right. You are bringing the issue to a trained hero, which is exactly what you're supposed to do. 𝐂𝐿 looked at his husband as he said his next words, and we're going to do everything we can to help those two boys. Just like you did everything you could to help them. But how? The purple-haired teen asked, his voice cracking. It seemed his anger had finally given way to desperation and grief. Hitoshi, Hisashi started while wrapping his son in a needed hug. The teen turned into his dad's shoulder and sobbed quietly, muttering a stream of thank yous. We're going to try our hardest to help the little listeners, but… Hisashi looked to him in worry. But, 𝐂𝐿 said, picking up where his husband trailed off, first I think we need to inform one other person about this if we want any chance of combating the number one hero. Hitoshi unburied his head from Hisashi's shoulder to look questioningly at his dad. Who? I see, thank you for bringing this to my attention, Aizawa, Nedzu said, his smile, which seemed to be a permanent fixture on his face, was noticeably more forced than normal. As I see it, the issue we face, and the one I'm sure prompted you to seek my help, is that there is nothing to be done without evidence. And even then, said evidence would have to be exorbitant in order to hold up in a trial against the number one hero. The mouse's tone remained cheerful, but 𝐂𝐿 could see the angry spark in the creature's eyes. But of course, I have been gathering evidence against that rancorous man for years now. Ever since he became number one. The evidence is centered more around his atrocious behavior as a hero, so we certainly cannot convict him of child abuse off that alone. The assistance we need must come directly from Izuku, and 𝐂𝐿 being comfortable enough to testify against Endeavor. 𝐂𝐿 nodded, he'd hoped Nedzu would be able to help with that particular problem. I'll leave that up to you, Aizawa. Or not. I'm sure with your son being their friend you can gain their trust soon enough. In the meantime, I think I'll make some calls to a few acquaintances of mine and do some more digging of my own. 𝐂𝐿 did not want to know what illegal activities that rat had planned. He decided now was the best time to make his escape. Thank you, sir, 𝐂𝐿 said with genuine gratitude. Oh, but of course. Villains should always get their just reward. With that, 𝐂𝐿 stood from his chair and made to leave the office. Oh, and Aizawa, 𝐂𝐿 paused and looked back at his boss. Remember, there is no justice in false accusations. 𝐂𝐿 then left the office, dark thoughts swirling in his mind as the door shut behind him, perfectly silent. Izuku was tired. But on the bright side, his wounds had mostly healed. Of course not the new ones he'd received last night during another tantrum of Endeavor's, but the cracked ribs were healed and the open wound from the collar was mostly healed. It didn't help that he still had to wear it every night, causing the wound to be continuously aggravated. It had been a week since the alarm fiasco, and Hitoshi had thankfully not questioned Izuku's momentary collapse. That was not to say that his purple-haired friend had dropped it completely. Izuku had noticed how Hitoshi seemed to watch him more often with a sharper eye and stick to his side as much as possible. Izuku knew that he should be trying his best to avoid Hitoshi and his silent scrutiny, or at least try to lead him off the trail, but part of him wanted the teen to figure it out. If only so there would be someone not mixed up with Endeavor who knew what was happening to 𝐂𝐿 and himself if anything really bad were to happen. Then, at least there would be one person who knew the truth. But the rest of Izuku could never bear to place that sort of burden on a friend. Especially because it would most likely put them in risk of Endeavor as well. Izuku was in the bathroom. He had 10 minutes till class started for the day, and he was determined to make it a good one. 𝐂𝐿 had some field trip that he would go on later in the afternoon, and Izuku could tell that the teen was excited. That made Izuku happy. 𝐂𝐿 was rarely excited for hero work because his SPM donor had ruined a lot of it for him, so for the dual-haired boy to feel any sort of commitment and excitement towards hero work was a miracle in its own right. Izuku looked at his reflection in the mirror, nodding to himself. He was in high spirits and was ready to begin another perfectly normal day. Of course, that's when a large swirling purple vortex of mist made itself known. Izuku stared in bafflement at the black hole. Was this someone's quirk? It probably was, but whose was it? A UA student most likely. Why was it in the bathroom? His questions were stopped by a hand coming out of the purple mist, followed by the rest of a body. Izuku quickly tensed up, worried he'd have to try to get through an awkward interaction with a UA student. But, when the entire person became visible to Izuku, he quickly recognized who had just entered the room. Mr. Junior Reporter. The man who was invading the bathroom looked up sharply. His face broke out into a malicious smile upon setting his gaze on Izuku. Perfect. I don't have to even look for you. I knew this side quest would be easy. Side quest. Izuku wondered what that meant. When the team continued to stare at the intruder questioningly, the blue-haired man grabbed Izuku by the wrist, and before he could react, shoved him inside the portal. Izuku landed on the floor harshly, the impact rattling his head, but was back on his feet in a moment. If the sessions with Endeavor had taught him one thing, it was to never let your guard down or get caught in a compromising position. Izuku quickly surveyed his surroundings. He was in some sort of warehouse. The space was large and empty of any furniture. The ceiling was very high up and the construction itself looked old and was crumbling away. The only exit Izuku could make out was on the far opposite end of the building. Much too far for Izuku to run with his still healing body without risk of being caught. Shigaraki. Izuku looked around sharply at the sound of a voice. I see you found the student. The owner of the voice was tall, but what really stood out was that they seemed to be made completely of purple mist, not unlike the vortex that appeared in the bathroom. He quickly concluded that they were a person, right? Quirk must be portals, and that is exactly how Izuku had ended up in the abandoned warehouse. This portal user would be a problem if Izuku wanted to try to get away. He had no idea how his quirk worked. Of course I did Kurogiri. Now we have the perfect resource so we can finally take down All Might once and for all. The man, who was decidedly not a junior reporter, said from behind Izuku. You want to take down All Might? The words escaped Izuku before he could even think about keeping silent or stuttering. The two men who had taken Izuku, had they kidnapped him? Was this a kidnapping? Turn to look at him. I knew you'd be interested. The not junior reporter claimed. Had the purple mist called him Shigaraki? Yes. How would the world feel if the symbol of peace were to fall? Izuku was confused. He had so many questions. But didn't he already fall to Endeavor? I mean, he's not number one anymore, so what good would taking him down now do? Also, even if you tried to kill him, I doubt you'd get very far. You do realize he's the number 2 hero for a reason, right? Shigaraki looked at Izuku, a gleam in his eyes. Didn't I tell you he'd be perfect? Look how fast he found the glitches. The blue-haired man exclaimed in joy, turning to Kurogiri, he's a perfect player too. What is happening? Izuku muttered to himself. This crazy person acted like a child who was playing a glorified video game. Izuku was dealing with an adult child, and by the exasperated look on the mist man's non-existent face, they felt the same. Shigaraki turned back around to face the teen. Since you want to help Dash, I never said Dash. I have a special weapon in my inventory to defeat All Might. I brought you here to help us get rid of some NPCs so my weapon can get the job done. I want you to tell me the best way to keep some brats out of my way so that I can have my victory, Shigaraki announced, placing a hand, one finger raised, on Izuku's shoulder. Was that quirk-based? Some kind of 5-finger contact? Yes, it is. Shigaraki said delightedly. Oh, Izuku must have said that out loud. Look. Look. The man continued, picking up a loose piece of concrete off the ground and holding it with all 5 fingers. Can you tell what it is? Izuku watched as the rock slowly started to turn a brownish gray and crumble under the man's grip. It looked like the rock was disintegrating. Yes. Exactly. My quirk is disintegration. Ah, Izuku had been muttering again. But what an interesting quirk. So if it's 5-finger touch activation, why doesn't he wear gloves? Does it work on organic material as well, or non-organic? Can you control the speed at which something deteriorates? Or does the speed vary based off of the objects you are using it on or the size of the object? There are so many possibilities. Mr. Shigaraki, the purple mist man, interrupted Izuku's analysis. Shigaraki, who had been listening to Izuku with stars in his eyes, turned an annoyed face towards his accomplice. Perhaps we should start on the plan so we are not late to the attack. Shigaraki sighed. Fine. Player 2. I want you to tell me everything you can about these students. Shigaraki held a sheet of paper with a roster of names written on it. Izuku knew he should be more scared in this situation. This was apparently a kidnapping. One in which these villains were trying to use Izuku, just like another flaming villain tried to do. But the teen found himself not very intimidated by this man-child. After all, he faced Endeavor nearly every day. So when this villain asked Izuku to assist him in villainous activities, the only answer that came to mind was, no. It came out flat and a little incredulous. No. Shigaraki growled, no, no. You said you'd help us. No, I didn't. This side quest is broken. Player 2 was supposed to be an easy addition. Kurogiri. Shigaraki yelled, make player 2 help us. The purple misted man, Kurogiri, sighed a long and suffering sigh. Perhaps intimidation is what would work best, Mstr. Sensei has taught you that tactic, I am sure. Izuku wasn't sure who Sensei was, and he wasn't sure he wanted to find out. Yes. Thank you, Kurogiri. Shigaraki exclaimed, taking a deep inhale of breath. Suddenly the blue-haired man's body language completely changed. His shoulders went straighter, his eyes got harder, and an aura of authority surrounded him. How had this man-child just done a complete 180 into the demeanor of an extremely threatening and unhinged villain? A small chill went down Izuku's spine. Shigaraki made his way over to where Izuku still stood. Izuku decided now was the best chance he was going to get to make a run for it, desperate to get away from the man who had changed himself so quickly and effortlessly. Rushing away from the villains, Izuku sprinted as fast as he could towards the doorway. Halfway to the exit, a portal opened in front of Izuku's path, and before he could skid around it, the dark hole was swallowing him up. Izuku was whisked back to where the two men stood, and was pushed harshly to the floor. It would be advisable to not try that again. My portals are faster than you can run, Kurogiri said in a monotone voice. What a handful you are, player 2. No matter. Shigaraki kneeled down to where Izuku was still on the ground and placed a hand on the back of Izuku's neck. It could almost be seen as an affectionate gesture if not for the words the villain spoke next. Now, tell me everything you know about the unforeseen simulation joint and the students of Class 1A, and if I don't, Izuku asked defiantly, then you'll get a nice pretty scar around your neck. I already have scars, what's one more? That was a dumb thing to say. Izuku really didn't want to get into a conversation about his scars. Luckily, it seemed Shigaraki did not understand what the teen had been implying and simply continued on. Fine then. Kurogiri. Get me another UA student. Clearly my player needs more convincing. Izuku's face drained of color. No. He couldn't let another person get hurt because of him. He was fine getting hurt, but he couldn't watch another innocent student suffer. No. Wait. What's this? Is my little player finally ready to help? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 help. Please don't take anyone else. Perfect. Shigaraki clapped his hands together before sliding the piece of paper with the list of student names over to him. The teen skimmed over it. He inhaled sharply when he noticed the name Shouto Todoroki near the bottom and the one directly above it, Katsuki Bakugu. Izuku, of course, had known that Kacchin was in the hero course. Shouto had told him, but to actually see the proof filled Izuku with all kinds of conflicted emotions. Thankfully, neither villain seemed to notice his slight pause. I don't really know much about any of these students. I've never met any of them, and I can't tell you much off of a name, Izuku bluffed. He knew at least 3 students on the list. Shigaraki leaned forward. Surely you know something. I could always get someone else who knows their quirks, maybe that would help. No. Wait, here. Yeah, this name, Tensai Ida. Ida is the last name of the Ingenium family. So he probably has some sort of speed quirk. If Izuku had to guess, he'd say it was engines of some kind, similar to his older brother. And Momo Yarozu. The Yarozu family has a huge company that works on support items for heroes, so she's probably really well trained. Izuku knew Yarozu's quirk, creation, from when she'd sat at the lunch table with him and Shouto on the first day. There, see, that wasn't so hard, Izuku. The boy's eyes widened at the use of his first name. He hadn't remembered giving the man his name. But it's not enough. I think you should come along with us. There will be much more opportunity there for you to learn about the quirks. Shigaraki hauled Izuku up off the floor and wrapped his hand around Izuku's wrist. "Come along now, we have to meet the rest of our party members before we can begin the raid." The man's hand tightened around Izuku, causing a surprised hiss of pain from the teen. "And don't even think about trying anything. Next time, you lose your ability to run." Izuku nodded his head thickly, the reality of the situation finally crashing down on him, as Izuku finally connected the dots of what Shigaraki's plan was. The last thing he saw before being shoved through a portal yet again was the empty warehouse. 𝐬𝐽 had been excited to go on the field trip that afternoon. They were going to the USJ, Unforeseen Simulation Join. When they arrived there, the first thing 𝐬𝐽 noticed was all the varieties of different landscapes that simulated disasters. There was the earthquake zone, the rainforest zone, the flood zone, and many more. Rescue work was one of the few reasons 𝐬𝐽 genuinely wanted to be a hero. He'd always wanted to save lives and inspire others. But he wanted to do it in a very different way than Endeavor. When 13, a fairly popular rescue hero, began to discuss the dangers of quirks, 𝐬𝐽 tuned out. He knew firsthand how dangerous quirks could be, and he'd really rather not think about the memories associated with that knowledge. Because he was not paying attention, 𝐬𝐽 was the first to notice the growing purple swirling vortex taking shape in the center of the USJ. He was not, however, the first to voice his observation. "Mr. Aizawa, what's that?" the girl with a gravity quirk asked. He was pretty sure her name was Uraraka. "Whoa! Has the training started already?" another kid asked as the first person appeared out of the portal. "Stay back!" Aizawa yelled. He never yelled. "Those are real villains." The class began to shift nervously before Aizawa started calling instructions out towards the class to try and contact the school. He was pretty sure one of the students yelled back something about the connection being down. More panic ensued. 𝐬𝐽 was much too preoccupied with observing who was coming out of the warp gate to feel panicked. That was, until he saw the last person to come through the portal, being dragged by another. 𝐬𝐽's heart stopped when he recognized the reddish-green of Izuku's hair. Izuku was thrashing around, and was putting up a large fight against the villain who had their hands secured tightly around his wrist. The two were playing a sort of tug-of-war with Izuku's arm and seemed to be growling words back and forth at each other. The villain had blue hair, and hands all over his body. Were those real? It didn't matter. 𝐬𝐽 didn't have time to process what he was doing before he was running to stand next to Mr. Aizawa and shouting, "Izuku!" Said teen's head whipped up towards where the class of 1A stood, his stalling. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, his face and arm going slack, as he took in the large building he was in before his eyes settled on 𝐬𝐽. "𝐬𝐽!" Izuku screamed in a half-question, half-panicked way. 𝐬𝐽 was about to sprint over to Izuku and attack the villain with a fistful of fire when Mr. Aizawa's hand blocked his path. A meaningful look from his teacher was all it took for him to understand. He was not to move without proper cause. That did not make 𝐬𝐽 any less frightened or angry at the situation. The villain, using Izuku's momentary lapse of concentration, was able to yank the teen into a standing position in front of them and place their hand around Izuku's neck. His body locked up as soon as the four fingers, one was still in the air, were placed on the fragile skin. The villain whispered something in Izuku's ear, and 𝐬𝐽 noticed his friend's eyes flash in defiance before spitting something at the villain. The villain sighed and turned their attention onto the unmoving teachers and still panicking students. All of this had happened in mere seconds, but it felt like hours to 𝐬𝐽. "Greetings, heralings!" the villain holding Izuku shouted. The noise of the room died instantly and all that could be heard was the whirring of the air vents. "We have come to kill All Might." A small scoff from Izuku broke the silence, echoing across the room. Aizawa tensed up at the same time as 𝐬𝐽 did at the defiant noise from his friend's mouth before the teacher leapt into action. Mr. Aizawa quickly rushed down the steps dividing the heroes from the villains and began to fight his way through that massive horde of evil grunts. No matter how fast his teacher was, and how many people he took down, there seemed to always be more to replace the fallen. 𝐬𝐽 was much too preoccupied with Izuku's situation to spare much worry for his skilled pro-hero teacher. He was watching for how the villain would react to Izuku's blatant disregard for their plan, but the man had simply let out an angry huff of breath while shaking Izuku back and forth surprisingly lightly before turning their attention to Aizawa's fight. "We apologize for the intrusion, not that it matters. You will all be divided and killed momentarily anyways." The voice did not come from the villain everyone had their attention on, but from behind the group of students. 𝐿𝐼 whipped around to see a purple man made of mist. Before he knew what was happening, black voids was swallowing up his classmates. Then a black void was swallowing up 𝐿𝐼. Izuku was freaking out. 𝐿𝐼 and a bunch of other teens had just been portaled away to God's knows where. 13, the rescue hero, had just been injured by Kurogiri, who had used his portals to reflect 13's quirk back at them, and was possibly dead. Eraserhead was in the midst of fighting an endless sea of villains. All the while Shigaraki kept a firm grip around his neck and ranted about how All Might wasn't present and how could Shigaraki kill the man if he wasn't here to be killed by his ultimate weapon. So, yes, Izuku was rightfully freaking out. The weapon Shigaraki had been talking about wasn't a real weapon at all, but a giant hulking beast of a thing. The creature was huge and its muscles seemed unnatural and like they were about to bulge right out of its skin. It was a deep purple and 3 times the height of Izuku with a beak and soulless black eyes. But, the most disturbing part of its appearance was the exposed brain in its head. "Do you see it, player 2? Shigaraki asked gleefully. "CW what?" Izuku managed to choke out over his panic. He had to calm down. 𝐿𝐼 would be fine. Endeavor was probably 10 times worse than any number of these villains. And Izuku was not in any immediate danger, except for the hand around his throat, but he was pretty sure that was just to keep him from fighting back or running away. "Look," the blue-haired man replied, gesturing to the fight still going on between Eraserhead and half of Shigaraki's party members. "His quirk is slowing down." And now that Shigaraki had mentioned it and Izuku's attention wasn't focused on 𝐿𝐼, he noticed Eraserhead's quirk was slowing down. It's probably a side effect from trying to keep his eyes open for too long. Generally, people can only keep their eyes open for about 15 seconds max, and that's if they are actively trying. It's really quite impressive that he's able to keep from blinking for so long. I wonder why he doesn't tie his hair back. It's a dead giveaway to his quirk dash. A chuckle stopped Izuku's mumbling "dang it." He'd said that all aloud again. "You're quite right, player 2, although it could have been said in less words." Izuku bit back a retort. "The hero is slowing down, which means 𝐼. The villain yelled. Izuku stiffened. The man had given the beast orders only twice before dragging Izuku to the USJ, but both times the creature had followed them to a T while looking completely mindless. The teen hated to think what this weapon was capable of doing while under the sadistic mind of the man-child. Izuku couldn't let anything happen to Eraserhead. He was one of the few good heroes out there, him being an underground hero and all. Underground heroes usually patrolled at night and avoided any media spotlight. They worked as heroes to save, not to garner attention or be the best. Izuku couldn't do anything to stop the boss, but maybe he could stop the player controlling it. DMN Shigaraki's game terminology for getting to him. And Izuku was in the perfect position to do just that. Before Izuku could really think to consider his recklessness, he slammed his heel down hard against Shigaraki's knee. The villain let out a howl of pain, his hand flying to his knee, releasing Izuku from its deadly grip. He'd have to remember to thank 𝐿𝐼 later for that lesson on how to get out of deadly holds. With the villain distracted, Izuku went to give a kick at the man's head to hopefully knock him unconscious, but before he could, a portal was opening up and swallowing him whole. Izuku cursed in his head. He'd completely lost track of the portal villain. 2 seconds later had the teen falling face first on the concrete at the feet of Kurogiri, who was but a few paces away from Shigaraki. Said man was slowly regaining his composure. "Oh, player 2, that was very naughty of you." Shigaraki began to walk forward towards Izuku. That presence was back, the man having yet again, "I think it's time to really put those skills of yours to use." Izuku quickly got into a fighting stance. He would not help these villains hurt anyone. 𝐼. Grab Eraserhead. Izuku was helpless to stop the 𝐼 as it moved too fast for the eyes to see. In a blink, the beast had Eraserhead's arm in a death grip, the hero barely fighting to free himself as he was already half unconscious from fighting the now beat-up horde that were Shigaraki's lackeys. The time the man could keep his eyes open and quirk activated truly had been slowly lessening. By the time the 𝐼𝐸 got to him, he could barely keep his eyes open for more than a few seconds at a time. Now Izuku. Since you seem to care ever so much for this hero, tell me the best way to get All Might over here right now or Eraserhead will get very hurt. Let's start, say, with a crushed arm. Now Izuku. Since you seem to care ever so much for this hero, tell me the best way to get All Might over here right now or Eraserhead will get very hurt. Let's start, say, with a crushed arm. Izuku's throat constricted painfully. Shigaraki was threatening Sh―to's teachers and one of the best heroes out there. And all just to have him figure out how to get All Might to the USJ. Izuku was at a loss for words and his panic doubled. His eyes jumped from Shigaraki's sneer to Eraserhead's pained expression. For a moment all was silent as Izuku desperately tried to grasp some sense of a plan to free himself. He could run. Ha! And even if he could, what about Eraserhead who was currently immobilized? Izuku could never abandon the teacher. So then he had to come up with a plan to somehow magically teleport All Might to the USJ. But that was nearly impossible. Wait, teleport. How does the Mist Man's quirk work? Izuku turned to face Shigaraki, making sure to keep the 𝐼𝐸 creature and its captive in his peripheral vision. What? Kurogiri. He teleports things. I don't know, the man said, Izuku's question clearly throwing him off guard and causing him to revert back to his normal childlike demeanor. You shouldn't be the one asking me about quirks, player 2. You're supposed to already know that. I just need to know if it's coordinate-based or Izuku's desperate explanation was interrupted by the very subject of their conversation. Emister, one of the children has escaped, Kurogiri said in a neutral tone. Shigaraki turned to the Mist Man in anger. Dang it. It can't be game over yet. I haven't even gotten to face the final boss. Emister, perhaps it is not quite game over. You still have the children and their teacher. You're right, Kurogiri. Before we leave we could at least kill a few kids. Before Izuku knew what was happening, Shigaraki was leaping towards the edge of Center Plaza where the teen was just now noticing two other kids his age hiding behind fake bushes. The villain was placing a deadly hand on a frog girl while Izuku could only watch. But the suffering and the screaming never came. All was quiet. That's when Izuku noticed the glowing red eyes of Eraserhead. They lasted but a few seconds, and then the teacher was out cold, his injuries he'd sustained while fighting to serve to remain conscious. But it was just enough to rescue the student and bring Shigaraki's attention away from them. I am here. The words echoed across the room, pausing everyone, including Shigaraki, in their tracks. All Might. Shigaraki cried, what perfect timing. 𝐼𝐸. Kill All Might. The villain wasted no time. In ordering the creature, Izuku looked between the hero, who was uncharacteristically not smiling, and the creature who moved lightning fast to aim a punch at the hero's head. The team could not decide who would win this battle. He knew what this abomination called 𝐼𝐸's quirks were thanks to Shigaraki's bragging. Yes, quirks. All Might delivered a mighty blow to the creature, blowing its arm clean off. Hero. You'll find it's not that easy to injure my MSTR weapon. All watched as the 𝐼𝐸 healed its arm until it looked perfectly new. What? All Might exclaimed, his arms locked in a stalemate with the creature's. I thought you said it had super strength. Had the villain said that at some point and Izuku had missed it. But this. It seems like regeneration, All Might. I never said super strength was its only power. The blue-haired man said theatrically, 𝐼𝐸, finish him. And the stalemate was ended by an ear-bleeding screech from the 𝐼𝐸 as it shoved the number 2 hero to the ground. And then through the ground as one of Kurogiri's portals opened up beneath him. The two strength-enhanced beings continued to grapple. Suddenly, as blast of freezing ice chilled the air as a stream of the frozen water found its way to the 𝐼𝐸, covering its feet. 𝐕. 𝐕. Izuku cheered, taking a step towards his friend, but stopping when he noticed a screaming blur come flying towards him and the two villains behind him. Die! Shouted a very familiar voice, as Bakugo came out of nowhere and tackled Kurogiri to the ground. Izuku, realizing that the warp villain could no longer stop his escape, quickly made a plan. Shigaraki was near Izuku, not close enough for him to pull off the exact same maneuver he had used earlier, but still. Without any more hesitation needed, Izuku leapt towards the disintegration man, whose back was turned to focus on his pinned companion. The teen delivered a swift blow to the back of the man's knees, effectively knocking him down. Then another blow to the man's head to disorientate. Then Izuku was sprinting towards 𝐿, who had been focusing on aiding All Might. As soon as the dual-haired boy noticed Izuku's dash, he quickly created a path of ice in which Izuku could slide on faster. Izuku landed in the awaiting arms of 𝐿 and was pulled into a desperate hug. For a brief moment Izuku soaked in the grounding presence of his friend, but quickly tore himself away when All Might coughed loudly as a punch from the 𝐿 landed on the hero's stomach. Izuku scared in a breath when he realized the 𝐿 had somehow escaped 𝐿's ice and had gone back to fighting. The two were, yet again, locked in an even fight. As All Might barely managed to knock the 𝐿 back, he shouted, "Thank you for your help, students, but I'll take it from here. The creature may have shock absorption, but that means there's a limit to how much it can take. If it can withstand me at 100%, then I'll have to go 1000%. Izuku heard the hero's words, but the man couldn't truly do that. That was not how math or real life worked. As the hero began to repeatedly hit the creature harder and faster, Izuku could make out a small stream of blood running from the hero's mouth. That was like a nail in the coffin. Izuku was moving before he could think. His feet carried him towards the number 2 hero, a panicked shout of Izuku lost in the wind as he ran. Now for all that Izuku may be dumb, he wasn't stupid. So instead of clinging onto All Might's leg or just standing near him, Izuku dove into the bush nearest All Might and drew all the power of his quirk to his chest and then pushed. The green light that was Izuku's power rushed out of the bush and encircled All Might, making the man glow a slight green. The hero's punches became invisible to the eye, and each one cracked the ground beneath the 𝐿. Plus ultra! All Might shouted, as he delivered a final blow, launching the creature through the roof and into the sky. Soon the beast was nothing more than a black speck, and then disappearing from sight. No! Shigaraki screamed from the other end of the plaza. The villain began to talk, but Izuku couldn't quite make out the words as he tried to stand. A wave of dizziness hit him, but before he could topple over, a cold arm caught him. Izuku looked up to see a bleary outline of 𝐿's face. A gunshot rang through the building, followed by a scream of pain, but Izuku's world was quickly fading, and he couldn't pinpoint where it came from. Izuku! 𝐿 looked worried. What did you just do? All he could manage in response was, "OSE," before everything went black. Fan art from the lovely VDJ. Check last chapter's notes to send your own. Izuku woke up all at once, sitting up suddenly with a gasp. The teen looked around sluggishly. He was still in the USJ. 𝐿 was staring down at him worriedly. Izuku quickly concluded that he had only passed out for a few seconds. "Are you alright? Can you stand?" 𝐿 asked from above. "Yeah, I'm fine," the teen replied. Because it was true. While Izuku may have exhausted himself with his quirk, the boy was used to brushing it off and continuing on. Izuku would never be grateful for Endeavor's training, but just this once he was thankful that his body was able to reboot so fast. Izuku got fully to his feet and 𝐿 wrapped a comforting arm around him to help steady his feet. Izuku shot a grateful look towards his friend. Now that the teen was upright, he could see all the activity around him. Teachers, who were all in hero mode, and police officers alike were swarming left and right, helping students, taking the lesser villains into custody, and blocking off areas. There was also a thick veil of smoke in the center of the building, but Izuku didn't have time to linger on it as 𝐿 began dragging him towards the telltale noise of sirens outside. Outside was a mess. After both teens had been briefly checked over for injuries, in which both had very few, they were told to wait near a tree that multiple other teens were sitting near. Izuku assumed, based on the police running around, that they were all waiting to be interviewed or for a parent to pick them up. The teens were in groups talking in hushed and tense voices to each other. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 noticed one boy with blonde hair that looked like it had exploded on his head staring at him with confusion and a little bit of something else in his eyes. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 couldn't place it, but for some reason the boy looked dreadfully familiar. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 shook his head to rid it of those thoughts. He was too tired for them. The two approached the cluster of people cautiously, and made their way towards the edge of the group where a small circle of 3 were sitting. �プ𝐿 set 𝐒𝐭𝐴 down on the curb gently, then sat down himself. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 leaned into 𝐿𝐿, resting his head on the dual-haired boy's shoulder. Before either of them could settle very far into the comfort of the other, a soft voice rang out. Excuse me. A brown-haired girl with pink cheeks was looking at them from where she sat in the group of 3 the 2 boys had passed moments ago. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 lifted his head and tilted it in question, 𝐿𝐿 shooting an icy glare towards her. The girl shrank in on herself when she noticed the glare, but 𝐒𝐭𝐴 watched her steel her nerves before asking, "You were the boy with the villains, are you all right?" 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was confused. Why did this girl care? What did she have to gain from the knowledge of his answer? A heavy silence filled the space when 𝐒𝐭𝐴 said nothing. "I'm sorry. Oh gosh, you probably don't want to talk about it, and you barely even know me, and I'm so sorry, I just wanted to help," and now the girl was cut off when 𝐒𝐭𝐴 let out a surprisingly strong laugh. How could he not? The girl reminded 𝐒𝐭𝐴 so much of himself when he was nervous. She clearly meant no harm and had only been asking out of kindness, which was very new to the boy. 𝐿𝐿, who had not let up his glare, turned towards 𝐒𝐭𝐴 in surprise. The ice and fire user's eyes melted at the sight of his friend laughing. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh," 𝐒𝐭𝐴 said quietly. "Yeah, I was, with the villains, but I'm fine. I managed to get away in the end," he finished with a watery smile. "Oh," the girl gasped, sending him a small smile in return. "Well, I'm glad." She then brightened up, and bounced over to 𝐒𝐭𝐴, and held out her hand. "I'm 𝐒𝐿𝐴 Uraraka. I should probably have introduced myself right at the start instead of asking you that invasive question. I'm so sorry." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 smiled, a genuine smile, as he felt warmth bloom in his chest. "It's okay. I'm 𝐒𝐿𝐴 Todoroki," he replied, taking her hand and shaking it lightly. The two were distracted from their introduction by a police officer tapping 𝐿𝐿 on the shoulder. "Excuse me, are you 𝐿𝐿 Todoroki?" the officer questioned. His friend nodded. "Please come this way for questioning." 𝐿𝐿 nodded again and stood up to follow the man, but not before squeezing 𝐒𝐭𝐴's hand tightly and placing a gentle kiss on the boy's forehead. 𝐿𝐿 walked out of sight and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 froze. What had just happened? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 wasn't entirely sure, but he liked it. A burning hot feeling was growing in his chest and cheeks, and he was pretty sure his mouth was hanging open. "I've never seen Todoroki so calm, Kero. You must be very important to him," a new voice said. It was a girl who was standing next to Uraraka, whose eyes were blown wide, similar to his own. She seemed to have a frog mutation quirk. Her hair was green, her tongue stuck out, and her eyes were large. Her voice was steady, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 could tell that she was a very grounded person. "Yes. It is quite nice to know that Todoroki has someone he is comfortable with. I was worried when he never talked to anyone in class except out of necessity," a third voice stated. It was a boy with blue hair and glasses who stood stiffly like a robot. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 could see the engines coming from his legs, and deduced that he must have been an Ida from the line of Ingenium heroes. Yeah, we're sea cousins," 𝐒𝐿𝐴 managed to stutter out, still stunned by 𝐿𝐿's display. "Ah, that makes sense," the green-haired girl nodded. "I'm Tsuyu. I'm glad you're all right, Todoroki." "Thanks, Asui, but please call me 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Only if you call me Zu. I'm Tenya Ida. It is a pleasure to meet you, 𝐒𝐿𝐴. I too am grateful that you were not hurt today." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 nodded and smiled up at the 3 teens, and gestured for them to sit down. The next hour was spent with the group chatting and trying to get their minds off the attack. They talked about their classes and teachers, why the 3 in the hero course wanted to be heroes, and any and everything in between. When the topic of quirks came up, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 guessed correctly all 3 of their quirks using his analysis. When their surprise turned to curiosity and praise instead of disgust and fear, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 decided he liked all 3 of them. When they asked him his quirk, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 declared rather fiercely that he was quirkless, and the 3 others blinked and moved on. Izuku could have cried right there for the acceptance. It was safe to say Izuku had just made 3 new friends. Izuku shyly invited them to sit at lunch with him next time. They all agreed enthusiastically. At some point 𝐿𝐴𝐷 came back from the interview and integrated into the conversation quite well, if not with a little hesitation. But soon all 5 of them were chatting, and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 had even laughed once or twice at a few of the others' antics. One by one their 3 new friends were taken for interviews. When Izuku's turn finally came he was hesitant to leave, but he followed willingly enough. The interview went by in a blur. At first Izuku had worried that someone had seen him use his quirk despite there being no one around, and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 assuring him of that fact. He was quickly calmed when the detective launched right into a speech about how everyone was a victim and Izuku had stopped paying attention. Izuku told the detective, whose name he learned was Namasa Tsukochi and had a really cool lie-detecting quirk Izuku wanted to know all about his experience leading up to and during his kidnapping, leaving nothing out. Except of course his use of his quirk. That part he glossed over. Before long he was back outside and talking tiredly with his new friends. Eventually, each of their guardians came to pick them up until only 𝐿𝐴𝐷, Izuku, and Uraraka remained. Uraraka mentioned that she would have to wait a while because her parents lived so far away. Just as Izuku was starting to question whether their driver would show up at all, the air turned hot and Izuku's stomach dropped. He hadn't thought that man would show up in person. Izuku paused mid-sentence, and wiped his face of any emotion, and stared intensely at his feet. The teen knew that to his right, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 was doing the exact same. The next words that were spoken had Izuku's hands shaking and his heart trying to beat out of his chest. "Boys," Endeavor growled out dangerously low, "it's time to go home." The teens both nodded stiffly and followed the number 1 hero to the car. Izuku could feel the stares as they walked through the remaining few teens and emergency responders. As soon as they got in the car, Endeavor turned to face them. "I have been told what happened, but I want to know the exact details from you. If you leave anything out, you will not like what happens next." Izuku doubted he would like what was to happen either way. Nezu had been observing Izuku Todoroki very closely. Now that wasn't to say he was stalking the boy because that would be unheroic. Of course, that's what he'd tell anyone who asked. To be quite honest, Nezu was enjoying the thrill of a challenge that had yet to be solved, and if that included observing the boy using the cameras hidden throughout the halls of UA, then all the more fun. It had been a long while since he had had to take more than a week to gather all the facts needed to take down any criminal. Naturally, Nezu already had a solid understanding of the situation. The issue was convincing all the others to solve the puzzle as well. It was quite obvious that both Izuku and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 Todoroki were being abused. It was also a well-known fact that the number 1 hero Endeavor was short-tempered, had the largest casualty rate, was prone to fits of bloodshed and unnecessary use of force, and had recently experienced an upgrade to his quirk. But that hero was also the most rich and second most loved in all of Japan. The man could hire a team of professional lawyers to help his case. He could also afford the best forger money could buy. But of course Nezu's services weren't for sale. It had barely been a challenge to find the documents Endeavor had tried to erase on a one Izuku Midoriya. And what a fascinating boy indeed. With the ability to increase the power level of another exponentially, anyone cruel enough would want that boy's quirk for their own gain. And Endeavor certainly had a cruel streak. Of course there were the questions of how Endeavor could have a boosted quirk without the boy around, but it wasn't unlikely for young children's power to grow as they too become older. It wasn't a terribly hard step to believe that Izuku's quirk had long-lasting effects or worked over a large range of distance. Something about that explanation didn't sit right in the principal's gut, but there were very few other, and less likely, options to consider. Now, Nezu wasn't one to waste time on emotions, but when his brain connected the pieces, he found himself for the very first time, dreading what was happening to the 2 teens locked in a sinister plot. He would need to inform Aizawa of the creature's suspicions, and he had been intending to do that as soon as school had let out for the day. But the universe does not pause for revelations, because at that precise moment Nedu watched as the security camera footage displayed young Izuku being kidnapped via portal right out from Yue's own bathroom. What a fascinating development. Shinsu sat beside his adoptive father's hospital bed, his stomach in a tight knot. How had things gone so wrong? The morning had started out badly and had only gotten worse. The teen had arrived, as he always did, very early because both of his parents were teachers. That's why when half an hour later, Shinsu caught a glimpse of the Todoroki cousins in the hallway, he was excited for the day. But then, Izuku hadn't shown up for class, and unless the purple-haired teen was going crazy, something was wrong. Shinsu sat anxiously in the room, determined to talk to Present Mic, one of his fathers and also the homeroom teacher for Class 1C, about his thoughts when Nedu announced over the speakers that all the teachers were needed right away in the creature's office. Shinsu later found out that Nezu had seen Izuku be kidnapped and had called all the teachers together for an emergency meeting. Of course, that wasn't the end of it. As Shinsu just sat in his seat with worry, the heroes got word of an attack on the USJ and they all raced there to stop it. The aftermath was great, but the one most injured was Aizawa Shouta, Shinsu's father. So yes, today was quite possibly one of the worst days of Shinsu's life. His dad was badly injured. He was supposed to make a full recovery, but that didn't stop the worry. And one of his only friends had been kidnapped by villains for some reason nobody would tell him about. Shinosu was going to have some serious words with both of his fathers when things got back to normal. Yagi Toshinori was an imbecile. Nezu had always known the man to be observant and impulsive, especially when it came to hero work, but today was the day he marked the walking buffoon as such. Of course, the principal still had a soft spot for the hero all the same, but today's headache was already too great to be appreciative towards the man. All Might, better known as Yagi Toshinori, had walked more like burst into Nezu's office and had announced that his quirk had held up longer than ever and his power had come from sheer force of will. Nedu would mentally slap himself if he wasn't above such unintelligent acts. An interesting development, Nezu began slowly not because he didn't know what to say, because in that regard he was always 12 steps ahead of his words, but so the incompetent hero before him would register his meaning, but perhaps you should consider how what you suggest is possible, and then perchance reconsider the why. He finished and then promptly slammed the door shut in the hero's face. The number 2 hero was well and frustrating at times, but he may have just provided the beginnings of a key that could unlock the chains that lead to the first real components needed to help assist Izuku Midoriya. And what a day that would be. Izuku Midoriya was, not for the first time in his life, beaten to a pulp and lying in a puddle of his own BLD, chain attached to a wall at one end and the diamond collar around Izuku's neck at the other. Endeavor was furious and Izuku was terrified. The teen had told Endeavor the abridged version of what had happened, just as he had told the detective. He had been kidnapped, managed to escape, and had hid in a bush until All Might had saved the day. That was it. But of course, even if the story had been enough to justify Izuku, and thank God the man hadn't caught on to the fact that Izuku had left out a few key bits, it had not been nearly enough to justify Shouto Todoroki. Not Shouto, who was made to be the perfect weapon. Not the dual-quirked boy who was a more superior being than any villain could ever be. So Izuku was terrified, but not for himself. He was scared for his friend that was in worse condition, laying nearly unconscious next to him on the floor. Shouto, it's time to be done with this nonsense. You let worthless villains beat you and managed to nearly lose my amplifier. That is not acceptable. Endeavor's voice was dangerously low as the burning man walked to the other side of the training room. Izuku didn't know what the villain was doing, but he knew it was bad. When the man's back was turned, the teen attempted to drag his battered form over to his friend who still lay unresponsive. Izuku managed about 2 desperate inches forward before his arms gave out, but the teen was just close enough to reach out and grab his friend's hand. Shouto showed no response except for the slight twitch of his fingers as Izuku squeezed his hand tightly. 2 giant feet made their way into Izuku's sightline. He looked blearily up at Endeavor, but what the man had in his hand made his heart speed into a panic. In the number 1 hero's hand was held an empty syringe. Izuku had seen many of them while sitting in Dr. Mori's chair, often while they were sunk deep into the skin of his arm, but never had he seen Endeavor holding one. The man always let the doctor do his dirty work, except of course training Izuku, which he took great pleasure in. The flaming villain looked down with a furiously scrutinizing gaze at Shouto, then following their connected hands, set his eyes on Izuku. A small shiver made itself known on the back of the amplifier teen's neck. Endeavor reached down and gripped Izuku's already bruised arm, the one holding Shouto's hand, in a death grip and hold his stiff, frozen body up to eye level, the chain rattling slightly as he did so. The man harshly placed the teen on his feet, holding Izuku until he could catch his balance by leaning against a wall. All of this was done in one fluid movement in which 𝐿𝐿 stirred slightly from his state to give a groan of protest, or perhaps it was pain. Izuku was having a hard time focusing because Endeavor was still gripping his arm tightly and he was now jamming the syringe deep into the vein of his arm. Izuku hissed through his teeth at the harsh treatment. The teen watched as his own BLD quickly filled the glass of the instrument and then it was yanked harshly from his arm and Izuku was pushed back onto the floor, landing heavily on top of the chain. Izuku's head spun from lack of BLD both from the syringe and the previous beating. He could barely manage to keep himself awake. Now 𝐿𝐿, Endeavor began, pulling his son up to his feet, much like he'd done to Izuku, causing the teen to snap out of his semi-unconscious state and look around the room wildly. When the dual quirk user found Izuku's gaze, his eyes did not yield any surprise, but they did shine of guilt and something deeper Izuku could not decipher. You will no longer be allowed to be beaten by those around you. You were born from the best and you will be the best. With those words, Endeavor shoved the needle into 𝐿𝐿's arms, the teen's eyes going wide in surprise, before pushing all of Izuku's BLD into 𝐿𝐿's own veins. Endeavor took a step back, and then 𝐿𝐿 was screaming and Izuku was wide awake despite the pain. 𝐿𝐿 started shaking violently, his arms wrapping around themselves, and Izuku was on his feet fueled by adrenaline. Izuku tried to run to his best friend to do what he didn't know, but to at least try and stop the pain he couldn't bear to watch his friend suffer through. Izuku was halfway to where 𝐿𝐿 stood when the chin snagged and the teen was stuck. Izuku continued to try and pull the chain off, his hand desperately tugging at the collar when fire and ice burst out of 𝐿𝐿 and into Izuku's vision. But this wasn't any type of fire or ice 𝐿𝐿 had ever been able to create before. No, this was what happened when Izuku's quirk amplified 𝐿𝐿's own. Never had the two tried it out, as 𝐿𝐿 would never take advantage of his friend in that way, and Endeavor had never made 𝐿𝐿 force him to use it until now. 𝐿𝐿 was creating huge glacier of ice that were breaking through the ceiling of the room, all of them shining a dangerous blue. The teen's fire was also shining blue, but of a much darker and deadlier color. The flames were leaving scorch marks along the walls. The room was both deadly cold and hot simultaneously, and Izuku's body wasn't handling it. The chain around his neck was burning cold and he could feel his skin blistering. Izuku collapsed to his knees, breathing and shivering. His vision began to black out, and the last thing he heard over 𝐿𝐿's screaming was the familiar sound of Endeavor laughing. 𝐿𝐿 was burning both from ice and fire. His entire world wore fire and ice. 𝐿𝐿 did not exist. Nothing existed except power and fire and ice. Then, light. Shining in his eyes, smelling, smoke sound. Of destruction and laughing. Pain, 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 pain. Everything pain. Then, nothing. 𝐿𝐿 blinked and suddenly he was back in control with no overwhelming force stopping him from even thinking. The teen was on his hands and knees, breathing heavily. Dread curled in the pit of his stomach like a deadly viper. What had he just done? A heavy hand was placed on his shoulder. 𝐿𝐿 forced his head to raise to meet the predatory eyes of a monster. You have just experienced only a taste of what that boy can do, Endeavor stated coldly. From now on you will be training with me while he amplifies your quirk. 𝐿𝐿's stomach clenched painfully in fear and disgust, his head whipped wildly around the room searching for Izuku. 𝐿𝐿 let out a small gasp at the sight of his friend. Izuku lay in a large pool of BLD unconsciously. Bruises littered his body, but the worst part was that the teen was covered in burns. 𝐿�'s heart stumbled to a stop. No. He had hurt Izuku. He had hurt his friend. Tears left his eyes unwillingly as 𝐿� fought to regain control. A gentle hand swiped a tear from the teen's cheek, causing 𝐿�'s startled gaze to find the owner of the hand. Endeavor had rarely ever touched him with such gentleness, and never in such a tender way. It is painful to have to carry such a burden as the one you and I must carry alone. But make no mistakes, it is one you must burden yourself with. 𝐿� didn't know what burden the man was talking about, but he loathed the feeling he got from the gentleness in the man's tone. Make no mistakes, that boy is mine. but I will not have you failing so spectacularly again. With that said, 𝐿 stood up and walked out the door, but just before he left he uttered one last thing. I'll have Dr. Mori come up to clean this mess. We wouldn't want all that BLD to go to waste. 𝐿𝐿, alone in the room with an unconscious and deathly hurt 𝐒𝐿𝐼, finally allowed himself to fully break down. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was healed within the week thanks to a number of healing quirks via contacts 𝐿 had on the black market. Dr. Mori had also had a hand in 𝐒𝐿𝐼's recovery using his quirk, which 𝐿𝐿 had witnessed for the first time that evening, which when used on another person, allowed them to produce more BLD more quickly. It was a perfect quirk to save people from bleeding out, or to allow him an easier time to steal from 𝐒𝐿𝐼. Luckily UA students all had off for 2 weeks in order for the school to re-evaluate their security. 𝐿𝐿 hadn't seen 𝐒𝐿𝐼 since the incident, which is what he'd taken to calling the last training session with 𝐿. The teen couldn't bring himself to face one of his only friends, and look into his eyes and know he'd hurt him. 𝐿𝐿 would never forgive himself for hurting 𝐒𝐿𝐼, so he had been avoiding his friend as much as possible. But the days without 𝐒𝐿𝐼 dragged on, especially because 𝐿𝐿 was left home alone with his thoughts. Well, mostly alone. Fuyumi was sometimes around, but she kept her distance. 𝐿𝐿 was sure she too knew what a failure he was. 𝐿𝐿, a quiet voice interrupted his thoughts. 𝐿𝐿 looked up from where he'd been sitting on the couch, glaring at the wall, to the subject of his last thought, Fuyumi. I don't know what happened last week, but I want you to know, I'm sorry. The teen felt flawed at his sister's apology. What could she possibly have to be sorry for? It was 𝐿𝐿 who was sorry. Fuyumi hadn't nearly killed her best friend. Fuyumi hadn't let 𝐿 hurt 𝐒𝐿𝐼. Fuyumi hadn't lost control of her quirk. 𝐿𝐿! Fuyumi's cry of alarm stopped his string of thoughts. 𝐿𝐿 retrained his eyes on the white-haired girl to see her looking in worry at 𝐿𝐿's arm. It was only then that the boy realized he'd been digging his nails deeply into the flesh of his wrist. 𝐿𝐿 released his grip, and maneuvered both his hands into a tight clasp, ignoring the few droplets of BLD. He deserved the pain. Why? What are you sorry for? 𝐿𝐿 questioned in a light rasp, voice hoarse from the crying he'd been doing on and off all week. I haven't been a good sister. I've let father go on for too long, and Fuyumi's voice hitched, I was too frightened to help you. And now something happened and it's my fault. 𝐿𝐿 didn't know what to say. Fuyumi felt guilty for letting him get hurt. At least you didn't hurt your best friend, 𝐿𝐿 murmured. What? His sister gasped. Fuyumi, I hurt 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and it's my fault, and, as 𝐿𝐿 trailed off, Fuyumi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and moved to sit next to him. Looking deep into 𝐿𝐿's eyes she confidently whispered, Tell me what happened. And so he did. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was in his room, alone. He had cried every night since he'd woken up. He wasn't sure how long it had been since, that day, but it had felt like eternity. 𝐿𝐿 hadn't visited 𝐒𝐿𝐼, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 wasn't expecting him to. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was sure 𝐿𝐿 was upset with him, and he had every right to be. Not only had 𝐒𝐿𝐼 amplified his friend's quirk to the point that he was screaming in pain, but he was also the reason they were being punished in the first place. If 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had just listened to 𝐿𝐿 and not let his stupid hero complex get the best of him at the USJ, then 𝐿 wouldn't have had a reason to hurt 𝐿𝐿. So while 𝐒𝐿𝐼 didn't expect 𝐿𝐿 to come visit, it didn't hurt any less. And it certainly didn't make him hate himself any less. But then the door opened, and 𝐿𝐿 appeared before 𝐒𝐿𝐼, glowing in the pale light of his room. He looked appealing. 𝐒𝐿𝐼, the appealing person, called. 𝐿𝐿. What are you doing here? I didn't think you'd ever want to see me again, 𝐒𝐿𝐼's brain finished. I came to see you, but I can leave if you're angry. 𝐿𝐿 murmured, his face portraying his sadness and desperation at his own words. Angry? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 questions, accidentally raising his voice in surprise. What right do I have to be angry? This entire mess is my fault. Is that what you think? 𝐿𝐿's voice cut him off, voice raising to match 𝐒𝐿𝐼's own volume. If this is anybody's fault, it's my own. Your fault? This is my fault. If I hadn't rushed in like an idiot at the USJ, 𝐿 wouldn't have had any reason to hurt you. Hurt me? You're the one who got hurt, 𝐒𝐿𝐼. And you nearly died. 𝐿𝐿 screamed, then abruptly cut himself off, realizing how loud the two of them had gotten. 𝐿𝐿 continued in a heartbroken voice, You nearly died, and it was my fault. But no. Don't blame this on yourself, Izuku. It was my fault. I lost control, and because of that I nearly lost you. Don't you understand? You're my everything. If you die, I will die. But 𝐿𝐿 was at a loss for words. How was he supposed to finish that sentence? Because you're my friend felt wrong in a way that 𝐿𝐿 couldn't bring himself to voice aloud. What was Izuku, if not his friend? Endeavor. Came his not-quite-friend's voice. What? 𝐿𝐿 questioned. If it isn't your fault, and it's not mine, then who? Endeavor. It's that man's fault. He's the one who made me make you hurt. He's the reason you lost control. He's the reason I can't leave the house except for you, He's the goddamn reason for everything. Izuku was shouting again, but this time he yelled in relief as a reason finally surfaced, Don't you see? I don't blame you. It's not your fault, because it's his. Izuku stood up suddenly and rushed at 𝐿𝐿, throwing his arms around the teen. 𝐿𝐿 responded instantly, returning the embrace. Both teens were definitely crying, but neither cared. Both were too relieved that neither blamed the other. Who the hell are you? Came a voice 𝐿𝐿 hadn't heard in a long time. Fire. Everything was on hot, blue, fire. Natsuo didn't know what was happening. One moment Natsuo was watching his eldest brother Toya pushing himself past his quirk's limit all so Endeavor would be pleased, and the next, Toya was screaming. The younger boy didn't know what to do, so he ran to help. A single touch had jostled Toya's little control on his blue flame quirk, accurately named Scorch. Blue flame erupted and everything was fire. That's when Natsuo passed out. The next thing he knew, the Todoroki family was announcing the death of their oldest son and sibling. And Natsuo was left wallowing in the guilt of his brother's death. He had distracted his older brother. He had been the one to break the teen's concentration. He was at fault for Toya's death. Natsuo could never bring himself to tell Fuyumi or his mother. Endeavor never told them, but the threats the flaming hero made about the only ones who he cared for finding out about Natsuo's mistake was enough to drive him straight to college the moment he got the opportunity. Natsuo Todoroki wasn't a coward. Yes, he'd left his youngest brother to the mercy of his abusive father the moment he'd gotten the chance. Yes, he'd left his sister behind to struggle in the toxic environment he'd barely managed to escape. Yes, it was his fault their eldest brother, Toya, was dead and nobody would talk about it. But he still wasn't a coward. So when he'd gotten a call from a distraught and crying Fuyumi begging him to come home, Natsuo couldn't say no. He wasn't a coward. Natsuo had pulled his car up to the innocent-looking house in which he used to reside. In his 3 years away for college, he'd only ever visited on holidays and special occasions. Fuyumi had called him before, but she had never once questioned why he left or asked for him to return. For her to do so now scared him more than he'd ever willingly admit. Natsuo had mustered all the courage he possessed and willingly walked back into the cage. Who the hell are you? Came a voice 𝐿𝐿 hadn't heard in a long time. 𝐿𝐿 pulled back in shock only to see his older brother Natsuo standing at the doorway to Izuku's room, Fuyumi directly behind him. He felt, more than saw, Izuku stiffen and slowly back away from the confused and slightly angry face of his brother, the chain rattling slightly as he stepped. Natsuo! 𝐿𝐿 breathed in confusion looking between the white-haired man and his equally white-haired sister. Natsuo didn't respond, his eyes still heavily trained on Izuku who was also scrutinizing the man, but with more caution. Finally, his brother focused on 𝐿𝐿. Hey Sho, he said with a slight smile, before his face immediately darkened, Fuyumi, who is this? You should have told me. This is too large of a problem for you to handle. Natsuo screamed at Fuyumi. He'd listened to his sister and brother's terribly dark explanation about the stranger's presence, and what was said made him angrier than ever at the man who was his father. I did tell you. Fuyumi yelled. It was the loudest he'd ever heard the voice raised. I called you, and showed you them, Natsuo. You should have told me sooner. Natsuo hadn't meant to start yelling, but the entire situation had short-circuited him, and he wasn't using his common sense. "I know," Fuyumi cried, effectively stopping what Natsuo was about to say next. "Of course I know." Fuyumi was crying again. "I was a coward, and I didn't know what to do. I still don't know what to do, Natsuo. That's why I called you. Don't you see? You escaped this place. You escaped him. They need your help. I need your help." As Fuyumi finished, her tears quickly turned into the loud sobs of someone who bared the weight of the world on their shoulders. "No," Natsuo said ever so quietly, "I am a coward." Fuyumi looked up sharply at him. "I didn't escape. I ran. I ran and I left you, and I left Sho, and I never looked back." Natsuo swallowed the lump that had formed in his throat, his eyes trailing down to the floor. "I am a coward, Fuyumi." Natsuo looked up and met the watering, raw eyes of his sister. His voice cracked as he uttered, "I'm sorry." That was the final straw. Fuyumi threw herself at Natsuo and hugged him deathly tight. "Please don't leave again," she muttered desperately. "Please, I need you." "I won't," he said, making the declaration both aloud and to himself. "I won't leave you and Sho. Not again." Izuku was scared. Xiaoto's brother had appeared just to start yelling, and it was activating some ingrained fear in him that a training session was about to begin. Izuku was scared, but then Xiaoto was ensnaring him in another hug, and he was gently pulling his fingernails out of his bloody arms which were wrapped tightly around his knees. And Izuku wasn't as scared. Izuku slowly became aware of his surroundings again, and he looked up into the appealing eyes of his friend of Xiaoto. "You're okay?" the appealing teen murmured. "I've got you, you've got me." The next thing he knew, Izuku was standing up much to the hatred of his body and the chain firmly attached to it, and Xiaoto was cautiously explaining what had just occurred and who those two people had been. Natsuo, Xiaoto said, was here to help. Izuku believed him. Then Natsuo walked in closely followed by his sister. The man held out a hand. "Hello," he said with a slight grimace, "I'm Natsuo." "Izuku," he responded but didn't take the outstretched hand. "Can I help you?" the white-haired Todoroki asked. Izuku looked at Xiaoto, then at Fuyumi, and then finally back to Natsuo. "And Xiaoto. And Xiaoto. And Fuyumi." Natsuo nodded. "All of you. Please." Natsuo had left the very same day Izuku had finally asked for help. The eldest Todoroki brother had reassured them that he'd be back to visit every weekend and next time he'd come with a way to, as he'd phrased it, put that BST behind bars for the rest of his god-awful life. Izuku still wasn't certain as to why he'd let himself ask for help. Maybe it was Natsuo's earnest expression. Maybe it was because he'd promised to help Fuyumi and Xiaoto too. Or maybe it was because no one had ever offered to help Izuku before. All Izuku knew was that he was tired and beyond scared. After everything Endeavor had done to him and Xiaoto, especially most recently, Izuku was ready for it to end, one way or another. But he could never leave Xiaoto behind. So there was really only one way. School started back up all too soon for Izuku, and even though Izuku was healed, his feet felt extremely heavy. Not only was he worried about Xiaoto, but he was also nervous to go back into a school full of heroes who'd never believed that a fellow hero could harm somebody. And on top of all that, Izuku was also required to go to Principal Nezu's office that same afternoon to discuss the USJ incident more. So yeah, Izuku wasn't very excited. But then Hitoshi came rushing down the hall and wrapped both him and Xiaoto in a hug, and Izuku wasn't quite as nervous anymore. "I heard what happened," the purple teen muttered into Izuku's shoulders, arms still firmly wrapped around the two Todorokis. "I heard about the attack. Were either of you hurt? Are you okay? Why didn't you text me?" "Oh." Izuku hadn't even thought to text. He didn't have a phone to do so with, but that still didn't mean he shouldn't have thought about it. Izuku started but was quickly cut off by Xiaoto. "Father was worried about what the attack meant and decided that it would be beneficial for us if we couldn't view the news on the subject. So he took our phones." "Oh." Hitoshi muttered quietly, eyes shining with a suspicion Izuku couldn't place. But the bell rang and Hitoshi perked up. In his usual drawl he said, "Come on, let's get to class." It had been a relief that no one from Class 1C had bothered Izuku about the attack at USJ. It turned out that the UA hadn't released his involvement in the incident, just the hero courses. The day had actually been progressing relatively normally. But of course, Izuku had to jinx it, and lunch was a whole other matter. It started normally. Izuku sat down next to 𝐿𝐴𝐽, Hitoshi soon followed. They discussed anything and everything, and Hitoshi had managed to make both of the Todorokis laugh, which was quickly becoming a constant. Then, 3 more trays had been set down on their normally empty table. Izuku looked up in surprise to see the 3 hero students he'd met on the night of the USJ. "Is it okay if we sit here, Kiro?" Tsuyu Asui asked, gesturing to herself, Okako Uraraka, and Tenya Ida. Izuku looked around the table flabbergasted and then pointed to himself. "Sit with us." Zu nodded her head. "You probably don't remember, but you invited us to sit with you after, well, you know." Uraraka added shyly. "Ah." Izuku looked at 𝐿𝐴𝐽 and Hitoshi for permission. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 just shrugged, and the purple-haired teen simply raised an eyebrow at Izuku. "Sure, I guess." The 6 students sat in quiet conversation in which Izuku swiftly explained to Hitoshi how he knew the 3 hero students and apologized profusely for not asking his permission to invite them over to eat lunch with them. Hitoshi reassured Izuku that it was okay, that he was fine, but Izuku wasn't quite sure he believed the teen. Then, Zu decided to speak. "Izuku, I always speak my mind, and I have a question for you if that's okay." Yeah, sure." "Why were you at the USJ if you're not in the hero course?" Izuku froze up, images of Shigaraki, a portal, and the feeling of falling flashing through his thoughts. If Izuku had been more aware at the time, he would have noticed 𝐿𝐴𝐽 glaring at Asui and Hitoshi silently reaching over to grip the dual-haired boy's hand. He'd also have seen the uncomfortable looks Ida and Uraraka donned. I don't want to really answer that." Asui nodded her head. "Of course, sorry Kiro." Izuku forced a slight smile, and the topic moved onto more comfortable ground. Izuku actually found himself enjoying the rest of the lunch PRD. The hero students were pleasant company and didn't judge him or any of his friends. It was nice. The end of the day came for Izuku all too quickly. He'd had a decentish afternoon, but as each hour ticked by, the clock came closer and closer to Izuku's scheduled meeting with Nezu, and Izuku had no idea what to expect. When class was out, and it was 15 minutes till his awaiting doom, Izuku was at the door of the principal's office early, because one should never be late to appointments with 𝐿𝐴𝐽 standing just behind him. Izuku couldn't see his friend's face, but he figured it was probably in an impatient frown. "Izuku, you just need to open the door," 𝐿𝐴𝐽 said calmly. "I know, but what could Nezu possibly want from me?" "You need to open the door to find out," 𝐿𝐴𝐽 argued calmly. "But what if it's about?" "Well, about something I don't want to talk about." "Izuku, open the door," 𝐿𝐴𝐽 said, a hint of fondness creeping into his voice. But 𝐿𝐴𝐽-Izuku nervously said, "Izuku, you're stalling." He was totally stalling. Just here 𝐿𝐴𝐽 sighed and took Izuku's hand gently in his own. The dual-haired boy leaned over Izuku's shoulder, and the red and green-haired teen felt the other's hot breath on his neck, causing a wave of goosebumps to wash over his skin. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 gently guided Izuku's hand onto the doorknob. "Now just twist." Izuku shivered slightly as 𝐿𝐴𝐽 whispered the words into his ears, an emotion in his voice the teen didn't quite comprehend. Without a second thought, Izuku twisted the doorknob and pulled open the door. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 backed up and took a seat on the waiting bench just a few feet away. Something like disappointment zinged through Izuku before his previous nerves made themselves known once again. Swallowing a deep gasp of air, Izuku took one step and then another into the open jaws of a principal. The door shut on its own accord and Izuku felt like a caged animal. "Hello Izuku Midoriya, what a wonderfully expected surprise." Hitoshi was beyond worried and confused. His friends hadn't texted him after a serious encounter with villains, and he'd been hurt. But then he'd asked why and, well, Hitoshi was reaching the end of his rope. He knew he was supposed to let his dads handle the stuff against Endeavor and not get involved, but clearly they weren't moving fast enough because 𝐿𝐴𝐽 had been lying to him and Hitoshi was secretly proud that he could read his friends so well, and Hitoshi needed to know the truth, or what was he doing in a heroic school. So, Hitoshi made the possibly most stupid decision in his life and cornered 𝐿𝐴𝐽 in the hall after school while the teen sat alone waiting for Izuku. "We need to talk." Yeah, this was probably the stupidest thing Hitoshi had ever done. "Hello Izuku Midoriya, what a wonderfully expected surprise." Said teen felt his heart plummet all at once, and his face began to drain of color. "Oh. SHT. It took Izuku a moment, but then realization hit him in the face and caused him to fear for his life. Nezu had said his name. Not the lie of a name that Endeavor had forced upon him, but his real one. The one that whispered of a useless quirkless Deku who wasn't brave enough to save his mother from a fire. The one who died the first time Endeavor cut his arm open to spill BLD with enhancing powers. But that probably wasn't the best introduction. The principal continued to speak, not noticing, or more likely not caring, about the teen's internal panic attack. "Hello Midoriya, my name is Principal Nezu and I do believe we have a lot to discuss. Would you care for a cup of tea?" What the actual F was all Izuku could think. Barely registering his own movements, Izuku nodded his head. He'd normally never have enough confidence or trust to accept anything from someone as intimidating as the principal, but apparently everything was being thrown out the thing window, so why the hell not? The creature slid a steaming cup of pre-prepared tea over to the teen and folded his hands paws together. "I do apologize for the inconvenience, but I hope it's okay that I invited another person to join in on our conversation." Another person? Who else would possibly be here? Especially for someone as inconsequential as Izuku. Maybe it was the police here to arrest him for identity fraud. Just then, the office door opened, and in walked Professor Aizawa. "What is it that you need, Nezu?" "I was in the middle of grading some tedious essays." "Well," Izuku thought around his frantic panicking, "at least we can both be confused together." Hitoshi was regretting every step he'd taken which had led 𝐿𝐴𝐽 Todoroki and him to standing outside in a secluded area of the UA campus. But it was too late to go back now, and Hitoshi's curiosity and worry outweighed his nerves. Barely. "Hitoshi, what was it you wanted to talk to me about?" 𝐿𝐴𝐽 asked in a monotone voice. Curse this boy's ability to not show any emotion. Isn't it a lovely day outside?" "Damn it Hitoshi, what the heck was that?" 𝐿𝐴𝐽 shot Hitoshi a weird look, then not taking his eyes off of the purple-haired teen, replied, "I suppose so." He hesitated, and then stated a little more openly, "I've always loved the grass. Sitting in it was one of my favorite things to do with my mother." At Hitoshi's questioning tilt of the head, 𝐿𝐴𝐽 sat down, followed by the purple-haired teen, and his eyes drifted to faraway places. "She's gone now. But, before everything, her and I would lay out on the soft grass of the park for hours just to escape India dash. Just to escape for a while. It was one of my favorite things to do with her." 𝐿𝐴𝐽 scared in a quick breath, eyes snapping back to clarity, as if suddenly realizing who he was talking to. Hitoshi wasn't sure what expression he was making, but it must have been enough to reassure the dual-haired boy. "I've never told anyone that before, not even Izuku. I've never gotten the chance to." 𝐿𝐴𝐽 looked up in surprise when Hitoshi's hand softly covered his own. Hitoshi stared back, equally surprised at his rash movement. "𝐿𝐴𝐽, what happened to your mother?" For a moment there was no sound except the blowing of the wind through the grass as 𝐿𝐴𝐽 studied Hitoshi carefully, searching for any trace of dishonesty. Finally, he spoke. "Have you ever heard of quirk marriages?" Izuku sat dazed in his chair. He could just leave. He needed to leave. But something in his gut was telling him to stay. That he'd regret it if he didn't remain in this office with Principal Nezu sitting in the desk in front of him and Mr. Aizawa in the chair to his left. "Nezu," Mr. Aizawa growled, clearly trying to remain calm, "you said you wouldn't involve him until you were certain. Why didn't you alert me that this was going to happen?" What? They had been planning to confront him on this. Was he going to get expelled? Were they going to take away his one chance at escaping Endeavor? Izuku hadn't realized he began hyperventilating until there was a light hand placed on his shoulder and a gentle voice counting breaths for him. "Easy, kid. I'm sorry to put you in this position." Aizawa shot an angry glance at the principal, "but I promise you we just want to help." You want to help me? Izuku asked in disbelief, eyes darting between the two teachers. First Natsuo, and now these two. But Izuku couldn't get his hopes up. This was probably just them wanting to know about his quirk or wanting to help him get arrested or something. With what? With that question, Aizawa's eyes drifted over to Nezu. Well, Midoriya, we'd like to help you with your quirk. Of course, they just wanted to use him. He shouldn't have expected anything different. The teen's eyes hardened and he shoved himself as far back into his seat as possible. I don't need any help with my quirk. He started harshly, drawing his arms near him, but challenging the two adults with his gaze. Ah, but you do have a quirk? Nezu asked in a tone that could only be described as interested. Oh. The rat was good. Izuku began to panic yet again, but he couldn't let himself be caught any further than he already was. Endeavor would kill him. I mean I don't need help with my quirk because I don't have one, yeah. Aizawa raised a questioning eyebrow at the teen. Well then you can see why I find that quite fascinating when the file I have right here says that you, Izuku Midoriya, have a very special quirk that you developed when you were 6. No. Izuku couldn't do this again. He was already barely surviving with Endeavor. He wouldn't let another hero, someone who was supposed to help others, take more of himself from him. Izuku couldn't survive 2 more endeavors. The petrified teen leapt out of his chair and backed into the nearest corner. You can't have it. He won't let you. Tears were streaming down his face, and both adults were now on their feet. Izuku didn't care, all he saw were villains. More people, with more knives and vials and doctors. More people who would cause him more pain. What can't we have, Izuku? Nezu asked, his eyes pinning down Izuku like the test subject he'd been all his life. My quirk. My BLD. I won't help you. Endeavor will come here and kill us all. Aizawa had gone very pale, and even Nezu looked slightly disturbed. Izuku, the underground hero began, why do you think we want your BLD? Hitoshi didn't know what to think. He could now say with certainty that Endeavor was a BSTRD and both Izuku and 𝐿 deserved so much more than that flaming pile of trash. 𝐿, Uidash. Your mother sounds like a lovely person, was what he finally settled on. 𝐿 smiled at Hitoshi, the rare genuine one that made the teen's heart beat faster every time he caught a glimpse of it. Is that why you and Izuku are scared to go home at night? Because that BSTRD trains you. As soon as he'd said it, 𝐿's entire demeanor shifted to the defensive, scowl on his face and hands shaking. Izuku is quirkless. Endeavor hates the quirkless. Thinks they're a waste of space and should be put down. Hitoshi asked in a harsh breath. He'd forgotten, only for a moment, how truly awful the world was to the quirkless. Of course Endeavor would treat Izuku so awfully just because of his quirk status. Hadn't Hitoshi's classmates done the same to him in middle school? But that's not the reason Izuku is afraid to go home at night, what? But if that wasn't the reason, what could possibly be worse? Hitoshi, you deserve to know the truth, but not now. Izuku, he should be the one to tell you. He needs to be the one to tell you. Hitoshi wanted to know. He truly wanted to know, but 𝐿 was right. Walk home with us after Izuku's meeting. There's a place we can go. It's time you know the truth. Hitoshi could do nothing but nod, his eyes watering, as he pulled 𝐿 into a fierce hug which the teen tentatively returned. I trust you. 𝐿 Aizawa had heard many a gruesome story before, but Izuku's nearly brought the hardened pro-hero to tears. Tears of anger, yes, but tears nonetheless. A quick glance at the rat showed that the principal was just as shaken up as he was. While anyone else would have difficulty telling, 𝐿 had had years of experience reading people. It had taken them too long to calm Izuku down and reassure him that they were trying to help. The teen was reluctant to believe them, and refused to get within 10 feet of the two heroes. The thing that finally convinced the boy to open his doors was what Nezu had shown the teen, which came as a surprise to both the boy and 𝐿. You were the hero that saved me from that fire. 𝐿 had been equally as shocked. He barely remembered that day, the only lasting impression being that of a young child whose mother had died, causing a quirk to go haywire. My mother died in that fire, but the hero who saved me was one of the brightest moments of my life after her death. I'm sorry, kid, was all 𝐻𝐿 could say. How did one console a crying and probably abused teenage boy who had just said you were one of his happiest moments of life? You know, 𝐿𝐷evo was the one who set that fire. He told me about it during one of our training sessions when he was trying to get me to use my quirk on him. It worked. I made his fire turn bright white. That was before I passed out from all the burns. 𝐻𝐿 reeled back in shock. What the F? What came next was a horrific retelling of the life of a child who had everything ripped away from them. It was a story of greed, of power, of chains and abuse. It was a story of heartbreaking friendship and a desperate leap at freedom. It was a story that 𝐻𝐿 had been expecting, but was nothing he could have imagined in his wildest dreams. Kid, 𝐻𝐿 had no words. What the F? A laugh that sounded painfully desperate, as if it had given up all hope, burst from the teen. What the F indeed, the teen uttered back. 𝐻𝐿 had a feeling the teen wasn't talking about the story he'd just told. Izuku didn't know how to feel. He just told his biggest secret to not one but two pro heroes. On the one hand, he felt like a ginormous weight had just been lifted off his shoulders, but on the other, how in the world would he be able to tell 𝐻𝐿 about this? Izuku was worried about the response he'd get from his friend. He didn't want it to go badly. Izuku wouldn't be able to handle it if they did. But, as soon as Izuku had seen 𝐻𝐿, after exiting the room where his biggest secret had just been revealed, his drained self let slip what had happened. Nezu and Aizawa no, was what rushed out of Izuku's mouth without permission. His friend's face went from confused to worried to scared in the span of a moment. Izuku was suddenly drowning. If 𝐻𝐿 hated him for this, if he abandoned Izuku after this, he didn't think he'd live through it. The teen felt a hand on his shoulder. Izuku tensed at the unfamiliar action, mentally preparing himself for the worst. But instead, he found himself looking into the concerned eyes of Aizawa. Todo, I need you to take a deep breath for me, okay? Izuku nodded minutely, inhaling deeply. Good, now hold it and then release. Aizawa continued demonstrating the action. Izuku copied the teacher's instruction and found the water that had been slowly pooling in his head begin to recede. I am okay, thank you, Izuku managed, eyes ducking down in an attempt to avoid the embarrassment slowly creeping in place of the waves. The teen, now more calmed, looked over to his friend. Seeing how 𝐻𝐿 was still frozen right where Izuku had last seen him caused fear to swell back into him. 𝐻𝐿? The teen asked, standing up swiftly. When had he sat down? Mirrored by Aizawa. 𝐻𝐿? He asked again, more panicked while taking his friend's hands. Seeming to snap out of it, 𝐻𝐿 looked from Izuku then to Aizawa and back to Izuku. I may have promised to Hitoshi you'd tell him as well. 𝐻𝐿's guilty eyes bored into Izuku's own. Izuku blue screamed. A moment of stiff silence between the three people in the room was suddenly broken by Izuku beginning to laugh. The laugh turned into full-blown hysterics that caused his knees to buckle and hit the concrete floor with an audible crack. The teen barely noticed the pain as he continued to laugh, tears streaming down his face. We are really bad at keeping this a secret, Izuku said between laughs. 𝐿𝐷evo is going to be so mad. He finished, continuing to laugh. A sudden chuckle brought Izuku's attention to 𝐻𝐿, who was smiling a smile that could only be described as feral. That beach deserves everything that's coming to him, 𝐻𝐿 stated suddenly, as if he had zero worries. Izuku started laughing harder. Why, you're right. Gasp, that flaming trash can deserves to be killed. With fire. Izuku burst out laughing even more. 𝐻𝐿 was suddenly on the floor collapsing to him, joining in Izuku's laughter. Aizawa 𝐻𝐿 was desperately looking between the two teens in full-blow breakdowns with panic. He'd seen stress cause hysterics, but never had he expected it to come from the usually reserved and calm Todoroki. My, what a fascinating development, Nezu said, materializing next to 𝐻𝐿 and causing him to flinch minutely. It seems your son will be able to join the investigation soon as well. 𝐻𝐿 shivered, He really didn't want Hitoshi to have to worry about his friends or hear the gruesome tale that even the seasoned pro hero had trouble stomaching, but he knew his son Hitsuhi would never be able to sit back while those he loved were being hurt. Interrupting his thoughts and speaking over the two still laughing teens, Nezu said, "I do believe this is the start of a new era, one in which will bring about changes you could never fathom." "A fascinating development indeed," Aizawa muttered. The sports festival. Hitoshi had completely forgotten about it. The past week's events had been the most stressful of his life. Not only had he confronted 𝐿𝐴𝐷 about Endeavor, but he'd then had the most horrifying conversation of his life. Hitoshi had been sat down at the kitchen table of his home. Not an unusual occurrence, except for the fact that both his parents, his best friends, and the principal of UA had all been there. In his house. But that wasn't what caused his gut to be filled with butterflies and his fingers to feel freezing. No, that was because Izuku, one of the brightest lights in his life, had just recounted for what was apparently the second time the most gruesome and horrible events of abuse Hitoshi had ever heard. His own past pains were nothing in comparison to 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and Izuku's own. Hitoshi had started crying. Apparently his dad, present MIC, had also been crying, but the purple-haired teen couldn't remember anything beyond the feeling of two pairs of arms wrapping around him. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 was a silent but comforting figure while Izuku was whispering thank yous. "Why are you thanking me?" Hitoshi managed to ask incredulously. Izuku drew back slightly and met the eyes of his best friend. "Because you and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 gave me the strength to ask for help." Hitoshi had been livid when his friends had left, willingly walking back into the arms of their abusers. The only thing that had stopped him from locking the door and never opening it again was the knowledge that Endeavor could not know that anything was going on. If the hero got even a hint that Nezu and his dads were planning something, Hitoshi knew in his gut that 𝐿𝐴𝐷 would be tormented even further and that he'd never see Izuku again. "Wait, you have a quirk?" Hitoshi exclaimed suddenly a few days later. He'd asked Izuku and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 to come over to his home after school, and had made it very clear they were welcome whenever. Izuku, who had been lying on his bed lazily while showing an article about penguins to 𝐿𝐴𝐷, looked over nervously. "Yes. I told you that 3 days ago, Hiyoshi," the teen said with caution lacing his tone. "I know, but I finally registered what that means." "You're so cool," he blurted, not realizing Izuku had been shrinking in on himself until too late. "What the F, Hitoshi? Of course Izuku was going to be afraid of you mentioning his quirk after everything." Izuku blinked owlishly before letting a small smile creep onto his face. Do you want to see it?" Izuku asked. Hitoshi looked over to 𝐿𝐴𝐷, who simply nodded at Hitoshi. "Why's, if you're okay with it." "I trust you," the other boy whispered. Hitoshi had never felt more loved. In the glowing green light of Izuku's quirk as it amplified 𝐿𝐴𝐷's iced over hand, he'd never thought two people could look more appealing than his two friends had at that moment. And then the Fing Sports Festival. The one chance Hitoshi had at getting into the hero course, and it had to happen right after the emotional trauma that was last week. Hitoshi slammed his lunch tray onto the table that was their usual spot, trying to hold back a combination of sad, tired, and angry tears. Hitoshi had talked to both 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and Izuku about everything, but it was hard to find time when the three were ever alone. Like now, because the table was filled with Izuku's fanbase. They had become regulars after the USJ incident and never left Izuku alone. Hitoshi knew their hearts were in the right place, but they were also hero students. He may still hold a bit of a grudge against them because they were in the hero course. Izuku looked up in concern, which, wow, why was he concerned about Hitoshi when Izuku was suffering every day? "Are you okay?" the boy asked, questions filling his gaze. "Sports festival." The teen muttered and watched in sympathy as his friend's face drained of color. Izuku stated plainly. Hitoshi let out a pained chuckle. "Yeah, is everything okay with that?" he asked in concern, only now realizing the significance this could be to Izuku and 𝐿𝐴𝐷. "I don't know." A pregnant silence settled over the two, before an annoying voice interrupted. "Is everything okay, Izuku?" Okako Uraraka, a hero course girl who Hitoshi found a bit too friendly, asked. Izuku plastered on a fake smile, How had Hitoshi never noticed the difference between his smiles before, and turned to the bubbly girl. Yeah. We just realized that the sports festival is coming up, and Hitoshi really wants to get into the hero course. He's going to be a great hero, but both the entrance exam and the festival are really biased against people with non-combative quirks. Oh, well, I'm sure you'll do great. We're all going to try our hardest. Uraraka enthusiastically proclaimed. Vigorous nods from the other hero course students minus 𝐿𝐿 followed. I'm sure you will, but don't expect it to be easy, Hitoshi said matter-of-factly, a pleased smile on his face when Izuku giggled. Bring it, Uraraka challenged. Oh, Hitoshi would most certainly bring it. He hadn't been training with Eraserhead all year for nothing. Maybe the sports festival wouldn't be too bad. Izuku was not allowed to go to the sports festival, and it was crushing him. The pretend cousins had come back from UA that night, both excited about the prospect of helping Hitoshi get into the hero course when Endeavor had demanded a training session. Izuku was dragged into the training room, the collar firmly reattached to his neck, and was chained to the wall. The chains felt so much heavier now that Hitoshi and Eraserhead knew of these occurrences. Training had been bad recently, with Endeavor using Izuku's BLD more and more on 𝐿𝐿 to get him used to being powerful. It left scars on both boys. 𝐿𝐿 stood next to Izuku, their legs barely brushing, as the flaming villain stood tall over them. The sports festival is in 2 weeks, his thundering voice began. 𝐿𝐿, you will win. Yes, father, 𝐿𝐿 said in an emotionless tone. You, boy, the man gestured to Izuku, will not be allowed to attend. I will not allow the risk of you giving away the key to my success. Izuku felt his heart deflate. Why? Why was fate so cruel that he couldn't attend the sports festival? Before Izuku could sink further into his despair, Endeavor spoke again. 𝐿𝐿, I will also not allow for you to fail. I think it is time to show what you are really made of. You are to use the BLD for the festival. If you do not, your pet won't be allowed to go to school with you anymore. Izuku's BLD ran cold. 𝐿𝐿 was being forced to use his BLD at the sports festival. This was bad. Very, very bad. 𝐿𝐿 could hardly handle a small drop of the amplifying power in the training room. Unleashing it at the sports festival was a disaster waiting to happen. Izuku could see the 𝐿𝐿 agreed with Izuku. His friend's eyes were wide in panic, but the boy was trying his best to mask the emotions. Now, Endeavor said, let's begin the training. What followed was another round of abuse that left both boys covered in each other's BLD, but neither cared about the state they were in, both too worried about the festival looming on the horizon. When Izuku woke up, it was slowly, the feeling of cool water on his face drawing him from the blissful darkness. When he finally registered the pain he felt throughout his whole body, he was spurred to sit up with a gasp. Fuyumi? The teen asked, voice hoarse from screaming. Shish, the Todoroki sibling calmed, placing her hands gently on Izuku's shoulder. Don't move too fast. Endeavor wouldn't let me in until both of you had passed out. Izuku felt a sinking feeling in his gut. That's right. 𝐿𝐿. 𝐿𝐿. Izuku managed to whisper before his voice broke. He's in his room. I called Natsuo. He should be here soon. The teen shot Fuyumi a questioning look. I told him about Eraserhead and Nezu. And 𝐿𝐿 told me what happened last night. Natsuo knows too. The pain and misery on his face must have been clear because Fuyumi was gently pushing him down onto the pillows of the bed before he could try speaking again. I'll go get 𝐿𝐿, Fuyumi reassured, gently standing. Before she left the room she looked over her shoulder. We'll figure this out. Then Izuku was alone. Flashes of memories began to play in his mind as the silence crept in. 𝐿𝐿's screams mixing in with his own. Pain. BLD, too much BLD. The fear for 𝐿𝐿. The fear of Endeavor. And pain and BLD and Izuku. The quiet voice of 𝐿𝐿 asked. Izuku opened his eyes to see his friend. 𝐿𝐿. Izuku breathed in relief. He attempted to raise his arms, but only managed to elevate them a few inches before the sting of cuts and bruises forced them down. But 𝐿𝐿 got the message. Gently seating himself on the bed, the dual-haired teen slid Izuku into his lap, wrapping his arms around the hurt teen's torso. I don't know what to do. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 felt his heart break at the childlike fear in 𝐿𝐿𝐼's voice. I can't do what that monster wants me to, but if I don't, I can't leave you here with him. You can't abandon Hitoshi like that or your chance at freedom. Our chance, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 stated firmly. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 felt 𝐿𝐿𝐼's tears as 𝐿𝐿𝐼 placed his face in the crook of 𝐒𝐭𝐴's neck. It's all of our chance. Fuyumi and Natsuo, me. You. 𝐿𝐿𝐼, I won't leave you here with him either. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 turned around so he and 𝐿𝐿𝐼 were nearly nose to nose. Our chance, 𝐿𝐿𝐼 whispered, eyes shining with a hope 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had barely seen. A moment of easy silence followed as 𝐒𝐭𝐴 and 𝐿𝐿𝐼 stared at each other. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 could feel the other teen's breath against his mouth. Before he knew what he was doing, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was leaning forward and placing a gentle kiss against the mouth of the person he loved. Oh! How had he never realized it? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 loved 𝐿𝐿𝐼. He had since the moment the teen had shown kindness towards him in the form of a block of ice to heal a burn. The burning feeling that had been steadily growing in his chest was love. It had been so long since 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had felt love. The last person had been his mother. But this feeling wasn't a bitter despair because of love that could no longer thrive. No, this was love filled with hope. But love soon gave way to fear. What had he just done? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 pulled away from 𝐿𝐿𝐼 as his breathing began to pick up. Apologies already on his lips, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was ready to end his friendship forever when he felt warm lips on his own once more. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was leaning in, deepening the kiss, his fears forgotten. When the moment ended, both boys were left out of breath and staring at each other in shock. Neither had any idea what to say. I think I love you, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 blurted out, wincing in pain at his jostled ribs. Oh, 𝐿𝐿𝐼 said. Oh. What did that mean? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 began questioning if the two kisses had really meant anything. Maybe 𝐿𝐿𝐼 had just been caught up in the moment. Maybe he just wanted to be friends. Which was fine, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 could be friends. Please don't stop being my friend, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 said sadly. I won't do that again. No. 𝐿𝐿𝐼 said loudly, face slightly red. I think I love you too. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 felt pure joy in that moment, but then, you think? The teen asked weakly. I don't know what love feels like, 𝐿𝐿𝐼 admitted brokenly. Oh, that made so much sense in a dark, twisted way. But I know what it's supposed to be, and with you, it feels like I thought it would. Me too, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 whispered, though he didn't really know what he was saying. Before 𝐒𝐭𝐴 could overthink it, he was gently reaching out, question clear in his eyes as he leaned towards 𝐿𝐿𝐼 once more. 𝐿𝐿𝐼 didn't move away but instead leaned forward to meet 𝐒𝐭𝐴 halfway. The third kiss was appealing. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 felt butterflies in his stomach and his head felt light, but in that moment, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was happy. Nothing could break it. Except of course when a few moments later Fuyumi walked in. Both boys sprung apart. There was a surprised yet amused look on her face, but the sibling didn't say anything. Before the two boys could question her, the opening of a door could be heard down the hallway. The light moment was suddenly much darker when Natsuo came slinking in, anger dark and dangerous. I'm going to kill that son of a bitch someday, the eldest Todoroki brother declared as greeting. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 watched 𝐿𝐿𝐼's face drain of any happiness as he was reminded of the weight of the future. 𝐒𝐭𝐴, too, suddenly felt much heavier and the pain became a much more DMNT force. He can't do it. He won't do it. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 declared quietly, yet resolve shone in his eyes. We can find another way. I won't let my power hurt you. And I can stay here, it'll be worth it. Wait. Why can't 𝐿𝐿𝐼 do it? Natsuo interrupted. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 shot the man a confused glare. My BLD hurts 𝐿𝐿𝐼. I'm not going to let him get hurt, especially because it'll be my fault. No, Natsuo interrupted again. Why can't 𝐿𝐿𝐼 use your BLD? Endeavor never has any trouble, does he? That gave 𝐒𝐭𝐴 pause. Why was his BLD hurting 𝐿𝐿𝐼 so much? Was he such a failure that he couldn't stop his BLD from hurting one of the only people who he didn't want to hurt? Fuyumi spoke up then in a much more cautious voice. 𝐿𝐿𝐼, how much does Fath Endeavor give you? 𝐿𝐿𝐼 shrugs, clearly distraught between the sudden mood changes that had been happening. I don't know, a lot. But when Izuku uses his quirk on you, with the light, you can handle it just fine. She questioned even more softly. Well yeah, but that's because I can regulate how much power I am outputting so as not to overwhelm the body, Izuku said. Wait, suddenly Izuku realized what the two Todoroki siblings had been getting at. 𝐻𝐸𝐽, Izuku started, have you ever tried just one drop of my BLD before? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 shook his head, a look of realization dawning in his features. No. That night Izuku, Fuyumi, 𝐻𝐸𝐽, and Natsuo discovered that a single drop of Izuku's BLD could be handled by 𝐻𝐸𝐽 easily. It made his flames a appealing purple and his ice able to last longer and become more distinctive shapes. It was enough. After discovering this, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 broke down into tears, water similarly running down Izuku's own face. You can do this, Izuku whispered into 𝐻𝐸𝐽's ear, placing a gentle kiss on his cheek. Go to the sports festival and win. But you won't be there, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 muttered. Go, Izuku urged again, win for me. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 looked up at Izuku and nodded with fierce determination. Izuku pulled 𝐻𝐸𝐽 in for their fourth kiss. It tasted like salt and hope. If Izuku had been paying more attention, he'd have seen Natsuo shoot Fuyumi a confused look at the action, and Fuyumi gesture him out into the hallway to explain the boys' newfound relationship. We will now commence the first meeting of the gathering of rats against the villain Endeavor, or GI for short. We aren't all rats, Nezu. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 Aizawa looked around the dimly lit room that was UA's staff lounge at midnight. Around him sat Nezu, present Mic Hisashi, Fuyumi Todoroki, Natsuo Todoroki, Detective Naomasa Tsukochi, and himself. As you all already know, the sports festival is a mere 1 week away and the Todoroki siblings have just brought forth some terrible news. I motion that we do nothing. What? Hisashi yelled, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 using erasure to turn off his husband's quirk before it deafened them all. We can't let the little listener suffer at home. While it is most unfortunate, it is too soon to show our hand. Gathering the necessary evidence has taken longer than predicted, Nezu began. And I suspect that Izuku will be left quite alone during the festival as Endeavor will come to watch 𝐻𝐸𝐽. And what are we going to do about 𝐻𝐸𝐽 Todoroki? Ah yes. It is in both of the students' best interest to allow 𝐻𝐸𝐽 to use the single drop of BLD as Izuku and the Todoroki siblings were masterful enough to figure out. Nezu answered, gesturing with his paw to the two siblings who both sat with false confidence. If not during the sports festival, when is the best time to make our move? Natsuo spoke up, worry clearly shining in his eyes. Nezu's face stretched into an animalistic grin that caused all but 𝐻𝐸𝐽 to shudder. I have already devised the perfect way. The day of the sports festival arrived too soon for Izuku. He'd barely managed to inform Hitoshi of Endeavor's newest order and reassure him that it was okay before he had been chained up in his room, muzzle and collar firmly in place, and left to sit in his dark space and worry about 𝐻𝐸𝐽, Hitoshi, and the sports festival. Izuku could only hope that everything would be okay. Round 1 and 2 of the sports festival had been an obstacle course and a cavalry battle that Hitoshi could barely remember completing. His mind was lost in the worry for 𝐻𝐸𝐽 and Izuku and the need to win the sports festival to get into the hero course. It had registered somewhere in his mind that 𝐻𝐸𝐽 had won both events without any noticeable change to his quirk. Hitoshi was now sitting against a wall in a random hallway of UA trying not to panic about what he was going to do in the one-on-one battles. Both his dads were up in the commentator's booth and Hitoshi didn't want to bother them, not with everything else going on. Hitoshi! 𝐻𝐸𝐽's voice echoed in the empty hallway, knocking Hitoshi out of a full-blown meltdown. Hi, the teen managed weakly. Are you okay? Todoroki asked, sliding down the wall to sit beside him. Yeah, I'm just really scared. You're going to do great in the next event, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 said in an attempt to be reassuring. You placed second in the cavalry battle. Had he? Hitoshi hadn't really processed past the fact that he had moved on. Not scared of that, scared for you. Oh, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 muttered, looking down in his hands where Hitoshio only just noticed a vial of red liquid dressed up to look like juice. Hitoshi shuddered. I think you should win today, Hitoshi blurted. As soon as the words had come out, the teen knew that they were the truth of what he felt. I can get in the hero course with second or even third place, but you can't afford to lose. Not right now. A small smile formed on 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝑜's mouth. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻𝑜 told me the same thing. Asked me to win for him. A warmth filled Hitoshi's chest. Do it, Hitoshi stated firmly, not just for him, but for yourself too. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝑜 looked over to meet Hitoshi's eyes, the sparkle of tears waiting to fall. Hitoshi gently opened his arms, and when 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝑜 leaned in, folded them around his friend. You make it to the hero course, okay? 𝐿𝐻𝑜 stated firmly, pulling back to meet Hitoshi's eyes yet again. I will, Hitoshi said. He'd never felt more sure that he could be a hero than in that moment. First place was one fight away. 𝐿𝐻𝑜 had won every other match by using a single drop of Izuku's BLD. And it was down to just Hitoshi and 𝐿𝐻𝑜 for first place, and he was lost. Hitoshi had told him to win, Izuku had told him to win, but how was he going to fight his friend? Midnight raised her flag. Ready, set, fight, she cried, and Hitoshi, standing directly across from 𝐿𝐻𝑜, did not move. Both boys looked at each other, and the crowd was silent. 𝐿𝐻𝑜 could feel the heat of Endeavor's glare all the way from the stands. Before 𝐿𝐻𝑜 could even begin to make a decision of what to do, Hitoshi smiled and nodded his head at the dual team before calmly stepping out of the ring, forfeiting the match. 𝐿𝐻𝑜 blinked. The crowd blinked. The roar of clapping and the lessening of his father's ire was what welcomed him into darkness as his body finally gave out from the stress and exhaustion from the day. Izuku decided that Nezu was insane. What sort of MSTR plan involved him going to a summer camp? And why now? Stain had shown up, killed a few low-ranked and less popular heroes, and Endeavor had stopped him before much damage could be done. But the small neck in the lie that were many of the heroes had been enough to cause a panic and for everyone to begin looking closer at the heroes. This, in turn, caused Endeavor to be even more angry than normal at the scrutinization of his most recent performances. I'm not sure how that would help, Izuku said hesitantly in response to Nezu's rather abrupt announcement of him attending the hero course's summer camp. 𝐿𝐻𝑜, who was sitting next to him, nodded his head in silent agreement, careful of the few wounds the dual-haired teens still sported from the sports festival. 𝐿𝐻𝑜 had won, just as he'd promised Izuku, and in doing so avoided any sort of negative actions from Endeavor for both the teens living in the abusive home for an entire month. A godsend to Izuku, whose desperately needed recovery time because after being locked in his room the whole day worrying about 𝐿𝐻𝑜 and Hitoshi he'd realized. He'd clawed deep gashes in his arms with his nails. You see, Izuku, while you and 𝐿𝐻𝑜 are away and learning with the hero course, my team will be implementing the preliminary steps of taking down Endeavor, but we are hesitant about the backlash this may cause, so it is vital everyone in the home is away when we begin. So, you two will be at camp, Natsuo at his university, and Fuyumi will be staying with an acquaintance. I guess that could work, Izuku sighed heavily, but I don't think there is anything you could say to get Endeavor to agree to let me go. Oh, don't you worry about that, my young heroling, don't you worry. Nezu's borderline malicious smile stopped Izuku from questioning any future. After all, the rat was a genius. Endeavor was furious. He'd just received a letter in the mail from the Hero PBIC Safety Commission requesting his presence in the trial against Stain for the next 2 weeks. He was Endeavor the #1 hero. He fought the crime to prove he was stronger than All Might. He didn't do the lowly work of sidekicks such as attending trials for villains. Endeavor crushed the paper in his hands and smote it into ash. No, he wouldn't go. A tap on his shoulder had him turning around in anger, flames dancing on top of his clenched fists. What? He snarled at his sidekick who had brought the letter to him. They also said to give you this, the barely passable hero stuttered out, holding out their shaking hand clenched with a small slip of paper. Growling lowly, Endeavor snatched the paper, winching the edges, and read the single sentence. Failure to comply will result in freezing of hero license for 1 month. G, Public Safety Commission head smoke filled the air as Endeavor silently raged at the insufferable note. Of course, this trial wasn't optional, not when it came to the Safety Commission. Oh, he would go, but while he was there he'd need to have a little talk with the Hero Commission and their policies. Endeavor left a day before Izuku and 𝐿𝐻𝑜 were to leave for the summer camp, him none the wiser about the rapidly upcoming trip. Izuku was ecstatic, And he hadn't even cared that the flaming villain had spent 4 whole hours taking Izuku's BLD the previous night in preparation for the trip. The only reason he was still alive was because of Dr. Mori's BLD replenishing quirk. Nezu's plan had worked, and Izuku was free for an entire 2 weeks. As soon as the number 1 hero's car was out of sight, Izuku's legs gave out, and tears began to run down his face. "Izuku!" 𝐿to's frightened voice exclaimed, "What's wrong? Are you alright?" It worked." The teen exclaimed in astonishment, eyes focusing on the dual-haired teen, I am finally getting out." With that, Izuku leapt up and wrapped 𝐿to in a massive hug. 𝐿to leaned into his embrace. Without thinking, Izuku pulled away only to lean back in and place a chase kiss on his not-quite-friend's lips, then promptly turned a vivid shade of red. After a startled few moments, 𝐿to's only response was, "It's about time." Whether he was talking about the kiss or Nezu's plan, Izuku was unsure. Shinsu Hitoshi didn't know what he was doing. Having arrived extremely early to UA that morning with his dad, he now sat on the bus of said school, slowly driving into the wilderness. Apparently he had been transferred to the hero course and was joining them on their summer camp. Which, what the hell? Sure, he had placed 3rd in the sports festival, just behind an exploding Pomeranian and 𝐿to, but Hitoshi was still perplexed at the speed at which his dad had uprooted him from Gen Ed. And holy F, the look his dad had given him when he'd told Hitoshi that he'd be catching up to the rest of the hero core students during this camp had cued the teen into just how sore and tired he was about to be. And yet, Hitoshi couldn't complain too much. Because he got to join 𝐿to and Izuku for the camp. He had a role to play in helping them get out of Endeavor's house, even if that role was just moral support. Hitoshi was stirred from his thoughts by the slight nudge of Izuku to his left. "Are you okay?" The green red-haired teen inquired. "You've been out of it all morning." "I'm fine," Hitoshi replied, "just a little overwhelmed with everything that is happening right now." Izuku nodded his head in understanding. To Hitoshi's right, 𝐿to added, "It is quite a lot to process, with what's going on with Endeavor, and then you getting added to the hero course, and now all of us going to the summer camp." "Yeah, but I wouldn't have it any other way," Hitoshi agreed, quickly tucking his chin to his chest in an effort to hide the faint pink tinting his cheeks. But if the slight smile gracing 𝐿to's lips, and the light nudge from his left was any indication, his efforts had been in vain. When Hitoshi finally looked back up, his gaze was drawn to Izuku, whose body had become frozen while his eyes seemed to dart from the floor to the back of the bus. Tilting his head, Hitoshi asked, "Are you okay?" "What?" Oh, yeah. I just hadn't really met all of Class 1A before." Hitoshi tracked Izuku's eyes and saw that the 2 teens occupying the back of the bus were a kid with a black bird head, and a scowling kid whose blonde hair looked like it had exploded. "Yeah, that bird Quirk must be wild," Hitoshi said, masking the confusion bouncing in the back of his mind. Before he could question further, Izuku got pulled into a debate about powerful quirks in Class 1A by Zu and Uraraka, who had apparently been Izuku's friends since the USJ attack. Tokoyami's quirk is actually called Dark Shadow, which is an emitter quirk that takes the form of a physical creature that he can control. His head is just a mutation because of that, 𝐿to supplied in a quiet voice. Hitoshi scoffed. "Course he has a powerful quirk," he said, thinking of all the times he had been bullied for his own villainous quirk. "So is yours," 𝐿to stated, leaving no room for argument. Hitoshi, yet again, felt himself turning pink. He'd have to visit the reason behind that sooner than he thought. In response, Hitoshi cracked a smile. Back at the dual-haired teen. 𝐔𝐬𝐽. The bus came to a startling and deafening stop. Hitoshi felt like his ears were bleeding. His dad, no, Eraserhead while at school, which he was technically still at even if he wasn't on campus. Whatever. Eraserhead stood up, a disturbing smile decorating his features as he announced entirely too gleefully, "Everyone off the bus." Well, SHT. This could not be good. Izuku had been so excited to go to camp. So excited he'd been distracted. Him and 𝐿to would be getting away from Endeavor. There'd be no pain for a whole week. Even longer if Nezu's plan worked. And the cherry on top, he'd get to spend that whole week with 𝐿to and Hitoshi. The thought had him giggling like he hadn't in a long time. However, Halfway through the bus ride, 𝐒𝐿 had noticed a pair of sharp red eyes focused on him. And 𝐒𝐿 had a whole new thing to be distracted by. Because that was 𝐒𝐭𝐚, and there was no way he could handle his old childhood bully. Not after everything that had happened to him, not after finally getting that first taste of freedom. How had 𝐒𝐿 never realized that the exploding blonde was going to UA? He'd been distracted. 𝐒𝐿 could not spiral, he would not spiral. Why not just take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in your next life? Are you okay? Hitoshi's eyes blurred into focus for 𝐒𝐿, who definitely hadn't been spiraling. What? Oh, yeah. I just hadn't really met all of Class 1A before. 𝐒𝐿 could tell Hitoshi was going to ask questions. Questions 𝐒𝐿 was not going to visit. Not now. Not while everything might finally, actually be perfect. 𝐒𝐿 loved Hitoshi, but he just couldn't be that vulnerable here. When 𝐂 offered the SWCH in conversation, 𝐒𝐿 gladly, thankfully, took it. He steadily ignored the red eyes that continued to stare at the back of his head. 𝐒𝐻. Everyone off the bus. And who was 𝐒𝐿 to argue with Eraserhead? Standing up and filing off the bus behind Hitoshi, the teen saw the vehicle had been parked at a lookout which allowed for a view of a dense forest. And just to the left of the overlook stood two members of the Wild PP Cats, a hero group 𝐒𝐿 had always loved. Before 𝐒𝐿 could walk closer and meet the heroes who were beginning to address the class, the gruff voice of his teacher caught his ear. 𝐒𝐿, will you come here? Pausing to usher Hitoshi and 𝐬𝐽 forward, 𝐒𝐿 turned back towards his teacher standing by the bus. Yes, sir. No offense, kid, but you aren't a part of the hero course. And even if you were, I'm not sure I'd want you doing this next bit, the teacher said with a pointed look at the exposed burns 𝐒𝐿 had been trying to hide. Courtesy of one flaming villain who had been angry about a certain trial. What do you mean? However, before his teacher could respond, the sound of teenagers screaming in shock answered his question. 𝐒𝐿 watched in quiet confusion and surprise, as Pixibob, one of the Wild PP Cat heroes, used her quirk to crumble Earth from underneath Class 1A, causing them all to fall into the forest below. 𝐒𝐿 took a hesitant step towards where everyone else had just fallen. These heroes wouldn't hurt the class, 𝐒𝐿 told himself. They weren't like Endeavor. 𝐒𝐿 trusted Mr. Aizawa. 𝐬𝐽. Hitoshi. 𝐒𝐿 called out, peering over the edge where the two boys had disappeared from. His eyes found 𝐬𝐽, who was helping Hitoshi stand and brush off the dust that had settled. Are you alright? We're fine. 𝐬𝐽 answered. No, we're not. Hitoshi said in a mock-angry voice, I'm in so much pain from that fall. The teen threw a dramatic hand to his head, pretending to faint into 𝐬𝐽. 𝐬𝐽, who had always struggled with sarcasm, scrunched up his brows. You are? He asked in concern. Opening an eye, Hitoshi patted the dual-haired teen on the head. No, not really, the boy reassured, then moving his eyes up to the left of 𝐒𝐿 he said, but that wasn't a very nice welcome. This is a camp meant to improve your skills as heroes. And that training starts now, Mr. Aizawa responded to Hitoshi's barb. Pixibob bounded up next to 𝐒𝐿. You have 3 hours to get to camp. But it won't be that simple. First you'll have to make it through the beast forest. Good luck. With that, monsters made of rock began rising from the forest ground. Before 𝐒𝐿 knew it, and with a quick salute goodbye from Hitoshi, Class 1A had scattered into the surrounding brush. 𝐒𝐿 wasn't really sure what to do now. Time to get back on the bus, problem child. 𝐒𝐿 smiled at the nickname. He'd never really had a nickname before that wasn't riddled with hate and pain. And while this one may seem like an insult, 𝐒𝐿 could tell it was said with affection. Hitoshi had reassured him of that fact. Nodding, 𝐒𝐿 took one last look at where 𝐬𝐽 and Hitoshi had disappeared from his sight, before turning around and taking the 2 steps up into the bus. The bus ride to the summer camp was actually super fun for 𝐒𝐿. Pixibob and Mandalay joined Aizawa and him, and so the entire ride there 𝐒𝐿 got to pepper the heroes with excited questions about their quirks and work as rescue heroes. However, when they did make it to the camp, which surprisingly only took 35 minutes, the PP Cats had to go and set up for when Class 1A arrived, leaving 𝐒𝐿 and Aizawa alone. The awkward silence stretched on. Izuku started. Looking down, Aizawa's eyes softened. Yeah, kid. Could I ask you about your quirk? If Izuku had been looking more closely, he would have seen the faint smile grace the tired teacher's mouth. Sure, problem child. Shouter Aizawa had not been expecting the barrage of questions one Izuku Midoriya could produce about a single quirk. Especially considering how little the two knew about each other. But some of the questions the kid produced were genuinely making Shouter rethink some of his hero training. Does your quirk work in reflections? Like in a mirror? No. I know you can't use your quirk on mutations, but does your quirk work on people who have both emitter and mutation? Quirks. Oh. Like the bird kid, Tokoyami. It works on the emitter portions but still has no effect on the mutation aspects. If you wink back and forth to keep your eyes lubricated, could you technically never stop your quirk? I don't know. And on it went. Yet, Shouter couldn't even be mildly annoyed because it was endearing, nice even, to see the kid who had seemed so frightened and scared in Nezu's office a few weeks ago, look so alive and full of energy. Eventually, Izuku's questions came to a stop. Thank you for answering my questions, I know. I can get kind of excited and annoying. Course kid, and it's not annoying, it's actually impressive. You've got a good head on your shoulders. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, Shouter said, ruffling the kid's hair. He pointedly ignored the misting of said kid's eyes. A calm silence rested comfortably between the two. Before Endeave the kid flinched. Before everything, when you saved me from that fire I couldn't control my quirk. But, you didn't care. You made me feel like my quirk, like I was worth saving. I know it was just a young kid projecting on their only hero, but you made me feel like I could be strong enough to do anything, even when things got really dark. So, thank you Mr. Aizawa. For helping me then, and helping me now. Shouter didn't know what to say. He'd always known that being a hero had an effect on people, but to hear such a sincere confession from someone so young and hurt by the world. To hear a confession from a kid he considered his own. Shouter bent down to look Izuku in the eyes. Kid. Izuku. Shouter placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Thank you for telling me. You are so strong, and I'm so proud of you. Before Shouter could finish, the man felt two skinny arms wrap around his torso, and a head bury itself in his chest. Shouter found his hands gently reciprocating the hug. You did good, kid. You're doing good, and call me Aizawa. When Hitoshi, Shouto, and the rest of Class 1A finally made it out of the forest, it was dinner time. Izuku laughed at the state his friends were in. Don't laugh, Hitoshi said, this was literal hell. Izuku turned curiously towards Shouto to see what he thought. Shouto just shrugged. Izuku giggled again. How dare you both betray me like this? The purple-haired teen cried. Stop being so dramatic Hitoshi, Aizawa said. Hitoshi opened his mouth to refute, however Aizawa beat him to it. We're done for today, so get some rest, and be ready for hell in the morning. With that, the teacher turned on his heel and disappeared from view of the rest of the class. Izuku giggled at Aizawa's antics. Why are you laughing? Waking up the next morning to begin training wasn't as hard as Izuku thought it might be. But that was probably because he hadn't run through the forest of beasts like the rest of Class 1A. Or maybe it was because he was used to getting up to give BLD to Endeavor. Maybe both. Anyways, Izuku was excited to start the day. The same could not be said for Hitoshi. Why do you both look so awake? The purple-haired teen grumbled, referring to Izuku and Shouto. The three teens were keeping pace with each other as they walked towards the meeting point for the entire class. Shouto shrugged, practice. Hitoshi seemed to go quiet at that, before quickly shaking it off and continuing. What kind of hell do you think Mr. Aizawa will put us through today? Depends, Izuku replied in a teasing tone. What is your definition of hell? Hitoshi put a hand to his chin, thinking for a moment. I reserve the right to answer that until after today. I have a feeling my definition might change. Izuku laughed, and Shouto cracked a smile. I'll definitely have to remember to ask then. I'll remind you, Shouto spoke up. As the conversation naturally came to an end, the three boys arrived at the meet-up point to find most of the class already there. Good morning everyone, I trust you all followed my direction and got a restful sleep. Aizawa asked. Multiple groans were his only response. Bakugo, come here. Izuku stiffened. Throw this ball using your quirk, the teacher said, holding a palm-sized white ball. Die! The blonde teen screamed, launching the ball into the air with a giant explosion. Izuku tried, and failed, to conceal a flinch. The teen could feel both Xiaoto and Hitoshi's eyes slide over to him in concern. 706, 5 meters. Practically no difference from the start of the year. Aizawa let the comments sink in. Today is all about refining and strengthening your quirks. Giving a feral smile, the teacher continued, I have assigned each of you a task for the rest of the day. Step up here to begin. Izuku waited until Xiaoto had left and everyone else had gotten an assignment, before stepping up to Aizawa. Glancing at the teen, the teacher rolled up the list he'd been reading tasks from and softened his frown. Izuku, you're with Hitoshi and me. He needs someone to practice his quirk on and you need something to do. Izuku smiled. This was something he could do, okay. Hitoshi was nervous about practicing his quirk with Izuku. For most of his childhood he had been told by adults that his quirk was villainous and was punished if he ever used it. But then he'd been adopted by his dad's and all of a sudden he'd been allowed, encouraged even, to use his quirk whenever he wanted. Hitoshi had always wanted to be a hero, but now that he had 2 hero dads, he wanted it even more. We'll start simple. Hitoshi, brainwash Izuku, his dad commanded. The 3 of them had walked to a secluded part of the forest to start the training. Izuku, what's my name? Said teen smiled before saying, Hitoshi. Hitoshi watched as Izuku's face went blank. The purple teen could feel the string tethering his and Izuku's minds. Gently, Hitoshi released control of the line, giving it back to Izuku. The smaller teen blinked as a smile once again returned to his face. Wow, that was so cool. It's like my head was submerged in water. Good job, his dad said. Let's start by seeing how long you can hold him under 4. Izuku, are you okay with that? Yep. Okay, Hitoshi agreed. Izuku, what's your favorite food? The teen's eyes scrunched up. I'm not sure. His eyes went blank. Hitoshi, once again, had control of Izuku's string, and waited. 2 minutes in he began to sweat. 5 in, he felt his grip slowly loosening and his eyes start to sting. At 8, Hitoshi couldn't hold on anymore, and released Izuku with a gasp. The purple-haired teen fell to the floor in an exhausted heap as Izuku cried, so cool. 8 minutes and 27 seconds. Better than last time, Hitoshi. Good job. Woo, the teen said, raising a tired fist, then slowly standing. Now I want you to try again, but continue asking Izuku questions. I want to see how much that affects your ability to hold it, Aizawa instructed. Looking to Izuku, whose smile was still intact, he asked, you good with that, Izuku? Yep, and blank eyes. Okay, Hitoshi searched for things to ask his friend, what's your favorite color? Izuku answered in a monotone voice, white and purple. Thinking of his own hair, Hitoshi blushed. He pointedly ignored the look his dad gave him. What's your favorite subject? Hero studies. Favorite animal? I don't know. Odd, Hitoshi thought. Favorite book? I don't know. Favorite TV show? I've never watched TV. Instant regret pooled in Hitoshi's stomach. He'd forgotten, again, about Izuku's home life. Looking at his dad, he noticed a similar sour expression mirroring his own. Despite his own feelings, he knew Izuku was okay with him continuing, and so Hitoshi did. What's your quirk? Amplification. Right. Hitoshi sometimes forgot Izuku wasn't actually quirkless. How do you use it? I can't right now. What? What do you mean you can't? Hitoshi questioned in confusion. Izuku robotically lifted his right arm. Quirk suppressor bracelet Endeavor makes me wear. Hitoshi looked to his dad. Aizawa simply shook his head, clearly saying, without words, to drop it. So hesitantly, the teen moved on to something hopefully more happy. What's your best friend's name? A moment of hesitation. Hitoshi tilted his head, confused once again. Finally, Izuku answered, "Which one?" Taken aback, Hitoshi replied, both all of them. Todoroki Shoto and Shinsu Hitoshi. Hitoshi released his grip on Izuku's string in surprise. Izuku's eyes focused and he looked questioningly at Hitoshi's shocked expression. "What?" Hitoshi felt his mouth open and close repeatedly before finally asking, "I'm your best friend." Izuku's worried frown cleared. "Yeah, you and Shoto. You didn't know?" No." "Oh," Izuku said, slight disappointment tinting his words. "But are mine too. You and Shoto." Hitoshi leapt to clarify. "Oh." Izuku repeated, this time with a much more delighted tone, before slowly slinking over to hug Hitoshi. The two embraced for about 30 seconds before a hand grabbed each of their shoulders and split them apart. "As much as I appreciate a heart-to-heart," Aizawa started, with a gentle smile directed at Izuku, "it is time to continue training." Hitoshi looked at Izuku to find him nodding in excitement. Heaving a great sigh, the purple-haired teen readied to begin again. The end of day one came quickly, and Hitoshi found himself exhausted, but more content than he'd ever been. He was best friends with Izuku. And that evening Hitoshi had nervously told Shoto that he was one of his best friends and Shoto had said the same. So, he was also best friends with Shoto. Hitoshi was ecstatic. And if he maybe wanted to be more than friends, well, that was for him to secretly long for. With two best friends, the week went by quickly, and before Hitoshi knew it, it was the second to last night of camp. And instead of getting to hang out and go to bed early like every single other night that week, they were doing more training. Hello my kittens. Mandalay called to the gathered classes of both 1A and 1B. In all honesty, Hitoshi had forgotten that 1B had come along on this trip. "Tonight we thought we'd let you all have some fun by competing to see which class can scare the other the most. Class 1B will go first and hide in the woods along the trail. 1A will pair up and walk the path and try not to get scared. Once everyone has made it back here, the classes will SWCH. All right, let's do this." Oh great, an opportunity to walk around in the forest at night unsupervised. Nothing could possibly go wrong, Hitoshi thought. That was sarcasm. A tap on his shoulder had him turning around to see Shoto. Izuku realized we can't all three go together because they said pairs, but Zu offered to pair up with Izuku so you and I can be together. Hitoshi looked over to where Shoto was pointing at an excitedly babbling Izuku who seemed to be asking about how her quirk worked in the dark. "That's cool with me," Hitoshi said, bumping shoulders with the dual-haired teen to let him know how happy he was with the pairing. "Cool," Shoto repeated, smiling slightly. Both turned around to wave at Izuku before walking into the forest to begin the challenge. "So does the darkness make you more awake? Or does it make you want to talk more, like how frogs croak more at night?" Izuku excitedly asked Zu as they walked through the forest. Zu had kindly asked Izuku to pair up with her when Shoto, Hitoshi, and him had been an uneven number. Izuku knew he should be feeling scared, or even a little nervous about Class 1B possibly popping out at any time, but Izuku was just so excited to ask questions. And anyways, Zu was such a comforting and confident presence that he found himself shaking more with excitement than nerves. As the two walked and talked, students from Class 1B popped out of the bushes, from around bends, and one even notably fell out of a tree in the attempt to scare them. About 10 minutes after their most recent encounter with an attempted scarer, Izuku's nose was filled with a terribly familiar scent. Izuku stopped short. "Kiro?" Zu questioned. "Do you smell that? It smells like fire," Izuku whispered, dread pooling in his stomach. His first thought was that it was Endeavor, here to take him away, but Izuku quickly put a stop to that train of thought. It wasn't possible. So then what was the cause of it? "I smell it too, Kiro." Shakily Izuku said, "Let's just head back, but be on alert, yeah?" Zu nodded. However, before the two could begin walking, a bulging figure stepped out in front of them. "It seems I've gotten a little turned around. Oh well, would you kids tell me where Bakugo Katsuki is?" Izuku froze, and he could see Zu doing the same next to him. This was a villain. A villain with a body made of constantly shifting and growing muscles. A villain who flexed his arms as he spoke. A villain whose smile sung of insanity and a lust for death. Izuku's first reaction, honed by countless sessions with Endeavor, was to shrink into himself. But when 𝐤 shifted into a battle stance, Izuku shook away his instincts and shifted into a similar position. "What do you want with Bakugo?" Izuku asked, his voice remaining steady despite the trembling in his hands. At the same time 𝐤 said, "You're muscular, an S-ranked villain." Said villain's smile got impossibly wider. "So the little heroes know me," Muscular said, flexing his fist. "Oh well, if you won't answer my question, I'll just have to kill you and keep looking." With that the villain raised his fist and swung at 𝐤, who only barely managed to leap out of the way. "𝐤!" Izuku cried in shock, watching as Muscular went in for another swing on the frog girl, who parried with an uppercut. What was happening? What should he do? What could they do against an S-ranked villain? They were both just kids. Calm down. Okay, Izuku thought. Assess the situation, and solve it before anyone gets hurt or dies. Izuku could see that Muscular had forgotten about him, if only for a few seconds, in favor of pursuing the more exciting prey. But that wouldn't last long. And as good as 𝐤 was doing now, he knew she was no match for the hulking man. Izuku's eyes roved over the man, searching, analyzing, for weakness. But there was none. Muscular Quirk was some kind of muscle enhanced which gave him inhuman strength and speed. There was no good counter for a quirk like that. Only getting rid of his quirk would work, that's it. Izuku had to get rid of Muscular's quirk. Focusing back on 𝐤, Izuku could see that she was getting tired and was bound to make a fatal mistake soon. He had to move now. Sprinting as silently as he could, Izuku ran towards the fighting figures. Ripping at the band tied around his wrist, the one that had been a requirement to wear since he'd started at UA, Izuku leapt onto Muscular's back and reached for his arm. Utilizing Muscular's single-second pause of surprise, Izuku wrapped the band around the man's arm. The teen could feel as the villain's quirk was blocked by the band and his enhanced muscles began to shrink, leaving him a normal-sized, maybe even thinner than the average man. "Boy! What the F did you do?" Muscular screamed, throwing his hands over his head in an attempt to reach Izuku, who clung for dear life. "𝐤, now!" Izuku screamed, hoping the girl would understand. While he did so, Muscular backed up, slamming Izuku into a tree, causing him to let go and fall to the ground. When Izuku tried to stand, his vision blurred. That couldn't be good. Luckily, 𝐤 didn't falter and delivered a concussive blow to Muscular's head, knocking the man out in one swing. Izuku sighed, using the tree as support to stand up. To his left, 𝐤 was catching her breath. Then she spoke. "What did you do, Kiro?" His quirk just stopped. Izuku considered for a brief moment making up a lie, but his dizzy head and the trust he had for 𝐤 allowed him to quickly banish the thought. "I put my quirk-suppressing bracelet on him." 𝐤 gave him a thoughtful frown. "But if you are quirkless, why do you have one of those?" "No, I'm not actually quirkless," Izuku admitted quietly. At this point he was pretty sure the adrenaline had gone to his head, or maybe the potential concussion he was ignoring, because admitting all this to 𝐤 was starting more and more to feel like a fever dream. "I understand, Kiro-wait, really?" Izuku asked in alarm. "But I'd like to ask more questions later, after we solve this," 𝐤 said, gesturing to the unconscious Muscular and the blue fireweight. "Fire! Oh my god, fire! There must be more villains. Then what are we going to do? We barely managed to fight one villain. If there are more, I'm not sure what would happen, Kiro." If the fire spread, the teachers probably already know it. 𝐤 was interrupted by the sound of explosions and a loud voice yelling, "Get down, you demon nerds." 𝐿𝐼𝐽 hadn't expected to be so nervous while walking with Hitoshi through the woods. Yet here he was with butterflies in his stomach. But 𝐿𝐼𝐽 didn't think that those butterflies were bad. In fact, they seemed to feel the same as when he was around Izuku, and everything about Izuku was good, so this must be good, too. Now, 𝐿𝐼𝐽 was never one to let impulsive thoughts control his actions, but when he was around Izuku and Hitoshi, that rule seemed to fly out the window. So when the thought of holding Hitoshi's hand came to mind, it stuck and just would not go away. Before 𝐿𝐼𝐽 could really process what was happening, He found that his arm was reaching out and taking the purple-haired teen's hand in his own. 𝐂𝐽 carefully tracked Hitoshi's expression from the corner of his eye while keeping his head pointed straight ahead. The purple-haired teen's face became compressed, as if he was thinking hard, but 𝐂𝐽 couldn't discern a specific expression. Finally, carefully, Hitoshi squeezed back, and a smile decorated his pretty lips. 𝐂𝐽 was enjoying the peaceful moment. That was, of course, until a villain attacked them. A very crazy, insane villain in a straitjacket that kept screaming, "Flesh! Flesh! I hunger for your flesh!" And that was certainly unnerving. Moreover, the villain also had an uncontrollable quirk that sprouted razor blades from his body and attacked anything that moved. That was slightly more concerning. And while 𝐂𝐽 was scared of the villain, he was more worried about Hitoshi, who had engaged the man in a fight right alongside him. But it wasn't looking good. 𝐂𝐽 was bleeding from multiple scratches on his arms, and Hitoshi had what looked like a deep gash on his collarbone. 𝐂𝐽 didn't know what to do. Hitoshi couldn't get the villain to respond, as he was too lost in his madness. And it seemed the dual quirk user's own fire and ice had no effect on the apparently unable to feel pain villain. That, topped with the fact that both he and Hitoshi had been training all day, equaled the both of them nearing quirk exhaustion. SHT. They needed to run. That was the only solution 𝐂𝐽 could come up with. A tactile retreat. So 𝐂𝐽 made an, admittedly hasty, plan. Sending the largest glacier of ice he could muster, he sprinted towards Hitoshi. Grabbing the purple-haired teen's hand, he quickly changed directions to sprint back towards that path that would lead to where they had last seen the wild pussycats. Taking a quick look back, 𝐂𝐽 could see that the glacier had done its job in slowing the mad villain down, if only by a few precious seconds. Faster, 𝐂𝐽 breathed into the air, "We need to move faster." As they ran, 𝐂𝐽 tried to muster another glacier, but the farther they traveled, the more it seemed as if the water had evaporated from the air. He couldn't seem to gather enough of the liquid to form another icy burst. That's when both boys came to a skidding halt as they were cut off by blue fire. That would explain the lack of water. There was nowhere to run, not without risking severe burns, burns for Hitoshi, at least. 𝐂𝐽 tried, yet again, to conjure ice, but still his body refused. "We can't get past, I can't make ice." 𝐂𝐽 shouted to Hitoshi over the roar of the flames. "Watch out!" Hitoshi screamed, diving to push 𝐂𝐽 out of the way just as a tree came flying through the air right where 𝐂𝐽 had been standing not seconds before. "I will have your flesh for dinner." 𝐂𝐽 whipped around just in time to see the villain preparing to throw another tree as he continued to run straight for the two teens. 𝐂𝐽 lit his hand up in his own flames, and could feel them responding and growing stronger because of the heat surrounding him. Hitoshi, at his back, stood up and shifted into a fighting stance. As the second tree came crashing towards them, 𝐂𝐽 exhaled. Flames shot from his fingertips, disintegrating the tree into ash, littering the boys in black soot. "Ah!" The villains screamed in frustration. 𝐂𝐽 knew their time was running out. If the blade villain got much closer, they'd be in range of his deadly quirk. There was no way the boys could fight him off, and there was no escape. This might very well be a last stand. But 𝐂𝐽 would not go down without a fight. He had Hitoshi and Izuku to think of. The villain was finally near enough, and 𝐂𝐽 ground his foot into the earth, lighting his hand aflame once more. But just before the razor-sharp blades of the screaming man could impale the two boys, an explosion was released on the villain's head. "Die UFR!" came the angry shout of Bakugo Katsuki, as the teen arched over the villain's head and landed next to 𝐂𝐽 and Hitoshi. Bakugo, what the 𝐂𝐽 barely had time to question before a giant black mass slammed into the villain, rocketing him into a nearby tree and knocking him out cold. "That's right, FR! Ha ha!" Bakugo screamed in victory. Looking to where the black mass had come from, 𝐂𝐽 could now see Tokoyami standing with a retreating dark shadow. The bird-headed teen gave a nod in greeting, sweat and blood dripping from his temple. 𝐂𝐽 had so many questions, yet the first thing out of his mouth was directed at Bakugo. "Did you start this fire?" "What?" "Of course not, DMN half N half BSTRD. That SHT's blue, you know dimmen well my stuff is yellow." "Right, sorry." "Thank you, Both of you, 𝐂𝐿 said, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Ha, was all Bakugo said in response. You should not be thanking me, 𝐂𝐭𝐴MI spoke up. I am ashamed to admit that I lost control of Dark Shadow before this fire appeared. I cannot control her if my emotions run high and it is too dark out. If it had not been for Bakugo's ability to summon his own fiery light, I fear the destruction I may have caused. It is because of his fast thinking we were able to calm Dark Shadow and hear the villain's screams and come to your aid. Either way, you took out that villain, so thank you, 𝐂𝐿 said. Wait, came the voice of Hitoshi, who was rising from a crouch. If you didn't start that fire, Bakugo, then doesn't that mean there are more villains? I'll kill them all. Bakugo shouted. But that means 𝐂𝐿 started. Izuku is still out there. Hitoshi said, panic rising in his voice. 𝐂𝐿 blue screamed. Izuku. He hadn't even thought to wonder if he was okay. Well then let's go find the DMN nerd, Bakugo said, voice uncharacteristically concerned. If 𝐂𝐿 had been more focused on the conversation, he would have thought to question why that was. Flesh. 𝐂𝐿 froze, slowly turning around to see the previously unconscious villain shakily rising up, using his blades as legs. It was a slow rise, clearly due to the man's wooziness, but 𝐂𝐿 could tell that he was about to regain full awareness. SHT. They talked too long, and apparently the villain had had time to recover. 𝐂𝐭𝐴MI, Hitoshi said, voice in slight hysterics, can't you knock him out again? Dark Shadow has retreated, there is too much light here now with the fire. Fing damn it. Bakugo screamed. 𝐂𝐿 could tell from the teen's sparking hands that he was about to blast over to the villain. Before he could, 𝐂𝐿 grabbed his wrist. Let go, icy hot, the exploding teen growled. You can't take him all alone. Didn't you see before? Your quirk had almost no effect on him. Our best bet is to get away from the fire so 𝐂𝐭𝐴MI can knock him out again. I'm not running away in half and half. This guy needs to die. 𝐂𝐿 did not let go of Bakugo's wrist as he said, you're not running away, you're acting as bait. Bakugo paused, before a shark-like smile slowly spread across the blonde's mouth. Now that sounds fun. Guys, we better get going like now. Hitoshi said, pointing a shaking finger toward the villain who had risen to above the treetops and was ripping the trunks from the ground. Needing no further permission, Bakugo ripped his arm from 𝐂𝐿's grasp, and used his quirk to rise in the air and blast towards the villain. The teen shot off 3 explosions onto the villain's head while dodging the blades thrown his way. I will chew the flesh from your bones, screamed the villain after the rapid assault. Bakugo quickly dived down and began flying away from the villain. The villain was dazed, but quickly recovered and yowled as he chased after Bakugo. 𝐂𝐿, 𝐂𝐭𝐴MI, and Hitoshi began to run, stuck in between the rampaging teen and the rampaging villain. Izuku was still coming down from the adrenaline rush of fighting Muscular, revealing to Zu he wasn't quirkless, and then realizing there were more villains, when things got crazy all over again. Get down, you demon nerds. Whipping his head over to where the voice had come from, Izuku just about fell over at the sight. The first thing Izuku saw was Kat-chan, propelled by his explosions, flying full force towards where he and Zu stood. The second thing he saw was a villain with blades all over his body screaming bloody murder. The third thing he saw was 𝐂𝐿, Hitoshi, and the bird guy in between the 2 raging forces, sprinting for their lives. All in all, a very overwhelming sight. Before Izuku could process much further, he was slammed to the ground by Zu, just in time for Bakugo to zoom past. 𝐂𝐭𝐴MI. Izuku heard 𝐂𝐿 shout as sparks of ice rose to his hand and extinguished the sparse blue flames surrounding them all. Do it now. Dark Shadow, 𝐂𝐭𝐴MI shouted as his shadow quirk rose. Said dark shadow continued to grow until it was a massive, swirling wall, blocking the blade villain's path. Dark Shadow rose up as the villain screamed, I can still smell your flesh. Dark Shadow screeched before slamming into the villain, causing him to fly up into the sky before returning to the ground and landing with a wet thud. The villain twitched, then went still. A moment of silence passed as Izuku's brain recalibrated. So I guess you know about the villain attack then, here? Hitoshi asked. Izuku looked over from where he was sprawled on the ground to where the purple-haired teen was standing, towing the unconscious body of Muscular. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 let out a breathy, adrenaline-fueled laugh. "Yeah, I guess you do too." As he spoke, 𝐬 rolled off 𝐒𝐬𝐽 and they helped each other stand. With a small smile at the frog girl, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said, "Thanks." Before 𝐬 could respond, a force slammed into 𝐒𝐬𝐽's back, quickly followed by a second force smushing into his front. Swiveling his head, the teen found himself trapped between 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and Hitoshi. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 winced as a slight pain went through his head, and reached up to feel his temple. His fingers came back stained red. 𝐒𝐬𝐽's eyes began to water. "That can't be good," he muttered. "What is it?" Hitoshi demanded, squishing 𝐒𝐬𝐽's cheeks between his palms and examining his head. Instead of answering the question, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said, "I'm so glad you're both okay." "Shut up, you dumb nerd," came the voice of Cat-chan, whose arms were folded and fists sparking. "There's still this shitty blue fire, it's not over yet." 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and Hitoshi reluctantly released their grip, but not before 𝐿𝐴𝐷 conjured a small block of ice for 𝐒𝐬𝐽 to place on his temple. The hurt teen gave a thankful smile to the ice teen. "Right?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 breathed to Cat-chan, "You're right." "So what now?" 𝐬 asked, voicing the question 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was sure most everyone was thinking. "We go kill the rest of these sons of beaches," Bakugo declared. "I think it would be best if we go back to the teachers, they'll know what to do better than any of us." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 answered at the same time with a thoughtful tilt to the head. "TCH. What do you know, you 𝐷𝐴𝐷Eku?" Cat-chan shouted, advancing on the teen. Upon hearing the nickname Deku, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 froze. He could feel 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and Hitoshi tense up behind him. That word echoed in his head. Deku. 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 No. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 wasn't a Deku and he'd been through too much, had suffered too many times, to let Cat-chan, a simple bully, of all people get in his head. "More than you think, Cat-chan," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 retorted before walking away, leaving a pale-faced Bakugo behind. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and Hitoshi trailed behind. "𝐒𝐬𝐽, what was that all about?" 𝐿𝐴𝐷 approached gently. "Can we talk about it after this is all over?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 asked, a slight hint of panic in his voice. If 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had been looking behind him, he would have seen the glance shared between his two best friends. "Sure," Hitoshi answered for the both of them. "What are we going to do about these two?" Tokoyami addressed the whole group, referring to the two unconscious bodies. Dark Shadow poked Muscular lightly, 𝐬 thoughtfully frowning next to him. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and Hitoshi moved to join Tokoyami and 𝐬. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 hung back, watching as the four teens ahead worked to think through the problem. A warm presence shifted next to 𝐒𝐬𝐽, yet neither person looked at each other. "𝐒𝐬𝐽 Midoriya. You dim deck you're alive," Cat-chan said, sounding the most diminished 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had ever heard from the explosive boy. "So it seems, Cat-chan. So it seems. But, you are dead. Auntie Inko and you died in a fire." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 shrugged. "DMN it nerd. How the hell are you alive?" "Ha!" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 startled at Cat-chan's sudden intensity, turning to see the blonde boy who was crying. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 reached for Cat-chan's hand, brushing fingers with him. Yet just as 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was about to finish answering, the teen saw a hand fall down on the exploding boy's shoulder and a blue light erupt around the both of them. Then, nothing. Hitoshi noted 𝐒𝐽 as he trailed behind the rest of the group when deciding on what to do with the unconscious villains. But the purple-haired teen hadn't said anything. He could sense that something was going on between the boy and Bakugo, but Hitoshi had promised not to broach that particular subject until after they had finished dealing with all the current SHT. So he had decided, foolishly, to give 𝐒𝐽 space. What a stupid choice. "Well, it seems I've gotten two for the price of one," came the cheerful voice of a stranger. The four teens surrounding the unconscious body of Muscular whipped around. Standing in a tree above where 𝐒𝐽 had been a moment ago was a man in a white mask and top hat. The man gave a flourishing bow. Now children, you shouldn't have dropped your guard." "Where's 𝐒𝐽?" Hitoshi demanded. "And Bakugo?" Tokoyami added. "I took them using my magic," the magician declared, holding up a small blue marble between his fingers. The blonde boy's talents were being squandered in the hero course. We'll provide him with a grander stage where his talents can truly shine. It is unfortunate that your other friend got caught up in my quirk, but oh well. I'm sure he'll appreciate the opportunity to shine as well. Oh, that was the wrong thing to say, Hitoshi thought as a crackle of anger snapped through their group. Before the team could even think to try and catch the newest villain with brainwashing, 𝐿𝐴 launched himself at the magician, quickly followed by 𝐳 and 𝐿𝐴. The three Class 1A students, with the villain pinned beneath them, went arching over the trees and landed in a clearing half a mile away, a cloud of dust going up around them. Hitoshi stood alone, blinking in shock as the roar of the blue fire crackled on. Letting out an agitated sigh, the teen started sprinting towards the chaos. He was going to get a punch in on that good-for-nothing villain and get Izuku back. 𝐿𝐴 slammed the magician into the ground, anger blazing in his chest. 𝐳 and 𝐿𝐴 landed beside him, an arm of the villain trapped by each of them. This man had taken Izuku. His fists sparked to life, flames bathing his fingers. He was going to pay. 𝐿𝐴 raised his fist, intent to slam it into the villain's face, but just then the man started to glow blue and shrink. Looking up in confusion, 𝐿𝐴 had just enough time to raise an instinctual ice wall between himself and a blue blast jet streaming towards them. 𝐳! 𝐿𝐴! 𝐿𝐴 yelled in warning as he dived out of the way, his ice barrier shattering and letting the blast through. All three barely managed to jump out of the way. Looking to where the blast came from, 𝐿𝐴 saw four figures. One was a man with a lizard mutation quirk, one was a teen schoolgirl, one was the magician who had somehow teleported over there, and the final was a man holding blue flames. The final villain was clearly the source of the forest fire, yet 𝐿𝐴 was distracted by something not related to the man's quirk. Something about his face, though covered in burn scars it was eerily familiar to the young teen, but 𝐿𝐴 couldn't quite place it. "I've got them," 𝐿𝐴 declared, distracting 𝐿𝐴 from his confusion. The bird-headed teen's beak was drawn in what could only be assumed was a smile as he held up a glinting teal orb. "Oh! You're all so cute!" the schoolgirl shrieked. "DMN kids!" The blue-flamed villain shouted while raising his arms, most likely about to shoot another blast of flames. Everyone in the clearing shifted, all preparing for a bloody fight. But just before the brawl could break out, a familiar voice interrupted. "It has been 5 minutes since the signal, it's time to go." A smoky black figure stepped out from a portal directly in between the hero students and villains. "You're that villain from the USJ," 𝐳 spoke up from behind 𝐿𝐴. The warp user gave no response except to open more black portals behind each of the gathered villains. "It is time to go," he said. One by one each villain turned to leave, disappearing into the smoky vortexes, until only the fire user and the magician remained. "Wait," the scarred man spoke up, "our goal is not yet --oh that," the magician interrupted, pausing from where he was about to disappear into a portal. "They seemed so determined to retrieve their friends that I thought I'd give them a little present." 𝐿𝐴's stomach felt as if it had dropped below his feet. What did the magician mean? "It's a habit, really, one of the basics of magic. When I flaunt something," the magician said, wiggling his fingers, "it's because there's something I don't want you to see." With that declaration the villain reached to take off his mask, extending his tongue. Sitting on the pink muscle was a singular teal sphere. "No," 𝐿𝐴 said. The villain snapped his fingers and the orb in 𝐿𝐴's palm burst open in a flash of light and a tree branch fell out. "No," 𝐿𝐴 repeated before rushing towards the magician in a dead sprint. Giving a bow and beginning to back into the portal, the showman said, "And now that's all from me." Dark shadows slammed into the villain's mask, causing the marble in the man's mouth to go flying into the air. 𝐿𝐴 and 𝐿𝐴 both lunged for the flying orb. But so did the flaming villain. The scarred man shot a flame at Dark Shadow, causing her to shrink and retreat. 𝐿𝐴 stretched as far as he could, but it wasn't enough. The flaming villain snatched the orb from the air. "That's sad," the man laughed as 𝐿𝐴's momentum sent him flying past the villain, 𝐿𝐴 Todoroki. The dual quirk user's eyes widened as he crashed to the ground, skidding several feet away. By the time 𝐿𝐴 had stood back up, both the villains and the marble were gone. In their place stood an empty clearing and 3 petrified teens. Fire blazed around them all. No one said anything. The fire continued to crackle and burn. Then, a fourth body entered the clearing, Hitoshi. Hitoshi started. What happened? 𝐂𝐸𝐽 crumbled, collapsing to the ground. Hitoshi ran, skidding to his knees in front of him. He's gone, 𝐂𝐸𝐽 said in a shell-shocked voice. Tears beginning to slowly slide down his face. Hitoshi shook his head, hands reaching for 𝐂𝐸𝐽's wrists. Who's gone? Hitoshi asked in a desperate voice, despite both of them knowing the answer. 𝐂𝐸𝐽, at first, did not respond. Hitoshi lightly shook. 𝐂𝐸𝐽. Who's gone, 𝐂𝐸𝐽, who's gone? Izuku. When Izuku next opened his eyes, it was accompanied by the feeling of his body falling and landing harshly on the ground, and a slam of something flopping next to him. Izuku couldn't stop the light groan he let out, reaching to rub his temple, which was still throbbing. At least this time it didn't come away bloody, small mercies. That's when Izuku looked up and around from his position on the floor. His body went cold and locked up. Surrounding him was what he could only assume were villains, and right in front of the teen stood Mr. Junior Report. Izuku asked, a slight tint of fear lacing his voice. What the hell was going on? A small cough that might have been a disguised laugh came from a villain that had what Izuku recognized as burn scars running up and down his body. Well, look at this compress. What an amazing bonus. We've lucked out on the tagalong you brought. Shigaraki, the villain who had kidnapped Izuku before and attacked the USJ, said, waving a gloved hand in a gesture of excitement. Izuku was feeling very overwhelmed, slightly delirious, and really lightheaded from what definitely was a concussion, so he would not fault himself later for the words that tumbled out of his mouth, "You're wearing gloves." That was my idea. Shigaraki paused, blinking. So, it seemed, did every other villain in the circle around him. The man smiled in delight. You remember? Yes, I did. It was such a helpful suggestion, player 2. I'm not your player 2, Izuku bit out. Shigaraki paused once again, tilting his head. His demeanor shifted subtly. No, you're definitely not mine, not after that stunt you pulled last time. But you're still a player, just for the wrong team. Of course, that can always change. Fear. That's what Izuku felt at the man's words. Shigaraki had shifted into his more intimidating self, the same tactic that Kurogiri had recommended the man use to get Izuku to analyze the students last time. It was still so nerve-wracking to see a villain so unhinged flip between childish and intimidating in a second. Dangerous was the word Izuku would use to describe Shigaraki's duality. Very dangerous. Before Izuku had a chance to formulate a response, a groan distracted him. To the teen's left, slowly starting to stir, was Bakugo. What the hell? Cat-chan had been kidnapped too. How had Izuku not noticed him until now? What the F? The blonde groaned, eyes slowly rising and traveling first to the surrounding villains and then to Izuku. What the hell is going on, Deku? So the UA brat is awake. Shigaraki interrupts, dropping his aura of intensity in favor of his childish delight. We can finally start the quest. Paying no mind to the situation, Cat-chan screams, I'll kill you, and launches at Shigaraki. Before the teen gets close enough to the man to release an explosion, Cat-chan is being shrunk down into a marble. Shigaraki sighs, how very predictable. Izuku eyes the man whose quirk had just caused his former friend to become a blue orb. The man gives a flourishing bow towards Izuku, grabbing the hat atop his head to do so. Oh well, we knew it wouldn't be that easy. Compress, Shigaraki directs his voice to the bowing man, restrain him. The man, Compress, nodded his head before heading over to a chair which Izuku had not noticed until just then. The chair looked reinforced, had metal bars clearly meant to restrain the arms and legs, and straps that secured the chest. Compress released Bakugo and used his disorientation to begin strapping him in. Izuku instinctively cringed, scooting back from the device, as images of collars and muzzles and a doctor's table flooded into his mind. An unconscious hand went up to grasp his neck, comforting Izuku with the fact that the metal ring was not currently encasing him. Izuku's retreat was stopped by him impacting with a wall. No, not a wall, he realized as he met vivid blue eyes. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had run into the legs of the burned villain who was looking down at 𝐒𝐬𝐽 in confusion, something sparking in the man's eye that the team couldn't interpret. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had overreacted, too strung up on the new and terrifying situation to stop his impulses. Stupid. Not to worry, number 2, Shigaraki said, grasping 𝐒𝐬𝐽's shoulder in warning, your friend will be fine. Clearly the man had misinterpreted 𝐒𝐬𝐽's reaction. Good. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 glared up at the villain. Who is the cutie, Shiggy? Have you been hiding him from us? A girl, probably only a year or so older than 𝐒𝐬𝐽, bounded up to them while asking. She stopped entirely too close to 𝐒𝐬𝐽 to be comfortable, smiling in his face. The teen caught a flash of white fangs in her mouth. Yeah, the burned man added, who still hadn't moved from when 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had run into him, and so he was also pressed up to the teen. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 shivered. And why the hell does he know you? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 tried to back up, away from their peering eyes, but Shigaraki's hand on his shoulder kept him from moving as he answered. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 helped me during the USJ attack. I didn't help you. Said teen bit out harshly. He was ignored. He analyzes quirks. But then he betrayed me. I was never on your side. You kidnapped me. And made us have to retreat without killing All Might. The heroes made you lose. So basically you kidnapped the kid to analyze SHT during the USJ attack, but then he escaped and you lost. The burned villain summarized sarcastically. Oh. The fanged girl said, can you analyze my quirk 𝐒𝐽? Immediately, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 began to shake his head. Yes, Toga. What a wonderful idea. Shigaraki interrupted, jerking the teen forward and releasing his grip on his shoulder. 𝐒𝐽, prove your stats. 𝐒𝐽 stood still, the three villains' attention solely on him. The teen's eyes slipped to where 𝐭𝐻𝐿's restraints had been fully fastened, the blonde boy's eyes simmering with rage. A muzzle had appeared from somewhere and had been placed on his face. 𝐒𝐽 managed, barely, to hold back a full-body flinch. Looking back at the villains, 𝐒𝐽 was just about to fiercely deny the request when the burned villain rolled his eyes and lit up his palm in blue fire. Threat received. Why okay, Toga squealed in delight. And so 𝐒𝐽 braced his nerves, repeating to himself that he was not with Endeavor, and these people weren't nearly as threatening as the flaming man was, and let loose. 45 minutes later, 𝐒𝐽 was exhausted. The teen had analyzed Toga's quirk extensively, praising her strengths and detailing her weaknesses. For a moment 𝐒𝐽 had forgotten where he was, so caught up in the joys of analyzing. At the end of his rant, Toga had thrown her arms around 𝐒𝐽 and thanked him for being nice, and then proceeded to ask if she could have some of his BLD. 𝐒𝐽, bewildered by the tonal whiplash, stuttered out a refusal. The boy looked to Shigaraki and the scarred man in the hopes of understanding what the hell had just happened, but the latter seemed only vaguely impressed, and the former seemed to be shining with childish delight. You'll be the perfect player too, 𝐒𝐽. Shigaraki declared. 𝐒𝐽 blanched. I am not your player too. You kidnapped me. The blue-haired man sighed, back to this again. We'll just have to change your mind. More refusals of changing sides, an attempt at running, and some kicking and struggling later, 𝐒𝐽 had been restrained in a makeshift version of what Kacchan was in, and placed right next to said teen. Luckily sans the muzzle and not nearly as many restraints. Instead, 𝐒𝐽 was in a simple wooden chair, and handcuffed to each arm. I didn't want to do this number 2, but you need more time to think about joining us. So what? You're putting me in timeout. 𝐒𝐽 spat, yanking on the cuffs keeping him secure. He bared his teeth at Toga and Darby, who stood off to the side. Shigaraki's eyes lit up. 𝐒𝐽 regretted his words. Yes. That is exactly what I'm doing. You will sit here and think about all we could offer you. I'm sure when we come back you'll have changed your mind. Shiggy, what about Bakugo-chan? Toga spoke up from behind. Wasn't he who you wanted to convert in the first place? Shigaraki paused, looking over to Kacchan in surprise. It almost seemed like he had forgotten about the blonde boy. You too, Bakugo. Hero society is flawed, I'm sure you both can see that. Join us. Now, I'll give you time to think about it. With that, Shigaraki turned around, marching to the doorway. Darby, you're on guard duty, the man said before disappearing, Toga on his heels. The door clicked behind them, locking Darby in with the two restrained teens. Darby stood still, eyes roving over the students, his body tensed. Finally, the man sighed and crossed to Bakugo. In one swoop, the man unlocked the muzzle on the teen's face, dropping it to the ground, before plopping on the couch a few feet from the chairs. Izuku tilted his head in confusion at the kind action, but Darby's harsh warning glare had Izuku focusing on Kacchan. "Kacchan, are you okay?" The blonde boy scowled, moving his jaw to loosen it. "Course. These shitty villains are idiots." Izuku gave a weak laugh, glancing at Darby, but the man didn't seem to be listening, in favor of scrolling on his phone. "Yeah, no way you'd become a villain, Kacchan. You're going to be an amazing hero. DMN right." The blonde replied with much less fire than standard. "What the F is even going on, Deku? First you're alive and then the villains know you and now we're in timeout. Mother F in timeout. Honestly, I'm not even really sure what Shigaraki is thinking. I think he might actually have a personality disorder." Izuku trailed off, mumbling the last bit. Kacchan interpreted with a slam of his cuffed hands into the chair arms. "Your thing alive?" "Yes, we've already covered that," Izuku supplied, "and now isn't really the time, is it?" "It wasn't the time during the attack either, shitty nerd, but you were about to tell me then." Izuku nervously flicked to Darby, but the villain still appeared to be engrossed in his phone. "Can't we just talk about this later?" Izuku whisper yelled. "No. I want you to give me a reason why I shouldn't explode you as soon as I get out. One really goddamn good reason." Bakugo threatened, ignoring Izuku's attempt at lowering the volume. "Maybe because you don't deserve an answer." Izuku finally boiled over quietly. "Ha! Do you even remember the way you treated me, Kacchan? Before I got my quirk you told me to jump off a roof." Izuku felt like he should be sad or even angry, but really all he felt was resignation and frustration. He continued harshly whispering, "And when I finally did get my quirk, we all just forgot it happened. It was all okay because the useless Deku finally has a use again. 'Cause that's all I'm good for, my thing quirk. Maybe that's why I don't want to tell you. Maybe I'm worried that you'll still think the same." Silence cut harshly through the room. Izuku watched Bakugo for his reaction. In a way, he was glad for the restraint still tying them down and the need to remain quiet. He feared what being allowed to be physical and loud might have led to. "I don't think that anymore." Shock. That's what Izuku felt. What dash when you and Auntie died, it effing hurt. It hurt the old hag, and me. And DMN it Deku, I went to therapy and SHT. I'm trying to be a hero to make it up to you and her." Bakugo spit out as if every word was painful. Izuku was shocked at the confession. He remembered how Kacchan was. He knew how hard that must have been for him to say. "And I'm sorry, goddamn I said it, I'm sorry." The exploding teen finished. Izuku floundered, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. Bakugo, the ever prideful, ever proud, Bakugo had apologized. And somehow, Izuku knew that he no longer held any grudge. How could he when this was the first time anyone had ever truly apologized for their actions? If Bakugo of all people could change, could release hold of his ego, even for a second, and brace the consequences that awaited, then so could Izuku. Bakugo deserved an answer. But was this the right time? Bakugo had just been vulnerable with him, he could be vulnerable back. But what about Darby? Izuku hated the idea of the villain knowing anything about him, but maybe he could skim over some things, just give the basics. Enough to satisfy the blonde. And really, what would the villain care about the trauma of a random kid? Izuku took a deep breath, steeling his nerves. "Fine. I'll tell you," he said, hoping Kacchan would understand the olive branch being offered to him. Kacchan gave a sharp grin, some spark coming back to his eyes. "'Bout time." Darby had his reason for joining the League of Villains. Mostly, their previous affiliation with Stain and their ability to provide him with the necessities of living, but that was neither here nor there. When they had kidnapped 2 kids instead of 1, he wasn't expecting to find himself growing slightly fond of the little green and red-haired one with an amusing amount of sassiness directed towards his boss and an impressive intellect. Now that, of course, wasn't enough to spark him into taking any stupid heroic actions or anything ua. But still, Darby couldn't help the way his heart had skipped a beat when the kid had had what looked like some kind of panic attack when he'd seen the restraint chair. Darby angrily shoved down any feelings of sympathy and understanding he felt. Even if somewhere deep down his thoughts whispered of his own past which once may have caused him to react the same. After all, like calls to like. Maybe that was the reason Darby had decided to pull the muzzle off the kid's friend. Darby sat, with all these thoughts swirling, as he scrolled through his phone on the couch, stuck on F in guard duty. Yet, he was drawn out of his stupor by the sound of the brats quietly talking. Something about the exploding brat thinking the smart kid was dead. And well, if they didn't want him listening in, then they shouldn't have been talking in front of him, especially when he was just itching for a distraction and maybe even for answers. As he listened, the two argued, and honestly it wasn't anything really interesting, just shitty feelings. Except for the comment from the smart kid about only being useful for his quirk. That hit way too close to home. Darby shoved away the memories that followed and continued to listen. Fine. I'll tell you. 'Bout time. A long pause between the two. Darby continued to pretend to be engrossed with his phone, interest piqued about what lousy secret a privileged UA student could be hiding. Spit it out. The blonde said. Sorry. Just trying to figure out where to start. A huff of anger. Well, before the night of the fire, our mom and I got attacked by a villain. Gosh, I'm trying to remember, it's so meaningless in the grand scheme of my life. A quiet what? Sounded from the blonde. The villain took me hostage, but then Endeavor showed up. Darby all of a sudden felt his interest peak more and his anger spike at a certain flaming hero. I was so overwhelmed that I used my quirk on Endeavor. He really liked the power. The teen said the last sentence darkly. The fire, that kill that happened was set by Endeavor. He wanted me for my quirk. The teen winced before whispering nearly imperceptibly, he forged custody papers. Darby felt his heartbeat stutter and his grip tighten on his phone. Endeavor had stolen this kid for his quirk. What the F? What the hell kind of quirk did this kid have? Why the hell was history repeating? Darby had thought that only 𝐤𝐻 had been subjected to the man's abuse when he left. What was this kid saying? The teen continued to tell his story to a steadily more and more pale Bakugo. I stayed with him and he found out that my BLD when ingested or injected works just as well as me being there physically. What the hell? The blonde interjected, sounding horrified. Darby would have felt the same if he hadn't already known all about the extent of Endeavor's cruelty. When he suddenly started using support gear, he rose to number 1 because of an increase in power, but that was you. The green and red-haired teen nodded. Endeavor, he never told anyone except 𝐤𝐻 about me, and only because he wanted to train us both at the same time. He kept me in the basement otherwise. The only reason I'm at UA is because 𝐤𝐻 convinced the man that I could help him be more powerful at the sports festival and during training without the teachers becoming suspicious. That's fed up. The teen gave a wet laugh. Yeah, I guess it is, but 𝐒𝐻𝐳 was working on getting all of us help. Darby felt as if his head was spinning. He had left his SPM donor knowing full well who else he was leaving behind. Except, he hadn't expected for the flaming man to be so harsh on his prized son, not at least, to the same extent that he had been to Tuya. But here he was hearing that not only had it apparently been worse for 𝐤𝐻, but the man had gone so crazy for power that another child had been drawn into the Fing storm. What the F? Darby didn't want to get involved. He had never wanted to see Endeavor again until he was dying under his blue flames. And yet fate had a shitty way of shoving him right back into his past. He couldn't just let this one lie, not when Endeavor was the reason he had turned to villainy. Not when he was the reason for Darby's scars and fear of chains. Not when he was the reason Todoroki Tuya had died and Darby had been created. The man stood up, shoving his phone in his pocket, before tramping over to the two teens who had frozen at his movement. What is your quirk? The man ground out, reaching for the back of Izuku's chair and rocking him forward with it. The teen blanched. What? Darby's hand lit up in flames, cascading both their faces in its blue glow. What is your quirk? The teen flinched, but finally answered, amplification. I amplify other people's quirks. F. Darby was in too deep. But his stupid heart didn't want out.